like spawn, does that do anything?
What doll on spawn?
Okay, so is it worth shooting it down?
If you're close, if nobody's close, just wait for the timer to go out because it's not worth it. But if someone's close by, then or chasing, just shoot it.
Oh fuck, I'm AFK, my fault. I was figuring out my stream. Alright, let me lock it. Yo, we're saying we might get stream sniped, bro. So we gotta be careful. When planning?
Yeah, we'll use like code words and shit, bro.
Like, especially our bans and stuff? I'm just gonna push the point, bro.
Bro, why do we still have three? Okay, I'm switching, bro. Can't believe we still have 3 tank.
Alright, I'm just gonna push the point, bro. Pull up. Please.
Okay, good. And whenever you check Twitch, bro, I sent you like a request to like stream together.
Oh, okay.
If you figure that out, let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the Punisher.
Oh, I'm gonna die. This is way too much damage. Way too much damage, bro. It's okay. So you sent me a. Where do you send it on?
On Twitch. On Twitch. You see it?
Dog, that magic is
No,
a problem.
No?
Nah, I don't. I'll look properly.
I can send you the exact link if you want to just click on Discord.
Behold, Dark Child!
Yo, that Punisher is just set up, bro.
Just in general.
It's kind of pissing me off.
I got you. I got him. I'm gonna get him from the back. No pause.
What am I even doing right now? Screw this up, Gabe. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, join collaboration.
Yeah, you can just mute the audio here. We're using Discord.
Wait, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, what are you confused about?
Because why is he showing me like I'm about to call you, bro? On my phone, like I do it on my phone?
No. So what I did was all I did is I made our chat the same chat, but we have to be in the same call on Discord. So just mute everything on Discord. I mean on Twitch. Mute your mic.
Okay,
mute your mic and mute the audio on Twitch. And then I'll just read the chat. Because now we have a shared chat.
So what do you need me to do?
I just need you to mute yourself on the little Discord, the call thing that popped up. Just mute everything.
Okay. Am I muted right now?
Yes, sir. I can't invite you.
No, you're not muted right now. I can see your thing moving.
Hop off. Right now?
Alright. Do you need to figure out your stream or can we start?
For which? Us? Hold on.
You understand what happened? You understand what you
No, you guys. Did you collect everyone?
Yeah,
it's
4
about
of
to
us
start
are
soon,
here.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright, Gogan, did you do the thing you needed to do? On Twitch?
Oh yeah, I'm trying right now. Hold on. Okay. So I just gotta mute here, right?
Yeah, and
My favorite path.
then just leave that tab open, like a window.
It's a good path still.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, everyone play their mains, bro. Let's get ready.
It's okay. I definitely do, so
You'll need a top-notch
I think
team
you're good.
to
I just
win
want,
this
I
one.
just don't want your audio to
Alright. Okay, no trolling, bro. This is real shit.
I just don't want my echo to audio like.
Yeah, I got you.
Alright.
Once an Avenger, always an adventure.
Actually,
You guys are not locked in, bro.
hold on. Let's do this for real, bro. Let's just dive. Let's just keep diving.
Alright, let me adjust the volumes.
The Panther is on the prowl.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alright, everybody speak now.
You cannot save
What's up?
Can you save
Hello?
yourselves? I don't need protecting.
What's up?
Nobody goes it alone in these times.
What's up,
Can't
gang?
afford to.
What's up, man?
Why am I so quiet, bro? Is my mic just that bad?
The battle
Speak
starts
up,
in
bro.
5,
Might have to boost
No
your mic, bro.
trolling.
3,
No trolling?
1.
No trolling, bro.
Come get that resource.
That's how we rocking, bro?
Yeah, I'm AFK.
Yo, no healer? You guys are crazy.
Guggen, you're part of the problem.
Bro, I did bare damage, bro.
I'm sure you did, bro. You're just standing. Oh, okay.
I was... Yo, this guy's sick. This guy got 2 kills, bro. Scarlet?
Yo.
He found the spot.
This Scarlet's sick, bro.
Okay, hold on. We might have motion.
I'm getting assists off that.
I got a healer. Go. I'm a 6 Spider-Man.
Unironically, we have motion right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are we doing this?
We're cooking, bro. We're cooking.
Yo, okay, yo. Unironically, let's run this exact comp in the game. we'll put Ambit on Hawkeye. And we'll put Justin on Widow. I think it could work, bro. What if we just secretly sub out Justin for Andrew and then put him on Widow?
You're halfway there.
Lord Widow?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Help. Help.
Yo, Iron Fist behind us?
Yo. Oh,
Yo.
yeah,
We gotta practice our comms though. We gotta practice our comms for real.
Thanks.
Yeah, where y'all at? Oh shit. Spider-Man, come back. Spider-Man, come home.
Yo, all we need is comms. Just
Spider-Man, you're
keep
far.
those comms down,
Spider-Man,
bro.
you're far from home. Okay, there we go. We're good.
I'm gonna be calming up like crazy.
You be comment up like crazy, yo. It's because Serval's not gonna fuck with you. Serval's not gonna fuck with you, bro.
Hey, yo. I wanted to know Wolverine is my highest percentage.
Might be a pretty low win percentage, bro.
You got like 80 games, I think. 70 to 80 games on Wolverine. You got like a... It's like 50 to 60% win percentage. Something like that.
How the fuck are we winning this, bro?
I don't think we're like winning. We're just doing whatever. Oh.
No, we're on motion.
We're doing pretty good,
Root
bro.
slow. Root slow. Thank you.
I got him.
Range on the side. Iron Fist on point.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to Pharaoh leap.
Iron Fist running, he's low. Put that fraud.
Hey, yo.
Oh,
Strange dead?
Yeah, I forgot I was supposed to heal you. I was like, yo, like, someone should heal this guy.
No, you good.
Alright.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
I'm promise. I'm trying to heal you, bro.
You just gotta use the drones, bro. That's it, bro. That's all you can.
Palantir be like,
Get this guy, bro. Get this guy, bro.
Push up. I can never be nobody, number one fan.
Oh, that's so annoying, bro.
yo,
K-Bots would be like,
I'm not gonna lie, this fucking this Iron Fist is on me, bro. This Iron Fist is on me. This Iron Fist is
yo,
on
get
me.
this group.
I got you.
Oh, you got heals again. Fuck.
This isn't even going so well anymore.
Yo, Goose
Still
dead. I know that Groot hates me, bro.
What's up? AB Fern? I don't know who AB Fern is. AB Fern? Welcome to the chat, bro. You've been here before, Loki?
You need
I
one
don't
tank.
remember.
You're a Fiki, bro.
Oh,
How you only got 1 death, bro? Are you doing anything, bro?
He's just swinging around the map, bro.
I'm just doing it, bro.
He's just swinging around the map,
I'm
bro.
being annoying, though. These guys are really annoying.
Hey, yo, get straight.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
bro. I
Better win.
Dog, a good Wolverine game is things I can do, though.
Iron Fist backline.
Iron Fist on me, please.
Iron Fist on you, bro. Like, that guy was flying, bro. Holy. Oh, and he down? Fuck.
It's all good.
Fuck, bro.
Oh, let's go. You got another death.
Wait. Why are you praying on his downfall, bro? Maybe, what if he fell off the map, bro?
Fucking thing, bro.
Okay, thank you.
The thing, he's not playing.
What thing, bro?
That's the thing. What's it called? The combo. I keep forgetting what the combo is. Watch this.
What is this guy talking about?
Iron Fist
Wait.
behind us.
The combo? Oh, you mean
Watch
like...
out.
Combo, bro.
Punisher.
Oh, the combo, bro.
Punisher, what the fuck are you doing, Punisher?
DPS Rocket. I see a 50-3 game.
my
What is
God.
Punisher actually doing? What is he cooking right now?
All right, guys.
Good punish it. Oh yeah.
Oh no, they got Black Widow. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck this.
Does it have it no more?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Bro, chat. Somebody deal with this guy, bro.
Deal with who? Deal with who?
Deal with the guy in my chat, bro.
He's in your chat right now.
I'm asking for my Discord and Instagram username, bro. Yeah, that's definitely.
Oh, I said
Definitely
you're
a
taking
bug,
a partial, by the way, bro.
Oh,
You
what?
said you pull up, maybe.
Okay, well that's definitely.
Yo, please. Iron Fist is on me. How's Iron Fist screwing me over?
Holy fuck, bro.
This game is driving me insane.
Yeah, okay, hold on. We need
Why,
to recollect our thoughts and lock in.
Oh, Rafiki's locked in right now.
Again.
Yeah.
He switched to stream.
That's not Rafiki
One drone
anymore,
is always
bro.
on you, bro.
He put the fucking mask
One
on,
drone is
bro.
always on you.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch
Portal?
you up.
Portal back?
Yeah, Portal, man.
Someone scratch my back.
Somebody break this wall, bro. All right.
Man,
Oh, nice.
Got him.
The Iron Fist backline, Iron Fist backline, Iron Fist backline, Iron Fist backline. I'm dead.
I think. Oh shit.
Yo, please, save me, please save me.
You're good, bro.
He's weak.
You got
You're
it,
good, bro. Relax, bro. Fucking drama queen in this bitch.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
I'm trying to practice
Yeah,
my
no.
comms, bro.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
this
this
is
is who we are. Jumping in and pull up, bro. It's gonna be so different soon.
I'll patch you up.
Yeah, you guys are, get screwed in there.
Only 60 seconds left.
Bro, this Iron Fist is like
Fisting
putting in.
it.
He's doing more than that, bro. He's limiting me, bro.
Oh, Iron Fist got my ass.
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna get some revenge.
The Iron Fist is like going band for band with our Black Widow, bro. What's happening here?
I have no idea. They have triple tanks, bro. This game is not fun.
Yeah, what kind of comp is this? I like it.
Just pissing me off. Bro said I like it.
What's that?
That's something we can do for sure.
Armor packed here.
We have better tank players than DPS.
Iron Fist is right above. He's right
Yeah,
above us.
like unironically.
Iron Fist right above us.
Like we can bring out 3 tanks.
Was Allen winning?
I'm trying to heal it.
Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, bro. He's definitely not winning, bro.
Yeah.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Exploding plasma.
Got motion?
You're ready for action.
No.
I do not have a portal.
Iron Fist ulted, bro. We do not have any motion.
I'm cooked. No motion
I
here.
do not have a portal.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah,
to put-
GG.
It ain't cheap.
Don't worry, that was a warm-up game. That was a warm-up game.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah.
Raffy taffy.
I think I was selling, bro. I can't lie.
Nah, man, it was definitely a game, bro.
Come here,
I've never
yeah.
seen you play Ultra.
Good?
Good, you might be on mute, my boy.
What happened?
Nothing. Okay, where's Justin? Where's A.M.I?
I don't know, but I think their whole team is on.
Should I start again?
Nah,
Oh,
we're supposed to
no,
start
no,
4 minutes,
wait.
bro.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
4
but-
minutes ago.
4 minutes.
Hmm?
In 4 minutes. Yeah.
We're gonna start in 4 minutes.
We're supposed to.
we're supposed to
I mean,
start
they're in
4
a they're in
minutes.
a game right now.
Who's it again? M&A now, Justin?
No, like their team.
Alan and those.
Oh, Muffy's like practicing.
And then Gary's just in the
It's not even
practice
that
room.
Yeah.
It ain't even that. It ain't
Alright,
even
yo,
that
yo,
deep for real, bro.
All right, launch
You try so hard.
launch a Doom match right now, bro. You know how to do that?
Too much?
Alright, do
I'll figure it
18
out.
versus
How do you
18,
do
bro.
this?
18 versus 18, bro. Do 18.
Yeah, or do some. Yeah,
18
just
versus 18.
do something that's not quick match. Just do something quick. All right. Everybody gets your reps in right now, bro.
18v18? Alright.
Yeah.
Munir, do you ever use Messenger online, like on the website?
Like rarely.
Or did you have the app? Okay, no. Bro, they
Low-key,
discontinued
I start
the
lagging.
Mac app.
Oh what?
Kinda weird.
Oh, that's crazy.
If I start lagging, I might
Battle starts in 5,
I
4,
might change
Why
it.
do we have 4 tanks? Not this shit again, bro. What are we doing?
Bro, we hit 18v18, bro.
Oh yeah, I fucking forgot, bro.
Just
I'm
get
tweaking.
maximize your team up, bro.
I'm
Maximize your team
tweaking,
up.
bro.
Yo, maximize these nuts.
Oh,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
nuts
yeah.
reference?
You gotta show me where they are.
behind. But you can still turn this around.
Just say it. There's nothing I can't fix.
I don't think we have a lot of healers. So
We'll make
You
you
can
say
beat
that,
the
bro.
change, my boy.
They've come from
Yeah,
behind.
we don't have a lot of healers.
You can still
I'm healer, bro. I'm healer. Don't
Just
worry.
got my ass beat.
I'm just doing random shit.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I need to be a better healer than
Can we
this.
get more healers, bro?
They've come from
I change
behind.
characters without dying.
You can still
Yeah,
turn
healers
this
are ass, bro.
Holy fuck, everybody's dying.
Damn!
Yeah, this ain't working.
The moon haunts you.
The moon haunts you.
No horror story left in the game, bro.
Yo, they're all like grouped up together, bro. Like, what's the point of playing 18 versus 18 if y'all gonna play like a team?
For real.
Well, I'm a healer, bro, so I'm just trying to find someone to heal, bro.
I just need somebody to heal.
No, I got one
Somebody.
kill.
Holy. That is.
Oh,
man.
Okay.
Look at who came to play.
Who's that, bro?
Yo.
Hey, Moon Knight. Is that Ahmed?
Yo.
Ahmed Dharma?
Where's
Yo,
Justin,
you just
bro?
missed a great quick play game,
Is
bro.
Justin
For our
still, is
warm-up
Justin
game.
still in his power nap? That was like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming and start streaming.
This is real.
There's nothing is over.
So we don't reveal confidential information.
Okay, bro.
I'm gonna get some
Disappear!
This guy Allen has 3 out of 6 players in his lobby.
They're all online.
Oh, maybe they're not doing the 6v6.
Well, they weren't all in the other
Hey,
party
he's playing
line.
Annihilation, bro. Hey, we're joking.
We were waiting for.
Yo, what? Someone to call him?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him, bro.
But there's no one who's well played.
Did you forget the game was today and not Saturday?
No, he said he was gonna take a nap, bro. That was like a long time
He
ago.
did. Sure, sure. I think he did this last night too. Like he pulled it up like right on time though.
That's right on time right now,
Yo, can
bro.
somebody call him? I need to find my phone.
Man, we're all in the game, bro.
Nah, I'll call you. Emmett, you want me to
Just
call
call
you?
him, just call him. No, you can just call him.
Oh.
I need to look for this shit. Actually, calling me would work too, bro. I need to find this shit.
Yeah, nah, I'm calling you, bro. I'm gonna call you. You find your phone, and then
But I'll call Jordan, bro. I'll call
Alright.
Munir and ask Munir to call.
what the fuck? Yo, I'm not doing good, bro.
Yeah, everybody just play Moon Knight. I'm telling you.
Moon Knight's banned, bro.
No, hey, he's talking about in this 18v18, bro.
like,
He's talking about in this game mode right now, bro. Yeah.
yo, I'm actually playing.
Yeah, I'm just playing Rocket, bro. I'm just trying to.
Emmett, did you find
Call
your
him,
phone?
dude. No. I did not.
Holy frame rate drop. Dang.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Yeah, bro. I'm like walking around with my
Who's
headset
that?
on right now. I'm not seeing
Knowledge.
it.
Oh, bro.
Oh, fucking wow.
So, I saw.
I think it's ass, bro.
Alibaba.
Yo, yeah, we get we can always get
You good?
No,
and
I already got filmed. I got filmed.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Yo, by the way, we're gonna be on. We're gonna stream. Balaz's gonna stream, but Balaz, can you
word?
explain your code?
You want me to send them my Twitch so they have like,
we just went and created a super team overnight, bro. That's crazy.
What do you mean? Hers couldn't make it. He's just as good as Balaz, so it would be the same thing.
Nah. We'll just go and make it super teams and shit, bro.
No! Man, really good game, like it's
Yeah, we're playing 18v18, bro. It's pretty serious. I think we can leave it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna be on PlayStation.
Yo, we just got the lead to 42, bro. We just got the lead to 42, bro.
Yo, I'm playing on a PS3.
Wait, why would we be on PlayStation chat?
Because on
Stream can pick it up.
stream can pick up our like work.
Stream doesn't pick up Discord.
Oh, you're on console. Okay.
Doesn't pick up Discord.
We're all on PlayStation.
Wait, are we not talking about the same thing? You said stream doesn't pick up Discord whatsoever.
Yo, but the stream, like if you're on Discord, it's not gonna pick it up.
Yeah, the stream. Yeah, you can't hear the stream on if you're on Discord. Cause they're all, yeah, because they're all on PS5.
Yo,
bro.
if you're on Discord, you can't stream.
Oh shit, bro.
Yeah, I was third place. What place with y'all? Where y'all, bro?
7.
Bro, I was second, bro.
Oh, I have to scroll.
What do you mean? What do you mean second, bro?
You guys are not second, bro.
I'm 17th, bro.
Well, thank you, bro. You're 13th.
Raffy
bro. Second.
Yo, Loki. Yo, are we missing Justin right now? What's going
All right.
Yeah, we're missing Justin. Yo, you guys gotta invite who you have. Oh, did you guys invite us?
Hold on. Let me invite you.
Oh wait, yo, Justin's typing. He's here. Justin's here.
I invited you guys all.
No. Let me do it.
Yo, let.
Rafiki?
Oh, it's Raffy Taffy.
It's not my name, bro. What the fuck? Make it better, bro. Who is that?
Show me news.
Yo, why is Munir? Oh fuck, bro. Alright, bro. Alora for me, I guess.
Yo, Henny.
Why are there coaches of this, bro?
Yeah, Henny, stay on that team, bro. Stay on the team.
All right.
Yo, what's the lowest ping here?
I got 0. Oh no, 33.
It's
Bro,
Okay,
Damn, 7 is crazy.
there's an option to balance latency, so we're gonna use balance latency.
So does that
everybody,
mean
like, got the
he
same-
gets the worst ping?
Damn, everyone gets the same leg. That's so crazy.
Yo, I'm fucking disconnecting my Wi-Fi right now, bro.
That definitely gives me A.M.I.
Wait, we're using Alan's ping?
We're using
The worst
whoever.
latency.
This guy Balaj literally is in North Virginia, bro.
You're fucking
you-
lying.
That's crazy.
Like right next to the rival
we just-
server, bro.
I didn't know it was that.
This guy has an Ethernet cord connected right to the fucking
To
North
direct
Virginia
cable.
server, bro. Yo, I'm a
Bro,
burp.
who's Henny 360?
This guy's shit.
Oh, nice.
Nah, we
This guy's
played against
also
a
in
guy.
North Virginia.
Yo, so do you guys play this game at all?
Bro, every day.
Diamond 2, Diamond 1,
Every
Diamond
day
1,
is
Diamond 2.
crazy.
Both teams waiting on one man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all the settings here.
Let's see who gets here faster.
Yeah, who's Cairo?
Yeah,
That's
I
the
only
goal,
see
bro.
one team with the silver and the gold, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Alright, bro. Why are you gatekeeping the gubbies of these people, bro?
Huh?
Yeah, what are the
There we
team?
go.
Their team name?
Jattenbrack.
Yo, my bad.
Kakuzu.
Bridge. Kakuzu, bro, please. Enjoy.
I'm coming to you. My alarms didn't go off. That's crazy.
Yo, who's listening to 6ix9ine right now?
Yo, Alan.
Okay, Mensa.
Yo, Alan, bro.
Damn.
Yo, is my team not here, bro?
Who's listening to 6ix9ine, bro?
Like, not get to 29 ping. This Wi-Fi's not fast
Yo,
enough.
chill, bro. Chill. That's not our team name, bro. Hold up.
Bro, you edited the wrong team, dumbass.
Team Tantry?
Team Tantry, bro. I don't know why it's
Tan
under
gang
my
or
name.
don't fucking bang, bro. That's all I say.
Oh shit.
We don't fall, we don't break.
Mm.
We tan gang.
Mm-hmm. So is Alan your team captain,
Don't
bro?
fall.
Yo, Alan is team captain.
No, it's Gary. It's Gary. Yo, what are we doing now? Should we just go to the other chat?
You guys need one more man still.
To join.
Yo, Gary, where's your boy?
Bro, he did a comp game, like, he's still in it.
Oh
He's
wow.
sweating hard, bro. He's sweating
Yo,
hard.
why are the team names the same?
Huh?
I don't know.
Oh, what
Why,
the hell?
Gary? Did you set it for both?
Oh, what the hell? Changes it for
Nah.
both? The hell?
Yeah, how the fuck did it swap it like that?
The fuck?
Why Kakuzu join the other team?
Kukuzu, bro. I didn't do
This guy moving like that, bro.
Yo, I did not do that. I didn't do that.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll be a coach.
Alright, I guess it just changes it, bro.
I did not do that, yo.
Shout out my label, that's me. I guess
Bro, why are you just changing everything, bro? What the fuck is happening? Bro, why does it say Raph now, bro?
I think this game's gonna be done in like 2-3 minutes.
Nothing, why do you keep joining the other side, bro?
Yo, I did not even join them, yo. You moved me there.
No, I didn't, bro.
Yo, who's Kakazu?
Kukusu?
Kukuzu.
Kakazu? Yeah, it's pronounced cock.
Cock?
Kukuzu, bro.
It's pronounced cockapoo, actually.
Where is that from, bro?
Naruto.
Madagascar?
One Piece. It's Naruto.
Why the fuck you keep changing the name, bro?
Bro, why is their name Team Touchy, bro?
Who's listening to 6ix9ine, dog?
This is Surfell, bro.
Who's doing this shit, dog?
I should listen to the Naruto team.
The vibes are all time high right now.
Yo, is that my boy Surafel Eloro, Emperor of Ethiopia?
My God, don't gas me, yo. Stop it. You just gonna make me play bad, yo. Fuck.
What the faggot of Ethiopia?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Yo, ship
What
him
type
off
of
to
hate-
Sudan, bro. Who the fuck said that?
type of hating that shit is that? What the fuck? I thought you're not supposed to feel good, bro. Why you come out bitter?
Justin might be too woke.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, Arjun. Wait, who said being a faggot's a bad thing?
What is this?
Yo, Surfell, what you play right now, bro?
SD Kid, Prague.
No. You know what you gotta play, bro, to hype you up.
Start with watching like Cloak and Dagger edits or something.
Nah, you know, bro. Remember that one song you played? when we couldn't
Grandmaster
lose in
3,
Rocket
bro.
League?
What the?
What the fuck?
Your GM doesn't mean anything.
Grandmaster, damn it. Whoa.
I want it on the record that we're the heavy underdogs.
We're gonna win,
We
bro.
are.
This is about to be easy.
Nah, we're gonna win.
Alright. Are we ready?
Born ready.
We're still waiting on
Yeah,
him
ready,
to
right?
join the Discord, but he's in the lobby.
All right, so we can just join our respective Discord.
Yeah, let's just
Alright, give me
refresh on the
1
rules.
Alright, wait, 1 second.
Here, I gave y'all a Discord channel, bro.
Yeah, facts. Refresh on the rules. So are we doing the gentleman's agreement?
Hey, do we have the gentleman's agreement on Moon Knight and what was the other one?
Sound.
Daredevil.
Supercharge.
What bad sorry I'm late, boys.
Oh, good. Yo, Gary, you guys want to join the PlayStation
Alright,
chat
back.
as well?
What?
The PlayStation chat, because our Twitch picks that up.
PlayStation party.
party.
Now, before we do that, we should ascertain the
party.
gentleman's thing.
Before you leave.
Are we doing that?
Ascertain. You hear that?
He joined.
We're using big words and shit.
What?
Alan,
Ascertain.
Yeah.
are we doing the gentleman's agreement?
Yo, Gary, are we doing this gentleman's agreement that you proposed, bro? You're asking about the gentleman's agreement.
Hey, I think.
Okay.
I think everyone was in agreement.
What do you mean? You wanted it.
Okay, gentleman's agreement, bro.
All right.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not. I'm only on the call to discuss this before I leave the call.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it just you here?
Yeah, everybody else left, bro.
I'm not gonna be on the.
Let's start it,
call.
bro. Let's start it, bro. Let's start this, bro. Fuck it.
Make sure your team knows the gentleman's agreement.
So gentleman's agreement.
No Daredevil, no
Daredevil, no Moon Knight.
Okay.
Both
no
teams
Daredevil, no Moon
get
Knight,
2
then.
bans.
Cool. Sounds good. Okay,
there we go.
I'm hopping off this call then.
Alright, but
Let's run it.
Easy.
Lock in, bro.
Lock in. Alright. Back your knuckles and shit. Back your knuckles.
Bro.
yo, he did not want that.
Fuck.
Wait.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Nobody
Alright, what
on
combo
mute,
we
bro. I swear to
going
God.
Like, what comp are we doing?
Yo, I think we need to play Penny here.
No,
No,
Ben's
we
happening
need to
after here. Ben's about to happen right now.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay, what do you guys want to
you're
ban?
banished from this
Thing or
match.
Thor? Which one?
Thing.
Okay.
Thing.
Okay. No, nobody else vote. Okay, alright, you can do that.
Yeah, we just need 1 vote.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Emmett, do Scarlet, bro. I dare you.
Shut the
Yo,
fuck up. No. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Bro.
Okay.
I don't think they're gonna stay true to the gentleman's agreement.
Yeah,
I'm
but
good. Okay.
Alright, who's our second
we
one?
knew that would happen. Do we go for
Namor
Thor?
or Thor? Namor or
I don't think Namor's a
I
problem,
said we
bro.
keep Thor.
Yo, his
Okay.
Namor is not a problem. I'm being honest.
Okay, then who we banning?
So Bucky,
No, let's do Thor. Let's do Thor.
Bentor.
Make him play no more. Make him play no more.
Okay.
Bucky. Oh, fuck it.
Because Manir's a better Thor. I think that would piss him off.
Yeah, I agree with Jotin, but we can switch it up next game.
We also have
just
Manir,
cause-
so
Yo,
I say as long as
And they bank group.
Justin, play Loki.
I will.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm gonna play Penny. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, play
Are we on
Penny.
defense? Yeah, right?
Yeah, we're on defense first.
Stop. Yeah, we're on defense.
yeah.
This is Bucky. That's the only problem.
I'm fucking sweating already,
I
bro.
could play Bucky.
No.
Oh, Bucky on Loki, kind of annoying, huh?
He's gonna play Bucky. Who? What's his face?
Let's see.
It's only
You know what I
annoying
mean?
towards the alt. That's it. It's only
Jen-
annoying.
Jen's like-
Oh,
Yeah, I can go Rocket. I can go Invisible Woman. I can go Ultron.
Whichever one works for you.
When I first saw my powers, they were like,
let me know if you want me to do
Okay.
go fish.
squirrel. And now they're like,
Alright, boys.
ooh,
Okay,
a
yo,
squirrel.
communicate everything when you
Yo,
die.
communicate everything. Call it out. Yo, I'm gonna call out when your tanks are not getting heals. Like, Arjun, when I see you going in and
Okay.
you're not gonna get heals, I'm gonna call it out.
Okay.
Alright, boys.
Fuck.
We're
I
heavy
bet you do your
underdogs.
thing, bro. I'm not gonna say nothing to you, bro. You do your thing.
I know I'm glitching right now, but
We're heavy underdogs,
Oh, no.
but we have heart. I believe we
I don't
can do
want to
this.
dictate your
hold on,
game.
hold on.
One of y'all stand here. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I'm face guarding.
3, 2,
Heal me.
1.
I hear you.
You need
Namor's here.
in its tracks.
Awesome.
Okay, yo, just take care of his tentacles. That's it. He's not
We
good at
need a
headshots.
flyer, bro. Got flyers, bro.
No, they have an Iron Man.
Yo, can we get that Iron Man, please?
Oh, yo, I'm backing up. Yo, flyer?
Heals
Yo, we
behind.
can't go.
Nothing heals. Oh.
We're behind?
Yo,
We
there.
need to get rid of that flyer, bro. Do we have enough damage? Yo, we can't play Squirrel.
You want me to play Iron Man? Or do you want me to go Ultron and try to knock him out? I'll go Ultron.
Yo, let me play Iron Man, and then maybe when you play Thor.
Thor's banned. We just banned Thor.
Thor's banned. Oh fuck.
No, just chill. Back up for a second.
We're not doing too bad here. Call your cooldown.
I'm dead.
Alton.
Bro, yo, we have to get that Iron Man, bro.
Okay.
Loki dead, Loki dead.
Oh yeah, just make sure you say sometimes make sure to say what your character you are, cause like Circle is saying you all thing, we don't know if you're cloak and dagger sometimes, you know?
Help, I'm dead.
Where?
Get in the more, get in the more.
Back him out.
Get in the more, he's in his bubble. Oh fuck.
Back up.
Okay.
I'm dead. Making you dead.
I'll overextend it. I should have came back quicker.
Okay.
But my ult ended.
Cool.
Don't even worry, bro.
Okay, we have three healers right now.
Yeah.
We're doing 3 healer already? There's no healing.
Justin, are you mute? I can't hear you.
No, I'm just really lost in.
Guys, back up.
Okay,
We're dying one by one. We're dying.
Bro, it's literally the Iron Man, bro. Can we get that?
Okay,
Iron Man?
yo, you have no tank. You have no tank right now.
I'm gonna focus Iron Man. Just make sure you have someone has a drone on you, because I can't like. Make sure if you have a drone on you, just make sure you're in your teammates. Fuck.
Yo, they're pushing up.
They ulted.
Hold on.
They're in coffee already. This is good. Can you hear me, Arjun?
Yeah. I'm backing up.
Can we kill
Did we get a single pick, bro?
Nah, not yet.
They're really like here, bro. In our face. I'm gonna try to body block for you guys.
I'm dead.
Yeah, their heals are good.
I have ults.
Yo, let's try to get a healer or something, bro. We got no pick.
Okay, push up, I'm ulting.
Wait, I'm here.
Where the fuck are you, bro?
No more ult got me.
Oh,
Dead.
Okay, they just range shield that. Can we kill Rogue at least? Did we get Rogue?
Yo, are we sure about this 3 healer?
Okay, I'll switch off after I use my ult.
Bro, we only have
damage, bro.
we only have one DPS and he was close range.
We have no range.
Let me get my ult off and I'll switch off.
No, I'll switch. I'll switch. I just got my ult.
I'm a cloak and dagger. I'm ulting. Oh, I'm about to die. Fuck! Okay. Oh.
I'm switching. Don't switch. Okay. Oh, never mind. Switch. Okay, I'll play Rocket.
We're gonna get a kill.
Go punish.
really
Go punish.
Come on, Luna.
Yeah, the Iron Man got here.
Luna's dead.
Yo, Iron Man's so weak.
Get Gary.
Okay.
Gary dead.
Yo, make sure you're targeting the thing.
Ultim.
Yo, I'm in a 1-on-1 with Iron Man right now.
They have heals.
I'm too far. Yo, I have no heal.
Please kill this Iron Man, bro.
Oh,
I'm dead.
Cloak and dagger ult on point. Come back. We're safe.
Yo, calm when you die, bro. You're here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, beacon back in 10 seconds.
Please get that Iron Man.
Stay alive.
Yo, we're holding it pretty well here. Can we just get that Iron Man?
Rogue ult is behind us. I got my beacon back up.
One more dead.
I got my ult. I'm gonna ult.
I lost range.
Oh, I ulted kind of far.
Yo, Iron Man's like 2 shots.
Push up. My ult is in front of the point.
Yeah, Iron Man got heals.
We got him in a pocket.
Get Luna. Okay, nice.
They kill me.
I don't see Iron Man. Where is this guy?
He's back there. It's fine.
Do we have no range players?
We got Punisher. We're Punisher.
I'm saying, yo, we need Iron. We need range players for Iron Man.
Yeah, he hasn't died yet.
Punisher, bro.
We countered well. Like we planned it and we countered. So we're good.
Yo, Punisher, that's your guy, bro.
Okay. Portal behind us. Hey, Luna ulted. Oh, never mind. They didn't. I lied.
Luna dead.
Oh, they're blind.
I want point.
Range low. Get Iron Man. Get Iron Man behind us. Still. Don't forget about that guy.
Yo, they went double.
Yeah. Rogue low. He's running.
Yo, okay, Iron Man ran away, but he's alive.
Okay.
He's weak. Good shit.
Alright, I'm putting my beacon back up.
Hold the fort.
Yo, this area is like.
Okay, my beacon is right behind.
This shit down, bro.
Beacon is back up.
Got you. Let me know.
Yeah. When they all get here,
Iron Man on me.
Yo, let's coordinate it because I'm on cooldown too.
Are you on cooldown right now?
No.
Fuck it.
They're on me.
Let's go.
Go.
Get back if you can.
I'm here a little low.
Yo.
Oh my god.
What the fuck happened?
You had the bubble. I have no idea.
I got cooked.
They all focused you, bro. They all focused you, bro.
Yo, you gotta. No one's taking out those.
Yo,
fuck. I might die here. Oh no, I didn't die.
No, you're not. No, I got happened. Not yet.
Fuck,
That's not good.
Yeah, no, they got us backed up in this corner again.
I'm dead. Fuck, bro.
Ski.
Bro, the Iron Man is coming us.
I'm gonna try fish, bro. I don't think punish not working for me.
Yeah, go fish, go fish.
Yo, what do you
fish?
need range DPS, bro?
Jeff,
I'm going to more.
Okay.
If you need range
I
DPS, I,
think,
can do.
three
I can do
healers,
Warlock.
3 healers with Namor would be good. 3 healers with Namor is good.
Yo,
hold it on
Warlock's hit scan.
Okay,
He's
just
pretty good for me.
each healer just pocket someone. Each healer just pocket someone.
Okay, wait. Okay, yo, let's switch.
next
Switch
set,
it. It would make sense.
next set.
We can hold this for a minute 30, bro.
Yo, bro.
Rose dead. Rose though. Okay, nice.
Rogue's dead.
Okay, get Iron Man. Get Iron Man.
Iron Man's hurt.
Get rid of the Namor.
You can back
Get
up.
rid
I
of
got
the
my
Namor,
ult if we need it.
Iron Man's hurt.
I was hurt.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, yo, they got their support ult.
Luna ult.
I'm gonna ult back. I support ulted back. Oh,
Back up.
Good shit.
okay, they broke it. Their shit's done now. Okay,
Get the Iron Man if you can.
range
He's
ult.
on us. I'm dead.
Fuck.
Who died?
Yo, I'm gonna try to do something.
No, Aaron's back.
Rogue dead.
Nice.
Rogue dead.
I got a lot of them.
Okay.
Pick me out, bro. You're wasting
I got a lot of them, bro.
Why did you go that way? You should have went to. You should have went to our spawn, bro. You should have went to our spawn,
He
bro.
was one shot.
Sorry,
Bro, you
bro.
should have spit him into my penny minefield.
You should have went to our spawn, bro.
Back up.
I didn't know, bro.
Bro, you have to know where you're gonna go if you swallow them, bro.
30 seconds.
Okay, that's not good.
Back up now.
We have no ults to counter this.
Agreed.
I'm beaming here. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, she's beaming me back. Fuck.
Oh, you didn't kill anyone with that?
Nope.
Damn.
Fuck, I died.
He's dead. Everyone's dying.
Fuck, bro.
Do we have?
That's my fault.
Oh no, I'm getting healed.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
No.
Can you hold it?
I'm back.
Nah, I can't even touch it.
Don't worry, we took it to OT. We made it OT.
We made it
We
OT.
Score is 0.
We held them off literally as much as we could.
Time to switch things up, including which
Alright, do I play
side
DPS
you're
here?
on.
Or do I go tank?
You'll
What
need
DPS are you gonna
which
play?
team to win this one.
I was either gonna play Namor or Moon. No, I can't play Moon Knight. Namor probably.
Okay. We
No
can't.
more. Emma, go.
Are we doing 3 healer?
Go dive. No.
No.
Or I don't know. I'm gonna go or just stay Magneto.
Alright.
I think this should work.
Okay, back.
Alright, Manir, if you want to switch, we can. I don't mind playing Ultron.
Ultron's not gonna heal as much as Rocket. If I'm
Yeah, we
locked
need more
in.
healing.
If I'm playing this game properly, which I need to fucking be, bro. But then how much healing do you have? I know it's gonna be a lot more than me, but.
Low-key dive might not be good. They're gonna be playing Namor on defense for sure.
I have 15,000.
Okay, I have 11.6k.
30 seconds before you
That's-
attack.
13.
Not enough.
I have 0.
But 5 revives is pretty good, I think.
Wait, what are we asking for?
Yo,
I'm just talking about our healing stats.
So then, okay.
Iron Man, that's Guggen.
Okay, no,
Okay, let's
Emma. No, Emma, is there another DPS you can play?
Bucky.
I
Bucky.
try Bucky, bro.
Yeah, if you're better with magic, like, and you're doing more with magic, I would rather you just play magic.
I'm a
You
trolling
have to
already,
team up as
bro.
well.
I'll start with magic. If it doesn't work out, I'm switching off. Especially if it's the Namor fucking me up.
Destination.
More squid.
I got him. I got Alan.
Oh, fuck.
Bro,
Okay.
what's up? Two of them, bro.
You're back. Beacon 40-second cooldown.
They got a Captain America? No way.
Yo, we're beating them. We're literally beating them.
Cat backline. Behind point. On point. He's chasing me. Okay, don't
That's a
get.
cap?
Get Iron Man. He's close.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm not gonna focus on cap too much, bro. He's not even like.
I got Iron Man.
Yeah, I just need one person to come
big,
back.
big,
I don't
big.
need everybody to come back. But he's gonna stall us for a lot of time. If he
Move
keeps,
up. Let's face guard.
we need to get this guy off the point so we can move it,
If you come
bro.
up, you can get behind me.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump. I'm gonna let you guys handle it. Thank you.
Got him.
Yo, heals.
Got you.
Good shit.
Beacon is
Yeah,
back.
yeah, move up.
Beacon back online.
Yo, if you can get me,
You just gotta like switch back.
Yeah.
Strange
Stay
Jet.
close to point so we can move it faster too.
Yeah, on point. Yeah, more people on point.
yeah, move the point. Lock
Tanks
in.
off. Tanks get off.
I'm gonna ult right away.
Tanks get off. Tank, move up. Range, move up, bro.
Want me to move up?
Should not have done that.
Yeah, move up with the other tank. And then when do you come back? Because we gotta deal with Captain America when he comes back.
Back.
He's already half health. I'm gonna ult.
It's on me.
Survive this fight. Oh fuck, they're gonna break my beacon.
Fight it if you can. Fight it if you can.
I got Alan.
They broke the beacon. And Iron Man, you might ult soon.
Can you hear me,
Yo,
Goxie?
Iron Man's on me. Iron Man's on me. Yo,
You got ulted. Nice. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Oh fuck.
They're chaining ults. They're chaining ults.
I'm fighting for my fucking life on point. I'm fighting for my fucking life on point. Oh shit.
Where you at? Where you at, me?
We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm behind you.
I'm flanking. I'm flanking.
Oh, yo, strange ult, strange ult.
Healing you. Healing you. Fucking
Alan
double.
dumbass.
Okay. Iron Man's still a problem. Iron Man's still a problem. Rafiki, can you handle that? Oh,
trying to get him.
fuck.
I got him. I got Iron Man.
Cap backline. Cap backline. Cap backline. Cap. I'm dead. Oh fuck.
Yo, I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck.
Yo, self,
Okay,
by yourself,
okay.
by yourself, by yourself, by yourself.
No healers. No heals. 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 No heals.
Bro, play late. Play late.
Do not have your heals, bro.
Yeah, yo, group up. Group up. Group up. Group up.
Okay. Look, it might be time for a portal, bro. Actually, nah.
They're back. I hear Iron Man.
Cap slow.
Heals.
I'm gonna have ult.
Beacon back. Oh
Watch
shit.
it no more.
Okay, we're good. Nobody got hit. Push up. Push up.
Did he dodge my ult, bro?
He's one, bro. That's so annoying.
Heals.
I
When you get the
have my ult in a couple seconds. Okay, I'm out. Push up, 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 push up. Bend the corner. Oh, he fucking ult him.
Oh my god, he just killed.
You're back, you're back, you're back. I'm getting chased by strange. I'm getting chased by strange.
Oh fuck, me and Alan are having our own battle.
guys, I'm fighting the healers.
Bro, you gotta tell me that shit, bro. You gotta tell me that shit, bro. Guggin, man. You can't be losing. Alan's hiding in the back, bro. You can kill this guy, bro. Oh my god.
Back up.
My guy.
Play late.
Fuck.
12 seconds. Anyone on point? I can point or someone gets on.
No, we have nobody close, bro. Fuck.
I'm going.
No, M is there, M is there.
Fuck.
They got mines.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, it doesn't really right.
Pain.
Damn, I really thought we had that.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro.
Alright, game one, bro.
Yeah, they got this. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's gonna be a wash.
Chill, bro. Chill.
Yeah,
Just
Did you
chill.
say that? Bro, after the game.
Yeah, it's just
Hello?
reality.
Oh shit, we're doing like it keeps on going.
Yeah.
Does it keep on going?
No, it doesn't.
How was that? How was that?
That was pretty bad, bro.
Look at warm up stuff.
Who pissed you
Yeah, yo,
off
we're
the
just
most?
stretching stuff. Just stretching, bro.
Just getting the fingers warm.
Who pissed us off the most? Is that your question, bro?
Yes, that's what.
Honestly, just ourselves, bro. We're just like, yo, this is just we're not locked in as we should
Yeah,
be,
not
you
even
know?
sad. Yeah, like this was expected, to be honest.
I won't be honest. I'll give you some insider information. The penny pissed us off the most. We fucking hated the penny, bro. I can guarantee you we might ban it next game.
Okay.
Alright, Ben. Let's see.
Say less, bro.
All right. Best of luck.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
All right.
I figured that would happen. I
What's the
had a
strat?
feeling. I had a feeling that would happen. Okay.
I am the
Playing
god
defense,
of
right?
thunder and the mightiest
All right, we'll see what
avenger.
happens. Let's
Oh,
see
we're
the
playing-
bans
we're playing
first. What do you guys want to
defense?
ban now?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Thing and no more. Or Thing and Iron Man?
Yeah, I think
Yo,
yeah.
either one
Let's
goes.
ban Iron Man.
Okay, let's ban Iron Man.
I mean, then that answers this question.
We can ban Iron Man.
ban.
I'm down for that. We'll see what they keep. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna ban
Next
Gambit
one.
again.
Okay,
Damn,
Thing.
damn, they're not letting up that Gambit, bro.
Yeah, they're not gonna let you do the team
Keep
up.
Thor, bro. Keep Thor.
Yeah, okay, we can make Manir play.
Ban
Thor.
Thing. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Who are they gonna ban? You see, now the jitters are out, bro. Now I'm not nervous anymore.
Penny.
Now my hands are warmed up.
Who did they
You'll need a top-notch team.
who did they ban last time?
What do I play here?
Oh, they banned Groot. They banned Groot
You guys
last
wanna go
time.
triple healers?
If it's triple healer, then I should be the healer.
We don't have to
You
go
wanna do
triple then.
Mantis and then Surfall? You wanna go offense?
Surfall DPS or Surfall tank?
So far
Surfall
you're muted.
DPS. Low key, no?
'Cause I don't think we want Magic as the solo DPS.
We need a proper shield tank too. So
Yo, who?
I mean the walls are good,
Okay, you want me to switch? You want me to
but the
switch?
walls will fuck me
Nah,
up
stay
a lot.
Groots. Stay Groots.
Perils not just Asgard.
Are you sure?
So we're going triple healers? Okay, yeah, triple healers with Namor should be strong.
Okay.
30 seconds before.
I'll try to stay back then, cause I don't want to get fucked over by the walls. I don't want to interfere.
Brother,
What
Low
are
key
yours?
banned my only DPS.
Oh, Mad
this
Moon?
changes nothing about the reckoning you must face for what
I
you
lied, I
have
could play
done to
Punisher, kinda.
Asgard.
Who's your DPS? Oh,
Iron Man.
Iron Man, yeah. I'm a nice Iron Man
T,
too.
where do I put my healing wall? I'll put that shit like right here.
Make it hidden, bro.
We're setting it
They're
up.
gonna try to snipe it, bro.
Watch out for
Put it
any
on the
pulls.
side.
Like there, right there?
Yeah,
That's a good healing wall.
That's good.
Okay, I'm gonna be in the back.
Yeah, I'm gonna be front.
Do we want to play this up though?
No, don't stay too far back. Stay close to Namor at least.
Is down playing Thor?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
You got a Hawkeye? They got a Hawkeye?
Watch out for the one hits, bro, for the Hawkeye.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Yo, we're down.
Yeah, the Hawkeye, bro. He chunked my health out.
You gotta back up, quickly.
Yo, Alan, Alan's behind us.
Okay, hold on, coming back.
Alan's dead.
They're on point. They're on point.
Slow as fuck.
Okay.
Heals.
I am frozen.
Okay, I'm flanking their healers. Where y'all at? Oh fuck! Y'all not here?
Touching?
On the other side? Okay, I
Bro,
got
I'm touching, bro,
okay,
please.
tank's on the other side. We got him distracted.
Bro, they're on me.
Fuck, Scarlet on me. Scarlet is
They're playing a
doing
Hawkeye.
fair damage, bro. Holy
Yeah, they
Scarlet
are.
Witch.
Yeah, it is what it
We're
is.
getting run down.
Yeah, the Scarlet Witch is a problem, bro.
Justin, shut up, bro. Like honestly, like shut the hell up, bro.
Bro, actually, like you're actually
Like,
fucking being annoying as shit,
that
bro.
negativity is not helping anybody, bro.
Bro, there's actually like we can actually win this fucking game, bro.
Alright,
We
I'll
have
switch
3
to
tank, by
DPS.
the way.
I'll switch
Yeah,
to
because you
DPS.
portaled. Why did you? Oh, you portaled back.
I'll switch to DPS.
Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted. Bro.
Null's followers are the embodiment of evil. Awaken the rage of battle. I never miss.
Back up.
Watch out, back up, that's ult.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I got Agamotto up top
Holy
like that.
fuck, bro.
Bro, they're locked in. I can't even breathe,
I'm on
bro.
point. I'm on point.
Okay. What is preventing us from killing Hawkeye?
Nice. I'm still
Can
on
you kill
point.
Alan? Can you kill Alan?
I
He
was
got my
weak
ass.
still.
You want us?
Yo, whoever's on point, you're on your ones, bro. Just so you know.
When is fighting Alan back?
Bro, what? Okay.
Oh yeah, we have so many ults up. We gotta use those properly.
Those jokes.
Okay.
Okay, yo, back up. Don't play it too aggressively. You don't have everybody with you. Back up.
Clo just ulted into our plot. Okay. We jumped in ulted.
Behold the god of thunder.
Yes.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god.
Got you.
Okay, I'm gonna ult. Fuck, that didn't do anything.
I'm so blinded.
But they still had Luna ult up,
I'm
bro.
dead.
I didn't even see that part. I thought that was our Luna. Bro. We didn't even have Luna.
No, we did. We got the
got the
Luna
Luna,
ult.
I got
Okay,
the
cloak
Luna, I got the Luna, I got the Luna.
cloak dead. Oh, Scarlet's low.
Strange
Alright,
dead.
good shit. Yo, Argent MVP? Crazy.
Okay, Argent back up. Watch out for
Yeah,
Hawkeye.
play back,
Watch out for
play
Hawkeye.
back.
Okay. Let us strange shield if possible.
Yo, should we move the point back?
We can't move it
Yeah,
any
stand on
faster.
point,
We
stand on
can't
point.
move it any faster.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't go any faster if there's more people on it.
Oh, really? Like it doesn't
Have
reverse?
somebody standing up. Just have one person stand. It doesn't reverse. Just put the pace timer changes.
Oh, okay, okay.
I just need someone keeping guard. Both dead. Their healers are dead. Don't die to that, please.
I'm dead. I'm
Okay,
dead.
we can kill Strange. Strange is low. Strange is dead.
Oh, dude.
That's nice.
Oh, what an insane play, bro.
Can I hit this guy? Holy fuck. Okay, I'm backing up.
Back up.
Hawkeye. He's...
Actually, Loki, I could
Back
have.
up. Don't get picked by Hawkeye. Don't play the corner. Play the corner.
Yeah.
Don't. Hawkeye sucks at playing corners.
I'm a swerve in the corner. Whoa.
Hawkeye's dead. Hawkeye's dead. Nice. Don't die to that.
It's a bad ult. It's a really bad ult.
I agree.
Might push up too much.
Play corner.
I'm ulting on them. Okay. Back them up. Back them up.
That's a big ult.
Alan dead.
They have cloak ults. They have cloak ults. Dying too.
I have Agamotto. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. Fuck, they got 3 of
A bunch
us.
of ults, I'm not gonna lie.
Justin Arrow alive.
Doesn't back up. Doesn't back up.
Alive still.
Nothing if you can heal
Yo,
rolls.
back. Oh, fuck. I died.
And he's dead.
That would've been, yeah, no.
Oh fuck.
We're all dead.
Okay, back up. Give him space. Play your life.
Yeah. We don't have enough mans to fight that.
There's still a chance.
Let me know when you're ready, bro.
Surf, if you're gonna
I'm ready. I have
portal,
ult.
bro. Let us
I have
know.
ult.
I'm about to have ult. I'm gonna have ult in.
Go.
You're gonna
Surfer,
get-
you might be on mute, my boy.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh fuck.
Did she
Okay.
ult? Who ulted?
We both all did.
Did you
We
ult?
double and all. Double and all. Double and all.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, heals.
I got one tap.
Okay.
I got one tap. Somebody kill Hawkeye.
No,
Alan's dead.
this is-
Thor's dead. Thor's dead. Thor's dead. Thor's dead.
Kill Hawkeye.
He's one top. He's fucking one.
Their healers are low. Their healers are low. Somebody touch point. Somebody touch point. Somebody touch point. Somebody touch point.
It's okay.
Fuck.
Back up. They're gonna revive super quick now. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone back up.
Fuck.
Yo, can you guys hear Surfo?
No.
No.
Stop that vehicle.
To battle again.
That's a mage, bro.
Careful left.
He's probably
probably
like restarting his Discord.
Yeah, he's resetting it.
Now or never. Stop them.
Bro, they fucking.
Can't hear you, bro.
Yo, call out when you go in.
How many healers do they have, bro?
Sorry.
It's two. They're cycling their ults pretty well. I'm dead.
Don't die to that. Don't die to that.
Hawkeye picked me.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh,
GG.
fuck. Everybody's dead. Yeah. Oh.
Watch out for Scarlet Witch.
I'm not for a fucking Thor, bro. Holy. I'm on point. I'm alone on point. I'm good.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, you guys should calm when you're switching, by the way.
Guys, touch point.
Trying.
We can't hear Surf, though.
That's over. Rips. GG's. Bro.
Ah.
The current score is 0-3.
Yeah, we're not starting next game until
Time to
Surf
switch things
until we
up,
figure out
including
how to
which
talk to this guy.
side you're on.
Not over yet. We still have our turn, bro.
Oh, it's only round 1?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bro's upset that the game's still on.
Yo, let me play tank.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think we need triple healers. So I can go DPS, bro.
DPS.
We need a DPS that can fuck up their DPS. It's their DPS that are like terrorizing
just
us.
kill Scarlet Witch, bro.
Do we have a diver? Yo, we don't have. We need a diver.
We don't need dive.
Yo, I think Venom.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think it's
wait. If you want to go Mr. Fantastic, I'll go Rocket, bro. Alright.
Do you want me to go Venom?
I don't think we need dive.
Okay. So doing 3
We're doing
healers.
triple healers?
And
don't need
and
triple
Raph,
healers.
if you want to, I'd prefer Punisher. But I don't know if you're.
Hey, bro, we could brawl if we want to brawl. Oh yeah, let's not do solo tank.
No, we got Mr. Fantastic. He's gonna tank with you guys,
For
bro.
this push,
He's gonna take with you, bro.
Alright, okay, yeah. That's an annoying ass team to face, like Mr. Fantastic, Stranger.
Is there healing enough with Adam?
It might not be, but let's see.
We'll see what we can do, bro.
Alright.
Line your headshots, bro. Line your headshots.
And don't get hit by the Hawkeye's headshots. Yeah, jump around and shit.
Are you guys like? Is a Hawkeye a problem? Who's a problem right now on this squad?
Scarlet Witch.
I feel like there's
Hawkeye and Scarlet Witch.
It's just the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch is only what you...
They have a Punisher and a Black Panther. Black Panther behind you. Black Panther behind you. Argent. Oh shit.
Panther?
Yeah.
Bro, there's no way this guy's hooking us with Panther.
I'm self-serving.
I need you to be more mindful, bro. This guy's out here, bro.
Panther dead?
Not everybody needs to turn around. Not everybody needs to turn around. Tanks don't turn around, bro. Just keep making space.
Push him.
Yeah, push him.
Heals?
Heal you? Oh fuck. Any, bro. Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going.
okay, yo, you only have one healer.
Alan dead?
Alan dead. Luna dead.
Don't die, bro.
BP.
Oh fuck, yeah, I'm out of here, bro.
Kill him.
Just come back.
No, you're good.
Good shit, Gogan.
Let's go. Cooking, bro. Just hit headshots, bro. I swear to God, you will cook them, bro. In my portal, they're gonna portal. Oh, never mind, he's right here.
Yo, they have fucking Luna.
Yo, let this run out, man.
Oh, this guy solo ulted me, bro. Damn.
How do they always
hit him? I ulted. I killed both their supports. Both supports are dead.
I'm coming back.
Oh, that's big.
Don't die.
Heals. I'm dead. Shit. There's no heals.
Fuck. Sorry, I was dead.
Fuck. Okay.
Again, don't die. Don't die.
Got him.
Take it back.
I have ult again. We have res too.
Yeah, if you don't have tanks, shit. If you don't have tanks, you can wait for tanks.
We don't have a tank right now either. We can cap some more.
Okay,
yo, we're gonna capture. Just capture.
Antoline killer hasn't respawned yet. They can't portal either.
Kill them individually.
Okay, back up.
Okay. Good shit.
Wait for our other tank.
Yep.
I'm on Alan. Get out.
Yo, trap Alan.
It's fine.
GP backline.
We're so bonded, don't worry.
He's dead? Okay, push up.
Black Panther's a bad move.
He's doing the troll, bro.
He's 20, so? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, Black Panther is a bad character, bro.
I mean, a good Black Panther is still good, bro, if they can do shit. But like at the beginning when we didn't know, now we're ready, bro.
It's gonna be objective a little bit.
Yo, Alan's flanking left.
Yeah. I'll hold objective with any for a bit. You guys keep going. I can bounce. I can bounce the shit off the wall.
Alan got me.
Me too.
Range back up.
Emmett, come back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Emmett, it's hurt.
That's my bad.
You're good. Made it work.
I have ults.
They swapped off VP. They have Phoenix now. Don't stay too clumped up if you're if you're tagged, bro.
I'm staying back. I have ult.
Oh.
They ulted.
Yo, Alan's ulted.
Oh,
no, they used the healer ult. They used healer ult as well.
I'm dead. Oh, we're back. We're so back.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay. That ult is so sick whenever it hits.
Oh, don't die. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
I am dead.
Soul bond? Okay. No.
I am back. I'm back.
Keep going. Oh, fuck. Everybody died.
Oh,
well, yo, body's in the floor. Oh, man. It's not looking good right now. Yo, fall back. We can't win this fight.
Yeah, no, we're moving.
We're moving back, but we're taking heavy damage.
Heals?
Oh, everybody died.
Oh, okay.
I died.
I have portal.
Okay, we have 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, regroup.
I'm getting destroyed by Punisher. Yo, can I get heals?
Yo, I'm portaling.
I got you. Oh, big portal. Yo, come back slowly. Wait, hold on. Yo, Guggen, you stay up.
Portal.
With their wall, and then we'll. Okay, we're 3 and 3 right now.
Jump in.
Guggen, go up.
Yo, I got a pick. I died.
Yo,
You're getting res. You're getting res. You're getting res. You're getting res.
Oh, say less, say less, say less, say less.
Yo, we should have all jumped through. We should have all jumped.
No, we're good. 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 We're good.
No, having two fronts is because then they're confused.
But they can just focus one and it's 6v3.
Yeah, it didn't work though, so we're good. We're good.
Disagree. It works.
Push the point. Push the point. Get time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Use momentum. Use momentum.
This guy's stalling. This guy's stalling. Oh, they're all back. Fuck. Fuck.
Successful stall.
Watch out for that.
I have ult in like 1 second. I'm ulting.
Strange head. We're so bonded.
Thor's running away. Okay, we got point.
Good, we're good, we're good. We
Hey,
got
kill
this.
Thor. Kill Thor. He's running. Fuck. Okay.
He's weak.
Don't chase. Just watch him on the watch him on the return.
Yeah. Stay back. Stay together. Don't go up too much.
Back up.
Yeah, push it as fast as we can. Push it as fast as we can. Push it as fast
I
as we
almost
can.
have ult.
A.M.I, you go up a bit.
Okay, beacon is back up. Let me know if you're out of range of beacon. You see an icon above your health bar.
Yo, I'm gonna play back a little because I have ult, so I can res.
Yeah, Thor on the right side. Thor on the right side.
Heals.
Oh, cloak dagger ulted. Oh, Iron Fist ult. Fuck, I'm stuck in a corner. I'm dead.
Got me too.
It's okay. They use all their ults. They use all their ults. Turn this around. They use all their ults.
I mean,
They're following me. I'm not gonna self
Yeah,
res.
you're not getting a res. You're not getting a res off, bro.
Yeah, do not do that, bro.
I know.
Save that for the final fight. This is the final fight.
This is not the final fight, bro. You still got a minute 30,
I
bro.
think so, bro.
I mean, if we don't die, then it's different, but. We gotta get picks.
Trying to come around the corner.
Gone.
Iron Fist over here.
I got you.
Good walls.
Thor behind.
Shield back up. She ulted.
Okay, we're so bonded.
Arjun, I would think it was a safer spot in case you have to ult.
Oh fuck. Back up. Oh damn.
I'm the only one alive.
They got this.
Oh, we're born again, bro.
Go. Bro, she froze my ult.
Go. Iron Fist behind us. Iron Fist and Thor behind us. Look behind you.
Run to point.
Dutton, you're going too far. Dutton, you're too far. Dutton, you're too far.
Alan and Iron Fist are fighting.
Dutton, you're too far, bro.
Hard.
Yo,
I'm 2v1ing and I'm winning.
Yo, get to point. Okay, get to point.
Yo, we need our tanks on point.
They're down people.
Who has ult?
None of us have ult except for Rafiki, bro.
Just push it.
He's dead.
Hey, yo, on the side.
Just push it.
Alan's drop.
I'm here.
Watch out for Phoenix ult.
So bond.
Ulted them.
Oh fuck.
I'm dead. You finish the spell me?
No, bro. Iron Fist.
Kill him. You guys can kill him.
Range is back.
That's not good.
I got motoed.
Somebody touched.
I'm on the point.
On the point as well.
A.M.I, I just read.
Bro.
Come up.
Yeah, I'm dead. You gotta go.
Quantum magic.
Sure, those are bad guys.
You gotta fucking go now.
So close.
Why do you have a Spider-Man, bro? Surfel, why are you Spider-Man, bro?
No, he had a good game though.
Guys, we're so close. I can taste it.
Damn.
Oh, this can't be happening, bro.
Yo, this Ballard's dude is cooking up.
Ballage?
Yeah, bro. Their DPSs are cooking us, bro.
Iron Fist. In the last minute, they just added like the best guy in
Bro, his name is fucking Super Team, bro. Alright.
You cooking? Boy. Oh, I thought you guys had that too.
The Iron Fist was nice, bro.
He's crazy.
Yeah. Good shit, guys.
Alright, game 3.
Yes.
What do we need, bro? What's the difference?
What's the difference?
I'm not good. It's low key kind of a DPS div.
Is it?
I would
I
lean
mean,
towards that, yeah.
Again, us switching helped it, but I think it's still
Bro, I dealt the most damage in the game, bro. This can't be.
It's insane. But both of the DPSs, those two guys, they're cooking us.
Okay. So what do we need to do?
Figure out how to shut them down.
I don't want to overthink it because we played well that last game.
Yeah. Honestly, we could just tighten up.
Honestly, we could have
Well,
won that.
they
We
said
could have won
that
that first game too if Surfell like low-key went into our spawn with the Jeff Hall and killed all their whole team.
I'm letting you know they're gassing you, bro.
Who?
Just letting you know.
Who?
We didn't hear who you said.
Who am I gonna
Oh,
banish
yeah.
from this match?
Huh?
Bro just said that and left.
Is Alan still in here?
He's still here. He just okay. The
Yo,
fuck?
Alan, bro. We're discussing bans, bro. Come on.
Pick me! Pick me!
Alan, bro.
I'll just deafen him.
Just
I'll kick him.
yeah, just move him into a different channel, bro. I don't know.
I moved him.
Alright, you left.
I moved him.
Gambit again, bro.
Always Gambit, bro.
Yeah,
It's always
dude,
Gambit.
it's always gonna be Gambit, bro. They're scared of Jutin, bro.
Alright.
Alan was telling Alan was probably telling them fucking horror stories or some shit, bro.
They're nerfing you hard, bro.
Yo,
What are we
Who's
playing
in it,
with?
bro? Pick someone.
Guggen, you make the decision, bro. I'll trust
Iron
you.
Man again?
No.
Pick someone, bro.
I would say Iron Man, bro. Let's not deal with him.
Fuck, man.
Nah, I'm cool with him, man. Wait,
Oh.
Arjun, never mind. I understand you.
I'm not DPSing.
Bro, you gotta tell me that, bro.
It's all good.
Oh my
I trust
god.
you,
Alright,
bro.
you guys are selling, bro.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah, we
like
can hear you.
domination,
Oh, we can hear you
Yes.
now.
Finally, bro.
Let's go.
On my phone, bro.
Yeah, I'm playing Penny. It's domination.
Why they banned
They
Blue?
didn't. I don't know. They didn't ban Penny.
Who's looking
so I'm
fucking
like-
more?
The mightiest Avenger.
Okay, we
But
shouldn't.
you guys want
Loki,
me-
we
want
should
me
not
to
have been
DPS?
Iron Man,
Want me
bro.
to DPS?
Let's do 3.
I can switch.
Okay, I'll go DPS.
Eat nuts and
It's
kick
this roll, bro.
I don't like.
Is this enough healing? I don't like this healing
I don't
combo.
like the Jeff and Warlock combo.
Oh, that's our only healers are Jeff and Warlock. Yeah,
No,
those-
it's Jeff, Warlock, and Mantis
Surfer,
actually.
Surfer, do you want to play Penny?
Oh, why do we have four? We have four healers. Okay, no. I feel like.
What the fuck are we doing?
Okay, no, I got it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I like this.
Serval going no more? Alright, bet.
I like Mantis, Warlock, Rocket.
No, we need I think we need 2 tanks.
We need 2
bro.
tanks.
Yeah,
We
for
need
this
2
map, for this
tanks.
map, we need 2 tanks. I'll switch to Meg.
Alright, that's fair. Do we have enough healing output?
I don't think it's enough healing, bro, compared to Luna and what's the other one? Cloak and Dagger?
Okay,
Way better healing.
can you go back?
Healing.
Any?
Yo, have we
Alright.
seen Surfer's Cloak and Dagger yet, bro?
The first
I don't
round,
think we have,
first
bro.
round for a bit.
I think it's time for.
Okay, go Cloak and Dagger, bro.
To the mission area.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
All right, let's go.
Who knows,
Let's
bro?
go.
We
I like
could-
this.
we could totally-
I like this a lot.
We could be domination
Loki,
players, bro.
A Luna would also be fire. Wasn't Luna your like go-to? Why didn't you pull that out yet?
Fishes aren't really my go-to anymore. Also, I think she's kind of fast, to be honest.
Hey, we're looking at her like on the side.
Get 10th line killer, bro, please.
I have to
So Iron Fist backline. Iron Fist on Iron Fist. Okay. We need someone to get Iron Fist, bro. Who's it gonna be?
Stay in your penny nest, bro. Stay in your penny nest.
Bro, my penny nest is dead.
They're playing crazy dive.
We're so all over the place. Holy.
Yeah, we got no consistency here. Iron Fist still on me, bro. Holy. Iron Fist. Okay, Iron Fist is dead. I'm ulting on point. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I sacrificed my life for Pakistan. Oh, Pakistan returned the favor.
I did.
Bro.
Gary's dead. Come to point, please.
I'm gonna play Rogue if
Come to
if
point,
it's not
come to
working,
point, come to point.
Yo, we were all.
Yo, I have 2 mans on me. There they go.
We're playing penny.
Okay, one of the strategists is dead.
Yo, we're winning.
One of the strategists is dead. Okay.
Back up.
Kill Rogue. Okay, we're good.
Oh, nice.
Got the point. Gary's back.
Grab that point. Hold it down. Hold it down.
Gary's back.
Bro, the fucking Iron Fist is cooking me.
Please.
Holy
Iron
fuck
Fist
my
cooking.
aim. Holy fuck my aim, bro. Okay, he's dead.
Alright, we're about to bother the fuck out of them now. I set up my penny.
I'm back.
I hear someone around the corner.
Alright, ready?
Which
Just
corner,
group up
bro?
around my nest and Iron Fist won't be able to do anything.
Yo, Iron Fist is hiding down here. Iron Fist is hiding down here.
Yeah, I hear him.
He's behind us.
Right there?
Okay.
I pinged it.
Okay, yo, don't all focus on him. They're coming. They're coming.
Yeah.
I'm staying. I'm watching this shit.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna have support up. They have support ult up.
Yeah, one of their supports is Deadpool, so you can't get it all. He has to earn it again every time he dies.
Iron Fist on Iron Fist.
On me.
Iron Fist on me.
Yo, come to point. Come to this. Come to
They
this.
just support ult. They just support all this. They just support all this.
Watch out for Bucky. Watch out for Bucky.
Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
Kill Alan. Alan's dead. Bucky's dead.
Get back on point. Get back on point. Get back on point. Get in the bubble. Get in the bubble.
I'm on point. I'm on point.
I died.
Stay in the nest. Stay in the nest. Stay in the nest. Stay in the nest. This is no fuck. The nest is gone.
Alton, get near it. Get near it.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Can we get this roll? Get this Luna too.
Luna's dead. Luna's dead. Luna's dead. Luna's dead. Luna's dead.
I
Deadpool's dead. No heals. No heals on their team. No heals on their team. Just kill Rogue.
Let's go, Manir.
Rogue's dead. Oh my
this, Storm.
fucking god, bro.
Get the storm. Yo, domination might be our best.
He's gonna ult. He has ult. He has ult. Don't let him use it. When they come back, he's probably gonna ult on us.
Yo, Manir, you haven't played DPS, have you?
I tried a little bit first round and then I swapped off roll.
Yo, back up. Don't just stick. Don't stick on him. Don't stick on him.
Yo, everyone stand on the point. It moves faster. Doesn't it?
I think it maxes out.
It
Maxed out at 3.
3?
Oh, okay.
They're flanking us.
Yeah, yeah. Watch out. He's gonna break the nest from that, I think. Yeah. Fuck.
I'm dead.
Okay. We have Walt. We have Walt on the point. Walt time.
Iron Fist.
Yo, someone get that. A fist
Iron Fist dead. Iron Fist dead.
Rogue's low. Rogue's dead.
Eris dead.
Rogue dead. Rogue dead.
Ooh,
Get cloak and dagger. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Nice. Good shit. Good
Okay.
shit.
Shit, guys.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Mother moon, bro. Mother moon is cooking right now.
I know they're fucking pissed, bro.
Okay, I like the comp. Imagine if I was more used.
Bro, Gary pulled me in. Gary pulled me in and then fucking died in half a second, bro.
Yo, Guggen.
Yeah.
Use your ult to stall, bro. It's not really like it's best used to just stall.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Use your ult to stall.
Use your ult to stall.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
No. I ult to bait out their support ults.
And Guggen, make sure you're using both your fires at the same time, bro.
Which fires?
Right click and left click, bro.
Bro, you guys are lecturing the best penny player here.
Bro, we're just use it strategically, bro. No, but use it like on the supports, bro, so the supports can't fucking aim, bro. That's like the main thing.
I've been doing this whole game, bro.
Bro.
I'm annoying as fuck.
Alright, bro.
I just opened a new.
Bro, I saved my.
Yo, Guggen, bro. Make sure you like you don't have to you don't even have to reload, bro, on that character, bro.
Fuck, bro. This is my favorite Iron Man map, bro. Fuck you guys.
They're playing you. He's on the nest.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I want to
gonna get me.
Holy frame rate drop.
I want priority of this.
Fuck that bitch.
Ballage.
Iron Fist.
I get.
What do you get priority of, bro? Oh, of the point.
Yeah.
Iron Fist is chasing me.
Yo, if I get hit with that, I'm gonna die.
Yo, Emma Frost.
Iron Fist is one. Iron Fist. Iron Fist survived.
Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Emma Frost got my ass.
I'm dead.
The no more squids got me still.
Okay. We gotta call that shit out, bro. They're making swaps.
yeah,
They're making swaps. They're making swaps.
Target the point. Yeah, target the squids.
They do not have a Thor anymore. They have an Emma Frost. Like we gotta.
Oh, they
Emma
have
Frost and no more. Yeah, Emma Frost no more.
There's no longer a Bucky.
Y'all are good. Y'all are good.
Yeah, we're good. I'm beaming him.
One's dead.
Yo, we're low-key good at a corridor.
Yo, do not. Yeah. This is good for Emma Frost. Fuck.
Oh, I shouldn't have marked up. That's my bad.
I stopped her. Oh fuck. I almost have my ult back.
I have ult.
I have ult too. Nice.
I'm ulting on them.
Insane heals.
Tank dead.
Alright, move up.
Oh,
I'm trying to kill Alan.
I'm dead. I'm dead, but my ult's still on point. Okay, nice.
Okay, healer else. Oh shit, back up. Stay in healer. We have healer else out.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
Holy.
Bro, lucky I forgot. I told myself I was supposed to restart my computer before I played this game.
Yo, can we kill this rogue, please?
I'm coming back.
She's dying.
I'm coming back right now.
Dying, she's dying. Dying. Dead.
Get Emma Frost.
Ulted him. Big ult.
Nice. Good ult. Good ult. Good ult.
Get Emma.
Get to like killer.
One
Get to
shot.
like killer, bro. Okay, nice.
Yo,
No
get
more's
out,
up there.
get
No
out,
more's
up
up there. He's just chilling, bro.
Yeah, don't let him.
Okay.
Do I climb this? I do.
I hear Iron Fist.
Yeah, back there.
Yo, don't 1v1 him. Don't 1v1 him. It's not worth it.
Yeah, yeah. If we stay together, we're like better against
Oh,
Iron
just
Fist.
call it out. Just call it out.
Ape together.
Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Iron Fist up here. Iron Fist up here. Iron Fist up here.
Left side. Left side. Left side. Left side. Left
Down
side.
there. He's running.
Back up.
Okay. Their tanks are back on point. Their tanks are back. Coming back to point.
Back up. Back up.
Iron Fist 1.
No more's still above us. Don't forget about that guy, bro. He's one. No more's one. No more's one. No more's one, bro. Fuck.
That's out of my range.
Yeah, I'm annoying them, but I don't know if I'll be safe.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna low-key chase him.
Line killer dead.
This is good. They're making mistakes.
Emma Frost.
Oh,
Yeah, they're making. They're low-key selling. Yeah.
And he heals up top. Heals up top. Heals up top. Heals up top.
I'm trying.
Nice.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we're good. We're good. I'm coming back down.
They're definitely banning Penny. Yo, this revive is so clutch. What the fuck? Kill that Luna if you can.
Fuck.
She ulted.
Fuck. Punisher's dead. Punisher's dead.
Yo, they
No more. No more's back up. No more's back up there.
Alan up top. Alan up top.
He's one shot. He's one shot. He's one shot. Fuck.
Out of my range.
Where?
Up top still.
Up top.
He's gonna get healed. Like, healed again. 10th line kill a half. 10th line kill a half.
Got you a mid.
Excellent. That's really good.
I'm pushing up. I'm gonna ult on them.
Yo, Balaj.
Mirror.
I'm back.
Good shit. Good.
Punisher dead again.
Good call.
Balaj on point. Just focus him, please.
I can ult if needed. Okay.
Get Deadpool. Get Deadpool. Get Deadpool.
1.
Hey,
Dead.
this bitch.
Okay, Angela.
Angela. Dead.
Dead.
They're gonna portal. They're gonna portal. They're gonna portal.
Dead.
Get this guy stalling. He's stalling for time. Get stalling for time. Okay. Oh my
shit.
fucking god.
Good shit.
Look at us.
Good fucking shit, bro.
Yo, look
At us.
Look at how much y'all coaching helped Gogan, bro. Your coaching helped Gogan so much.
You guys, bro.
Yo, honestly, we should put us everybody else in the coach section and on the menu and just
What's up, Gogan out there, bro?
Again, mule.
Bro,
Again.
give me
That's my MVP. That's my MVP.
Let's
Hey,
fucking
hey.
go.
Hey, I want it on the record. Cloak and dagger. That was my.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hey, bro.
Hello.
yo, fuck you guys. Now you guys are actually locked. I gotta.
We're team Tantry for a reason, bro.
Yo,
Wait. Why does it just say Epstein's friends, bro? What the fuck? Why does that shit say
Run it,
Epstein's
run it.
friends, bro?
Team Tantry.
Bro.
Tantry.
Alright, Alan, get out of the fucking Discord, bro. Oh my god.
I'm moving again. I got you.
Fucking Alan.
Okay.
Okay, how much time do we have? Do we have time to piss?
Sure.
Sure. Go now.
Yeah.
Yo, Rafiki, 18k healing.
Yo, he's cooking. Those heals were insane.
The Surfell clutched it, honestly. 15
Kept me alive. Those revives were fucking cooking, bro. You guys were reviving me at the most. It was only me too, I swear, getting revived.
Nah, they just got revived. I think I had 4 or 5 revives. A decent amount.
Oh yeah, the revives are super clutch. Bro, 13, almost 14k healing.
Okay, what map was that?
Domination, the Wakanda one.
Okay.
Loki and Cloak and Dagger is also a pretty good combo because I can just take his ult.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what we were.
Control.
And
sorry, you cut out there, Amit.
I think we were missing on the healing end. Maybe my DPS thing was wrong.
What do you mean?
I'm Barack.
What do you mean it was wrong?
Like we needed better healers.
Yeah, I think Surfel on CND is good. I think Jeten on anything is good.
Okay, yo, after thing, who are we banging? Sorry, banning.
Okay. okay. I'd say any character that either supercharged plays. Yeah, Iron Fist.
Yo, he wasn't that good that game.
Hey, he wasn't that annoying this game.
I mean, nobody was annoying that last game because we locked in, but generally.
Yeah.
I feel like the Penny Namor combo shuts down any dive pretty well.
I agree.
Yeah. The thing is if we playing Penny, we have to ban Iron Man because Iron Man's just gonna fucking break the nest from Sky.
Wait, so okay, no. How about this? How about
And then if we ban Iron Man, then fucking yeah, they're gonna ban Penny.
We have to ban Iron Fist.
Okay.
But we probably don't have that decision because they're gonna ban Penny second.
Yo, low key, I don't think
Alan.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Alan's the deciding factor. I think we can leave his bans alone.
Yeah.
I'm honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a DPS because like our healers I think are on par.
Yeah,
healers are on par, and if we can kill a healer before they ult or pre-ult, we can, you know, in their ult we can do a lot.
Yeah,
Isn't there a Luna one trick?
Who's their Luna?
Smart question. Yeah, isn't he a one trick?
Yamsin.
I don't know. Let me pull up the spreadsheet, bro.
Let's see. He has hold on stats.
I'm down to.
Yeah, he's a Luna C&D invis, but that's like his main shit. Yeah.
Oh damn, this guy's playing the fucking holy trinity of shit.
Yo, this guy only plays like support.
But he only plays meta support.
Yeah, and then Stark 69 is only gonna play like DPS, I think. For the
Should we start?
Yo,
is everybody back?
Archie. Wait, who's taking a piss break? Was it Archie?
He's back.
I'm back.
I'm back. I've been
back
back.
for a little bit.
All right, hold on. Let me ask him.
Stark 69 isn't even on Discord, bro. That's how sweaty he is.
Oh what?
Huh?
I didn't hear myself.
Oh.
Okay.
What happened, bro?
I don't know what happened, bro.
Yo, y'all see Jalen Williams fight Jokic?
Wait, what?
Oh what?
No.
No,
Yo, let's talk about it after. Let's talk about it after.
Bro's locked in.
Bro's scrolling in the middle of this shit.
Nigga, y'all took a piss break, bro. What am I meant to do? Like, what?
Piss, bro.
Walk in.
Yo, why did you say round one?
Okay, I backed up accident.
Which hero do you
Oh,
think
you fucked up.
today?
Yeah, I know.
Is domination again?
Right now.
Is domination again? Do you want to just cancel the game?
Oh fuck!
Or-
Hold on. Yeah.
Because isn't that kind of like I don't want him to complain, but like yo, domination.
Yeah. So we gotta do the
just-
thing. Push up. Your last
Is it
one.
convoy or
break.
convergence? Which
I'm
one?
really on
What are
some
we supposed
shit.
to do? Convergence.
Yeah, convergence. Fuck, yo, we just gotta get better with convergence. I feel like we're good with domination.
Convergence.
Yo, who the fuck left?
Go get. You're going off of like such sample size.
Okay.
Nah. I think convergence. We just get flustered.
What maps have we played so far?
Because, yo,
Does
domination,
anybody
that map is
remember?
more closed.
We played Wakanda. We played.
there's more movement.
We played,
It's more up and
we played
down.
Asgard and we played.
Yo, they don't have their sixth right now.
They don't have their six, by the way.
Okay. Is there any way I can edit the number?
Who are they missing?
Wait, where? Oh, the one guy.
Yeah. See, the thing is I low-key pressed the reset score button, which is
Yes.
right above the start button.
Right.
Whoopsie dipsy.
Charge TC.
You bike.
Yeah, there's no way I can change the game. Yeah, whatever.
Alright, let's go.
I'm sure they didn't have their sixth player.
Oh, he's
No,
back.
he came.
Oh, okay.
Supercharge, yeah, supercharge. Alright, let's see if they ban
Which
Penny.
hero do you think you want to be today?
You're gonna ban Penny second.
I feel
So
like they're not gonna ban Gambit this time, but let's see.
No, I think Gambit 1, Penny 2. Cause Groot, like Penny's doing more damage than Groot.
they might even
just
just
gonna ban them.
they might even be reactive and just ban Squirrel Girl.
I think
bro.
Thing
don't know.
first. I still
Iron
think
Fist,
Thing
Iron
first.
Fist, Iron Fist or Thing?
I think
Iron
Thing
Man.
first.
Second.
I think Iron Man first.
No, not Iron Man. Do not ban Iron Man, bro.
Okay, Iron Fist,
Thing.
Iron Fist.
No,
Iron Fist.
Thing.
Thing?
Okay.
Iron Fist second. Iron Fist second.
I went Thing.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, Iron Fist second. I agree.
Iron Fist wasn't a problem that time, yo. We can
Yeah,
kinda-
honestly,
but this is gonna be more up and
Ban
down.
Penny.
Yeah.
Ban Iron Fist. Ban Iron Fist.
Low key, this might go well.
if we
ban
ban
Iron Fist.
ban Iron Fist. Okay. If
Yeah.
if they ban Penny, they're definitely gonna try to dive. Because if we had Penny, he couldn't dive us as much.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, yo, who were our DPS last game?
Squirrel Girl and Namor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So no more. As long as we have no more.
If they still ban Gumbit. If not, we might have
1000%, bro.
Oh, they banned Squirrel Girl.
Let's run it. Gumbit is here.
Let's go.
I'm playing Rogue.
This one.
Silly
Justin,
cat.
bro. Don't wake that demon up.
No, not
Not full
really.
game.
Wow. Here, I'll play Iron Man.
Yo, we need Rafiki as Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Surfall, I ain't gonna lie, I think you're dagger, my bro.
That's the anchor, yo. You're a lock at that, man.
Mother Moon as Iron Man. I like it. I like it.
Is this the team?
I like it.
Okay.
This is the team, bro. This is the team.
I'm
not gonna lie, Emmett,
that squirrel girl, bro.
I'm gonna be with you in their back line.
Bet. Let's fuck them up.
Fuck, bro.
Wait, Gogan, who you playing?
Yo, I'm not gonna, yo, this is better on offense though. We're playing on defense. Should I play to a defensive?
I could play more on defense actually.
No, Gogan, bro. Just keep the team up.
Okay.
Keep them more in. Offense, I'll switch.
Yo, we predicted this, bro. Something. I hope this goes well, bro. I hope this goes well.
I too hope.
I hope this goes well too, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna start breaking these walls down, eh?
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that yet, bro.
Oh yeah, my fault.
Nah, I got you, bro. I already know how to.
You can only break like decorations right now, bro.
Yo,
everybody fuck this wall up, bro.
Punch the spot, bro.
I got you.
Yeah, breaks in like a second, bro.
Yeah.
We got it.
Alright, there we go. Alright, Emmett, just know
They have an Iron Man and Angela. Iron Man, Angela, Thor. Oh, Angela, Thor. Okay.
Fucking hell. Got my squid. Iron Man in the sky.
Ping him. Oh.
Fucking head glitching, bro.
Angela kidnap. Oh, okay, that might be a problem.
I got you, Gogan, move.
They also have a Hawkeye. They also have heals.
Yeah, I might have to.
I'm trying.
We have a pick.
Yo, please kill that Iron Man.
Sorry, I died. I got.
Iron Man's a problem, yo.
Yeah. Hold on.
I hit him. He's running.
They're not really getting space. They're not really getting in.
Iron Man's hurt. Iron Man's one shot.
Get back.
He heals.
Alan's coming back.
Yo, I need heals.
Iron Man's one shot.
You're getting on my side.
I got grabbed by Angela.
That's my fault. I look.
Cloak dead.
One dead.
Pick.
Alan on us.
Hawkeye dead.
Yo, Hawkeye dead.
Yeah, Alan.
Kill Angela. Kill Angela. She's chasing me. Oh fuck.
Angela dead. Alan on me.
I'm coming. Just stay alive. I'm almost there.
Rafi top. Oh,
Iron Man.
sorry.
Can we get that Iron Man?
Alan's heals.
Fuck those.
Alright, we can hold this.
We still got it, though. It's good.
I was lagging there.
And mine decided the healers.
No problem. We're pushing up. You might have ult. He dead. Watch for Hawkeye. He's sniping me.
Hawkeye's like beating people.
I'm beaming him back. He's low. He's half health. He's running. He's on the back burner. Oh, he's getting healed. Fuck. Okay. Nice. They're scared now. Oh, I might get diff. Oh fuck. Okay.
Keep it.
I'll try to sniping. They're low.
Strange is one.
Oh, watch out for that.
Back up. They're healing.
Delton.
Ulting back up.
Hawkeye ult. Be careful. I'm gonna put my shield up.
Oh, you stop breaking that, bro.
Yo, we're cooking right now.
Iron Man.
Looking dagger ult on point. They might portal in.
Might have been a little coffee, but.
Iron Man dead. That was a wasted ult.
Yeah, they wasted that. It was only one person.
Don't chase it.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
They wasted that ult. Good shit. You guys are so locked in, bro.
Hawkeye's back.
Don't let him even touch this, bro.
Hawkeye's on the right side somewhere.
Let's get one, yo.
Hawkeye's trying to snipe me.
Strange moving in. Okay.
Alan's on me.
Where?
Right behind you.
He's behind this little thing. He's like.
Strange is going Strange ult.
Yo,
fuck, I died.
We're down a healer. I'm coming back.
You're down a healer, down a DPS. Fuck.
Damn, you one-shot me with that.
Oh fuck, I got one shot.
Back up. We can't fight that.
Yeah.
Yeah, play life.
Yo, they're ganging up.
Yo, they're not going for point. They're being stupid.
Yo, look out. I can just fly to it and stop. I'll stop the timer. I'll stop timer.
Push. We have
It's just Luna.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, Agamotto me, bro. I don't give
You wasted that shit.
Maximum pulse.
Watch out.
Did he get anybody?
I was weak.
He missed everybody.
Let's go. Okay. We stopped that shit.
How the fuck, dude? Yo, we have
We're
about.
Yo, I guarantee you they're
Let's
portaling right
go,
now.
Rafiki.
No. They come back.
I have my ult.
They're walking back.
We have cloak and dagger ult. Don't get sniped. Do not get sniped.
Try my best. He's playing that corner.
I have ult.
Watch out for 10th line. He's
I'm being
pushing.
targeted by.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, that Hawkeye's a problem, bro.
Hawkeye's dead. Hawkeye's dead. Hawkeye's dead. Hawkeye's dead.
Hawkeye dead. Oh
Okay.
my god, you got crazy.
Let's go. Old point. Let's go.
We did that shit, bro.
Okay.
Look
Okay.
at Rafiki, bro.
Let's fucking go.
I'm telling you, bro. He's actually.
Okay, it's not over. 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 It's not over.
Job not fit.
It's not over. It's not over.
You're on.
Yeah, they're gonna ban
I'm playing roll again. I'm playing roll again.
Yeah, that was good.
Bro, play everyone. Whoever you played last round.
Do it again. Do it again.
Fuck.
You keep running the same play until they match up. Okay, if we were playing against us, what would you do to?
Honestly, I'm surprised as Iron Man. As Iron Man, I don't know how I lived so much with Hawkeye and another Iron Man and Angela at the beginning, bro. That was crazy. I was like,
I don't know. Yo, when they all came up, they lost the game on that. Like they had the portal. They're focusing on me, and then Manir.
They don't have Portal Man, bro.
Alan pushes up.
But they had Portal Man. Bro.
Nah, they don't have Portal Man, bro. They have fucking some Doctor Strange bum, bro.
Yeah.
They might switch to 3 healer. They might switch to 3 healer. That's one way they could fuck us up.
You think so? Okay.
Okay. Then
I don't think we have no damage for that.
Actually, we might, because if I ult properly and Henny ults properly, we can kill 2 healers like that.
Yeah. And
In their ults. In their ults.
Drains their cooldowns too. My ult drains their cooldowns.
Yeah.
It does, and I increase our like.
Yeah. Also, me and Emmett can combo with his ult and my ult.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been bricking my ults, bro. But
Yeah, I break my first one, but I got my second one.
No, I said it too, bro. Hold me account, bro.
Yeah, I break my first one, but I got the second one back.
Because I keep going for the Luna, because like
Should we
it
go
could
through
make
the
me
crack?
ult.
Should we go through the crack?
Yeah, go for it.
Strange shield down. Strange shield down. Strange does not have shield right now. They have no more.
Yo, they have no more. Watch the squid.
Squid's down right now. Squid's on cooldown. Alan half health. Alan one shot. Alan's dead.
Oh yeah, we gotta pick. Alan's dead.
I have a shield. Push in.
I'm beaming behind you.
I got the cloak.
Strange low.
I got the cloak.
Yo, another pick.
Yeah, Venom.
We're about to end this game.
They have to portal now.
Relax, yo,
They have to portal now.
It's hard to kill.
Venom dead?
I got the Venom.
Stay there. Yo, I'm always on.
End the game.
Chill. Calm.
Never full.
Yo, they did not. Yeah.
Guggen MVP again, bro. Damn, he stole.
10 gang or don't bang, bro.
10. I'm a fan.
Look at my.
Yo, what is this comeback? What the fuck? Yo,
10 gang. 10 gang or don't bang.
Yo, that's my goats right there. That's Kakazu. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Gambit, we're actually banning Gambit. Fuck Gambit. Fuck Gambit.
Yo, guys, get your
Yeah.
final hits up,
Yo,
bro.
how you gonna ban Scroll Girl, Gambit, like fucking Penny Parker? Like, how you gonna ban everybody at the same time, bro? You run out of options. There's too many options, bro.
There's too many damn options, bro.
Team Tantry, man. That's how we do it.
Too many ops. There's
You're
too
gonna
many
have to target
ops.
ban me, bro. Please ban my characters, please.
Cloak and dagger diff.
Bang road? Ban road?
Yeah, there's a cloak and dagger diff.
Cloak and dagger.
Big
All
cloak
right.
and dagger diff.
Holy fuck.
Last one.
Yo, that's huge. Yo, most kills, the most healing, and most. Oh my god, Surf out.
What map was that?
No idea.
That was
Tokyo.
Okay.
Tokyo Shin Shibuya.
Okay, so, alright.
Straight from Shibuya.
Here's the thing.
5 minutes and 1 second, dude.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright.
Bro, our losses were like down to the wire.
Yeah, we fought for that shit.
OT.
Hey, yo,
Should we do the same? Run the same band. Run the same.
Alright, get Alan out of here. Get Alan out of here, bro.
Okay. Fact, I got you.
Which hero do you think
He's
you will
gone.
be today?
I completely changed the bands.
Holy fuck, bro.
They're gonna ban Gambit.
I think
I feel like.
They're gonna ban Gambit. They're gonna ban Gambit for sure.
I think it's Penny and Gambit for sure. Right?
Okay, Convoy's
Yeah,
gonna be hard though. Convoy's gonna be hard though. It's harder to stop momentum in this one. They never got the point, so we never got the chance. But we were basically playing that like domination. That's the thing. That's why we're doing good. But now we're all warmed up. Now we're all warmed up and locked in, bro.
Reference.
It's just a reference, bro.
We'll make a second decision based off this.
Yeah, it's gonna be Gambit, bro. It's gonna be Gambit.
Okay.
Gambit.
Who did we ban last time?
Fist.
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist.
Fist.
I don't mind keeping the Iron Fist, bro. They're deep.
They ban Penny again?
Yeah.
What about Iron Man?
I'm down to ban Fist. I'm down to ban Fist.
Iron Fist.
No, they don't ban Iron Man. I'll diff him, bro.
Yeah, Iron Fist.
You can also Ultron if need be.
Iron Man is also the only DPS I need to play for flex reasons.
Yeah.
Should I go Rocket or Loki?
I like
Okay,
Rocket.
okay, good, good,
I like you as Rocket. I like Surf.
You'll
Get
need a
revives
top-notch
too.
team to win this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We won when we.
Yo,
used
low
Rocket.
key.
No, Loki would be fire, bro. Loki.
Yo, Warlock as a third healer.
Bro, keep what we have going on. Actually, wait, no, we lost.
People we have going
It
on.
worked a lot better with the Gambit team.
I can still go Iron. I can still go Iron. I can still go Iron Man.
Wait.
If you guys want to do double tank.
Oh, Loki. Yo, Guggen, are you good
Okay,
at Hella?
I'll solo tank. Fuck it.
Yo, Guggen,
Guggen's good at Hella. I think you can switch to Thor.
Okay. That phone's
phone's
died?
crazy.
Oh, bro.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
We need to pause it?
Guggen, if you're good Hella, stay Hella.
Yeah, stay Hella.
I can pause them. I can pause the game if you need to fix your headphones or
He's not a
something,
good
bro.
Hella, bro. Switched off at Hella.
We have three tanks.
tank,
now.
three
Yo,
tank.
He's back. No, he's back as Hella. He's back as Hella.
No, he's a good Hella.
Guggen,
He's
can
a
you,
good
Guggen, can you hear us at all?
That's okay.
Tell bro to go on, put Discord on his fucking phone.
They're full strat.
Hella. I'll text him.
Pause if you need.
Yeah, honestly, maybe we should pause.
4.
I'm just gonna
No, we
pause
can't
first.
do that, bro.
I'm gonna pause first.
We gotta pause there.
That's
Put it in the team chat.
okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put in the 6 chat.
Keyboard died? Why would I say that, bro?
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, y'all here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yo, like, just type in the chat before you start. Hold on.
No, I paused it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait for them to say they're ready.
Alan said bat. I think that's a good enough confirmation.
Yeah. No. I don't want
Oh,
any.
we'll have to we all have to press confirm.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect. I like that.
No, I skipped it. Fuck it.
Okay.
Yo, you guys.
Alright.
Fuck, I don't have my headphones. You guys have to communicate.
3,
Gotcha.
2.
Bro said my Adderall's wearing off. My Adderall's kicking in,
Oh,
buddy.
you dive. I'll play back a little bit.
They have a Scarlet. Watch out for Scarlet dives. Oh, they have Scarlet Strange team up. That's fucking annoying.
Alright, call it if you're getting
Behind
dives.
us. Behind us, name one.
I'm coming.
I'm getting pulled. I'm getting pulled. Heal me. I didn't make the fucking portal, bro. No. Okay, I got revived
Yo,
regardless.
I'm lagging.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck.
Hey, yo, this ain't working.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
just happened.
I'm on point. I have the point.
I'm gonna go Loki with that Captain America. He's gonna be on my ass.
Okay.
What's up, bro?
I'm getting chased.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
They name one.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
all
squad here. I'm waiting.
Oh, I'm dead.
Let's go.
Sorry.
Guys, don't solo fight, bro. Don't solo fight.
I was running, bro.
Yo, their cap is a problem.
Why would I need healing?
Fuck,
Yeah.
are we strong enough?
I don't know if no more is gonna work if you're not getting final hits for the main thing.
Okay.
Yo,
If
I don't love the combo of Namor and Hella. Like I think you either get one of the two.
So they have a team up. That's
I'm
the
on
thing.
point. Push
Oh,
up,
dude, I
please,
know
for the
that.
love of God.
Come.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Fucking.
Alan's behind us.
Alan's right behind us.
Okay. Let me know that.
I'm about to die, bro. I came up and it died.
Okay.
Yo, please heal. Alright,
Okay.
yo, we gotta.
Okay.
I'm going third healer. Warlock's coming.
Okay, then I'm gonna play tank. I'm gonna play rogue.
Wait, no, I wanted 3 healer, but
What's bothering?
Okay, fuck.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
This works.
This works.
Not enough heals, and especially with them as Captain America.
Nah, I can dive them. We have 2 dive tanks. I think this works.
Okay,
Let me know when you're
Where
going.
is the
Let me know when you're
team?
going
Oh,
in.
here.
Yeah, group up. We can win this. Just call when they're ulting.
I'm gonna get Poke and Dagger ult pretty
Yo,
soon.
watch out for Alan sneaking up on us. He's been doing that a lot.
Bet.
There, yo, Luna ult.
I'm gonna ult on the objective.
Hey.
In 3.
They all ulted. They all ulted. Back up. Back up.
Okay, back up.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna get bottomed up.
Okay,
I died.
we lost one. We lost one. I'm back on point.
Gary's so weak. Gary's so weak.
Oh my god, how does he? Oh fuck, bro. He's back at full. He's back at full.
I'm trying to come towards you guys.
Did you guys get
I pushed him back. I pushed him back. I pushed him back. I pushed him.
Just go on point. Just go on point. Everyone go on point.
I've been on point, bro. Oh my god.
I have rev.
Back up.
Oh.
What the fuck was that, bro?
I have Agamotto.
My fault. I might have pushed him towards you guys. I can't lie.
Damn, yeah, I'm behind them right now.
Okay.
What was I supposed to do? Yo, move back to us.
Bro.
Yo, Henny, move back to it. I can get healed. I can get rezzed. Move back to it. Never mind, I'm rezzed. It's fine.
I'm dead, my boy.
Oh, my fault, OG.
I'm 1v1ing Invis on point. Oh fuck, Starlight's here. Oh
you holding
shit.
it?
Oh shit. No, because nobody's helping me, bro. Oh fuck, Rafiki's gonna die.
I'm getting chased.
I know. I saw it.
Yeah, their Captain America is really targeting.
Alright, they're gonna start respawning here. Back up.
Yeah, back
I
the
gotta
fuck
go
up.
fish, dog.
Gonna go fish?
I know y'all love cooking dagger,
Go fish,
but...
go
Yo, do your thing, bro.
Do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
Whatever we're doing now is not working, bro.
Yo, whoever's fighting that Captain America, you're getting solo.
Yo, I am B2ing 2 tanks right now.
Go back up.
It's all good. Honestly, bro, like let the
Arjun, you think you can play DPS, bro? You think you can do Iron Man?
Yeah.
All right. Also, I'll swap to third healer if you need that.
Okay, I'm swapping Iron Man.
Oh, I got my all cancel. Fuck.
Oh, my all canceled again.
Okay. Okay, that's just a reset. That's just a reset.
Alan behind us?
Hey, we have 3 kills as a team. So
where the fuck is Alan, bro? Can you ping him, bro? Like I can't.
No, I don't see him. Okay. There's a strange on me.
Fuck. Scarlet's dead.
Feels slow.
Yo, they have a Scarlet Witch, bro. That's a bad matchup for Iron Man.
Okay.
Switch off Iron.
You wanna go tank? Alright, go tank. Go tank.
Yo, Manir, Squirrel Girl.
I don't know. Nothing is working, bro.
No. Manir, Squirrel Girl. We got this.
3 minutes? Fuck it. Yeah, we got this.
I'm taking too much damage, bro.
Fucking bitch. Always using that when I fucking steal the ult.
Yeah, I mean that's the strategy, bro. Oh, that's not good for my health bar. He's chasing me. Fuck. No, I got my ass. I think they got it, bro.
I'm gonna just try to stall.
Get on it. Just do what you can.
Strange. Okay, yo, I think is that Strange is fucking us up.
Hold point. Just hold point.
It's both the tanks.
I'm just trying to hold
That Captain America is a massive.
That cap is a problem, bro.
Okay.
So hear me out. Arjun switches to Wolverine.
I'm so down.
I'll switch to tank.
Okay.
Unironically, I'm down. Fuck it. It's the last game. Fuck it.
Hey, yo, our last casual game. Guggen, tell them about my.
Okay.
Fuck it, right? I'm down. Fuck it. Let's dive in, bro.
Okay.
Tell them about my Wolverine.
I just don't know if it works on this map, you know?
Bro, nobody wants to tell him what your Wolverine, bro.
Yo, Guggen, tell them about my Wolverine.
I actually have nothing to say. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, I was doing nice, bro.
Yo, there's nothing memorable about that Wolverine, bro.
Okay. So who's the problem on their team? Scarlet, for sure. Like, who else though?
This Captain America, bro. Yeah, it says Captain America. He's making the healers useless.
I'm gonna get behind.
Captain America.
I think it's Balaj.
Namor, probably.
Okay, I'm gonna try to fair leap on them to get them onto our space, and then if I do, just like gang up on them.
We should have played Groot, bro.
Yo, fight with the tanks.
They didn't ban Groot either.
Groot would be effective still. I'm gonna lie. Groot would probably be good, or would have been good.
Yeah, Groot would have been good on offense.
Like defense, you mean?
Yeah.
On offense.
Oh yeah, defense. Yeah. I mean, Groot. I might switch to Groot if it's not working.
All right, I'm flanking off Rip.
Oh, those squids, guys.
I'm shooting them. Okay, both squids are down.
Squid's dead. Guggen, you're in deep.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
I'm on point. I'm on point. Just fucking hurling shit. Let me know
Yo,
if
remember
there's.
to blow like Emmy. You got anti-heal. Captain
Cap.
I'm back up. I'm backing up.
He's running. He's running.
Pink cap. Oh fuck you, ran.
Goggins dead.
Strange up close. Strange up close. Cap back. Yeah, there's alternating tanks, bro.
Argent back up.
Kill cap.
Captain America's dead. Hitler's dead.
I want it to be known, bro.
Anti-heal. Emmy, you have anti-heal.
Yep, I get it.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Yo, they're in the more squids was fucking me up more than
Bro,
anything.
they're. I'm gonna push the group, bro.
Anybody?
Range is dead. I'm dead. Fuck. Okay, they popped an ult.
Stay alive. Don't fight them. Don't fight them. Yeah, don't fight them.
Yeah, don't fight them until we got the
He's
ult
smoking
back.
dagger ult soon.
They're wasting ults. They're wasting so many ults.
Okay. Who's ulting first? Okay.
Heals,
Nothing's
heals,
ulting
heals,
first.
heals.
Nothing's ulting. Get on point.
Push it.
Push up. Get no more. He's behind. He's like behind them. He's straggling. Nature channel him. Fucking. Oh fuck.
Yo. Oh.
Yeah,
They counter ult.
yeah, oh fuck.
Stay behind me.
Okay, we lost the tank.
Yes.
Just go in this way line. You have my ult.
Oh, you have healer ult down. Did you call
You
me?
have my ult. Go in this way line.
No, I didn't call it. Oh fuck.
It's over.
Range
The ult's
got.
done.
Scarlet behind you. Scarlet behind point.
I don't have heals. Oh fuck.
Stay in Loki. Tank.
I'm switching Iron Man.
Alright, push on it.
Done with this fight.
Okay, just stay super far away, bro. You have a lot of space in right here.
I missed everything.
Honestly, bro, I wasn't doing bad as Wolverine, but
Up to you, bro.
Back up.
Oh, they fucking beam my ult,
Play
bro.
life.
Fuck, okay, I forgot I had to
Kill him.
team up. Okay,
Cap's so weak.
Not gonna be able to. He's got heals now.
hold on.
It's fine. They overextended. That means.
Just reset a little bit.
Yo, Scarlet Witch is on my ass.
Go. We got this.
Yeah, punish this guy. Oh, he's kind of
Scarlet
invincible
Witch.
while he's ulting, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yo,
It's okay. Oh, fuck.
I don't think you should play thing into Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, no, she's following me. I got you. I'm Punisher. I should punish her.
Okay. Stranger's chasing me. Stranger's chasing me. Oh, fuck. Get his ass at it, please.
Let's go, Fiki.
Did you get him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are we chasing someone to the corner?
Fuck.
I'm trying to
He's
stay
fucking over
alive.
healers, bro. Yo, guys, can we push up?
I'm trying to kill Scarlet.
Me and DPS ain't working, bro.
Okay. Go tank.
Yo,
Or go back at him. Or whatever you want, bro.
I'm gonna play DPS.
Or Adam. Honestly, yo, I think
They portal.
Training coffee.
I'm dead, bro. I have portal.
Yeah, I don't know why they portal.
I'm portaling.
Why are you portaling?
Yeah,
They need to touch point, bro. Ah, they saw me.
Okay, so
Good.
yeah, I don't know why you did that.
Taking cloak and dagger ult. I'm gonna go around.
nice.
Go around.
When you say around, when
Bro,
you
we need to touch point.
Oh fuck, yeah,
Guys.
yeah, man.
I'm spiraling, bro. I'm switching Warlock.
Everybody's spiraling, bro. We're all spiraling, bro.
We're just changing C rates over and over.
I got the
Fucking healer. I got.
Okay. Go get his pick. Go.
Go. Cloak ult on point. Go. Just come to point.
I'm here.
Kill Cloak and Dagger in the right corner, bro. Please. You can't kill Cap if she's still alive, bro. Hey, stay on point. Do not get off the fucking point now. If we fucking lose this shit because we get off the point, I'm actually gonna cry, bro.
Scarlet Witch behind us.
Heals.
I'm trying. You have
trying to, bro.
You have to use your anti-heal.
I don't have anti-heal on right now.
I'm your fucking.
Hey, get invis. Okay.
Scarlet Witch still behind us. I'm calling that again.
I killed her.
Invis
Nice. That was big.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Let's fucking go. Okay. Keep it up.
No more's low.
Keep the pressure. We respawn right here.
Yo,
No more's low in the bubble. Kill him, bro.
Healer dead?
Kill no more. He's in the fucking. Okay.
Let him in here.
Okay, he's dead. Okay. Fuck.
Did you get him?
hell,
Did you get him?
I got him.
Good shit.
Cap one.
He's backline. He's dead. He's dead.
Okay, stay together.
I just want to stagger them.
3 on point all times. We need that shit right now, bro.
Okay. I have res. I'm gonna play.
I have no ult.
I'm gonna play like a pussy right now. for obvious
Very
reasons.
good. They're still on Scarlet.
Careful, they like to sneak up behind us. They like to sneak up behind.
Yeah. Especially the Scarlet.
And the cap, yeah. They're
Behind.
all
Behind.
they're in front of us. They're in front. They're all in front. They're all
I
in
saw
front.
bullets. I saw bullets. I didn't see the person.
They're all in front of us right now.
Back up.
They're gonna start chaining off. They're gonna start chaining
Yeah,
off.
Cap ulted. He can't die. They get healed off that shit. Back up. They basically have a support ult on right now. Fuck.
They grabbed me. I'm dead.
I'm bringing back a support.
Okay, well I got one of them. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I'm dead. I'm revived.
Oh, okay. Everybody said the same shit.
It stays up for a while.
Yeah, no,
just one instant.
It's just
Oh
funny.
fuck.
It's just funny, man.
Scarlet chasing.
I'm here.
Okay.
Get the healers. Healers dead.
For no reason.
My fault, OG.
Die.
Watch out for that. Watch out. No more behind.
I'm dead. I'm
Oh
dead.
my god.
Good shit, damn it.
No. Two died.
Healer's dying.
Where's
Healers
the bro? Run past him. Just run away from him.
Yo, you have one healer. One healer. Jonathan's the only healer right now.
A.M.I, back up.
Back up.
One dead.
Jonathan's only healer right now.
I'm on the way.
Alright, I'm back.
Guys, we need to
Wing
touch.
is poking dagger ult.
Ayo.
Yeah, hold on.
We can put.
Iron Man's dead. Nemore's low. Nemore's dead. Nemore's in the bubble.
Where are you at, yo? Are you... Oh shit, never mind.
Soul bond.
Fuck. My fault. I'm gonna die. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going in.
Fuck me. Wrong ult.
Alan dead.
Just do what you can. That's good. That's still big.
Healer dead.
Look at Iron Man. Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah.
They have a dip.
Iron Man, but I kind of came out.
They still have invis somewhere. She's invisible back there. She's gonna ult. Oh shit, no. Okay, she didn't ult.
Yo, somebody get Scarlet with me.
What you been focusing on the cap?
Got Scarlet.
Alright,
Keep pushing. Keep momentum. We right here. Keep fighting.
I almost have my
Be
ult.
aggressive. Kill him.
Oh fuck. We get him? Oh, we got him. Back up. Okay.
Okay, just
one death.
One. You're a little bit extended.
That's fine. I just want to push him.
How the fuck did I die, bro?
No, you
He was
enough.
chilling right above, bro.
You have enough health, bro. It's all good.
Let my shield recharge.
Oh fuck.
They ulted.
Oh, I died, bro. I died.
Chain ults back up. Chain ults.
And you're the only dead, so I'm not gonna risk.
Yeah, no problem.
Healer dead.
Keep going.
Okay, wait.
I'm back.
Don't rest. Our spawns are here.
Oh fuck. Oh my god, I died immediately as soon as I got rezzed, bro.
Oh yeah, me too.
Alan one shot.
That's just bad position on that fucking.
Scarlet behind.
I have my ult if I could use it.
I'm gonna ult.
Get on the healing.
Ayo, move up.
I got two of them. I'm dead.
Oh, how?
Get on point.
Get on point. They have no heals. They have no heals.
Alan
dead.
Okay, that's most of their team is dead. They're gonna respawn. Scarlet's coming first.
Okay, we're on overtime, bro. We all.
Iron Man
touching point.
here. Iron Man up there.
Yeah.
Phenomenal ping.
Iron Man behind.
Yo, they might be portaling. Where's everybody?
They don't have a strange. They're on triple support.
Oh, Scarlet Witch above.
Fuck. I'm beaming her.
Stop it. I'm stopping the healing.
Scarlet's dead.
Heals.
Big.
Heals on me.
Get cap.
Get the healers if you can.
Good shit. One healer down.
Poking dagger right here.
Poking dagger in the corner, left side.
I'm on Raccoon.
They got a Thor now. Fuck. Okay, hold on.
Barrage is like quarter health.
He's dead.
Dead.
They have a rocket.
I have Agamotto.
Rocket.
Okay.
Perfect Agamotto, bro.
Damn, they never grouped up. Yo, they never grouped up. They just kept coming one by one.
Yeah.
It's the aggression, bro. It's the.
They're scrambled.
Because it was OT that whole time. They're just like, yo, someone. I don't know.
Okay, they have way more time than us, though.
That's fine.
Yo, this trash bag has 5 kills. What the fuck?
Yo, the fact that we got it this close is an achievement enough, bro. But job's not done, bro.
It's that first corner. Yo, we're back on offense. We gotta get through that first corner.
Okay,
like,
do we want to group? Do we want to group? No? Okay.
We were solo tanking?
No.
I don't think.
Were we solo tanking? No.
Welcome to play group. Do you want me to play group?
Wait.
What was our team? Was it this the whole time?
Nah, because we need the Namor for the Captain America.
Yeah, I'm cool with Namor.
And the Scarlet Witch. Like, they have 2 divers,
Okay,
so
okay.
I think this is...
I'll try to do my best.
Can you play tank?
Nah, keep.
Yeah, I think so.
The revive is clutch.
No, I think we need him.
We need him. The soul bond is super clutch,
Yeah, the res
and the res
is
is clutch.
You think Thor works?
Huh?
Or no, like Iron Man has to. We need Iron Man for Iron Man.
Yeah, that's the best I can do.
This was working, bro. Let's try this until it
Yeah, I'm
doesn't.
also okay with
We're still pushing. So
we
just
have
keep the
good
same
chemistry.
team. Just keep the same team.
Yeah, yo, this is the corner this is the hardest part, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If shit spirals, I switch instantly. Okay. I switch to Meg.
The battle starts in 5.
Okay.
4.
That works.
I like that. I like that.
I'm gonna take an off angle.
No Namor?
Oh, bitch.
Yeah.
Where's she even?
Where is everybody?
They have a venom. They have a venom. No more.
There's a lot of free space, huh?
This is weird.
Yeah, I know how they did that.
They want us in this longer corner.
Venom behind us. Venom flanking. Venom flanking.
Venom behind us.
Yeah. Well,
Yo, everyone turn around. Everyone turn. Someone play up.
Yeah. We don't need the tank to turn around. Tank, just keep making space.
Tanks just keep tanking.
Yo, should I go for that back line?
Venom diving. Venom dive. They're doing bear damage. I might die here. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
We have to touch, bro.
Yeah. I'm pushing. Oh no! Touch the point. We're running out of time. We're running out of time.
I'm dead.
I'm going tank.
You have to touch.
We have to touch.
Somebody has to touch.
Fuck.
I was trying.
Yo, Parshva, thank you for following, bro.
3.
Parshva, my goat, bro. Parshva.
Time to switch things up.
Yo,
Including which side.
just for next time, if there's a dive tank, just instead of healers moving back,
You'll need
up to the
a
tanks.
top team to win this one.
Wait, why?
So that you don't die and you don't get peeled, bro.
That way we can still fight together.
Yeah. Because if the tank turns around, we're cooked, bro.
Yeah.
Like let's keep it a ban for ban, bro.
Do we have the resources to take out Iron Man?
I mean I can if I'm fully focused on that.
I can also focus on Iron Man.
Or should I play DPS again? Fuck it, we'll run this. Fuck it. Last time we did this, it didn't work. So. I mean, last time we did.
Oh wait, one DPS. Okay, fuck it.
Never mind, they're gonna be
Yeah.
cocky because they have like 4 minutes.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, they gotta just wall the fuck.
They gotta move it,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna annoy them with my walls.
Yo, we can't have a single death.
Okay, Guggen, make sure you put your walls in a good spot.
4 minutes without dying.
Oh damn, yo, a rocket res would have helped here.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess because we had no time to last time.
The battle starts in 5.
Alright, I'm just gonna be standing. This is my corner that I'm standing in.
Where's your other walls, bro?
Hold this corner. Hold this
I'm
corner.
playing literally from this corner.
Your wall's gone, bro.
They have a hello.
Okay.
Yo, someone of them.
Venom. Don't all turn around, bro, please.
So bad.
I'm on the point. I'm on stopping their heals.
Yeah, just ignore Venom, bro. He's like tickling.
Heals.
I'll beam Venom every time he dives. Just don't worry about it.
Okay, perfect.
I might need some heals, bro.
Minir's on Venom Wash.
Or they trapped me.
Oh fuck.
They fucking trapped me.
Yo, we lost our lost the tank.
You lost the tank?
You're too pushed up, bro.
That's my fault. That is my fault.
Oh, Venom.
Venom got me.
I have portal. This touch point.
I'm on the point.
Yo, go get your.
Go, on it, go.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, fuck it. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die.
I'm on point. We're poking that girl.
So bad.
Watch out for the moral.
Oh, I'm down.
Fuck.
Heals?
I'm
Get on one of my totems.
What the fuck is this portal? Hey, you got.
Yo, I had my ult and then I died.
Okay, well, I just ulted that guy for fun.
Hold on. That's so jokes. I'm coming.
Okay,
Yo, kill
okay.
these guys.
Yo, it's only 4 of you right now. Emmett's coming and then I'm coming after him.
I'm behind.
I might die here.
Give us some space if you have to. Give us space if you have to.
Yo, I have Warlock res. If you want to die, I'll right
No,
after.
Hey, Cloak and Dagger ult on point.
Get
Get Alan.
Where the fuck is Alan, bro?
Yo,
I got him.
They literally cannot do anything. I have ult right after this ult over.
Okay.
So bond.
Okay,
right after this ult over.
Okay.
Ult. I'm ulting right here.
I'm down. I'm about to die.
Okay, we're back.
Hella ult.
Where's point?
Touch it.
I'm on it.
I'm ulting.
No more's one shot.
No more's dead.
Yeah. I'm gonna fly back as fast as fucking possible. Holy, bro. We never capped the point though. Fuck. Stay on point. Don't get out. Don't get off point.
They're trying to kill me.
I'm on point.
I'm dead.
Fuck.
I'm dead.
Stay on point.
No.
Is that it?
I'm flying in. Oh, I died immediately, bro. Fuck.
That's it.
Fuck.
We did good though.
Damn.
We did. I'm proud of us.
Bro, 66 kills is insane.
Damn.
Holy, bro.
Who got 66? Yeah. Fuck. 35 final hits, bro.
Both team 3 healers is also.
Yo, I think we lost on defense too fast.
Yeah, we
should have
did.
done better.
Yeah.
We didn't rotate fast enough. We were playing some ass.
Yeah. I agree.
But other than that, we did pretty good. I'm proud of us.
Bro, tell them yo, ask them best of 7s though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not done.
You know
I'm about it. I'm about it.
Yeah.
What are you feeling, Justin? You want to keep going or not?
Not really.
Okay, they're back.
That was a nice
Holy
sweaty
shit.
run.
Yo, GG's, bro.
GG's, guys.
Bro,
GG's, bro. GG's. That was fun.
Holy, bro.
That was so fun.
Good game, bro.
Well,
That was
was
fun,
really cooking us, yo. Like
That was-
consistently, man. In the
panicking.
That
background.
was good, bro.
Fucking good.
You had to ban Gambit though, huh?
Yo, and we got to see the Wolverine, bro.
We had to. Bro. We got
The one time we let Gambit walk.
Yo, when we let Gambit play, he just fucking was rolling us.
Oh my
We actually
god.
raped you guys that game.
Oh, that game was so tough for us.
Okay, now what are you guys saying, bro?
We can randomize teams. I'm down to just hit the random button.
Yes.
I'm down.
Okay, fuck it. I'll stay for one as well.
Change
I'll
it
just
from
like
this
stay in
mode.
the
We can just stay in the Discord. That's calm.
yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
sweaty. Oh, fucking good.
Alright.
This is the exact same team. We just replaced Ripley with the.
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me try to get one that has me and Guggen on different teams because we can both do that.
Bro, team AMI for the win. Holy.
That was close though. That was a close
It
game.
was actually so
Yeah, I
close.
agree. That was a good game.
Honestly, we low-key sold on offense.
Yo, fuck your triple sport bullshit, bro. That actually was pissing me off.
No, that shit was annoying, bruh.
Alright. Yeah, this team.
Bro, when did Guggen learn how to play
bro.
Rogue? The fuck?
What?
When did Guggen learn how to play Rogue, bro?
Oh,
Yeah,
you talking
yo,
about?
your rogue was cooking our ass, bro. That game, we could not stop you, bro.
Alright, does this
Bro,
seem
Guggen
fair?
is dead ass like Kakashi or some shit, bro. He saw like Balaj play Rogue and he just
And just
copied him and then he
Yeah.
started cooking our shit, dude.
Yo, you guys don't want to know, bro? I've been playing Rogue all week, just like training her up.
Deadass, bro. This guy was on a training arc for Rogue.
Yesterday when
Yeah, it
Alan
must be
did it,
really hard
I
playing with one hand.
Yo,
I mean,
yesterday when
the rogue worked.
It did.
like I started playing Rogue. He's like, yo, why are you so good at Rogue? I was like, yo, it's my first time playing it, bro.
You
God
fucking
damn.
bitch. Yo, I was
you and I
hyping it
played
up to them. I was telling them, yo, this guy picked it up like just yesterday or something. He's nasty.
Nah,
You probably put like a dozen hours in this week, bro.
What
Yeah,
the
I
fuck?
put a
Yo,
pair hours
fuck
playing
you.
yeah, I kept
Yo, because
secret,
I'm
bro.
playing Strange, this guy would absorb my shit, pick up the shield, and then push forward with it. I'm like, what the hell?
That's looking tough.
How do you learn these strats, dude? What the fuck?
I don't know. I just started doing shit, bro. I can see what
Yo,
ability.
shut up, bro. I know you watched the rogue guide from like,
The
True
rogue
Vanguard
guide,
or some
bro.
shit.
Yo, let me see. Let me see if that's the video. Hold on.
Yo, these teams are actually kind of fire. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on.
Yo,
I'm just
fuck
trying to remember what maps we already played.
Do the
November,
Chinese
November.
one, the dragon one.
Tokyo 99.
Oh, who's that going, bro?
Or yeah.
What was the two convergences we played? What did we just play? Oh, we just played Midnight, right?
We played
Central Park, yeah.
Yo, low-key, in a game of 5 dominations, who do y'all think is winning?
I mean, we won.
I think
so,
you guys are winning. We lost every domination, I think.
Yeah, technically.
We only played one.
We had two rounds.
Fucked in that, bro. Dude, the penny mines. It was
Yo, fuck
annoying,
your
bro.
penny, bro. Genuinely.
Can't with that, bro. We literally couldn't even
Yo,
get onto
Munir.
site.
A.M.I.
The real gentleman's agreement should have been no Moon Knight, no Squirrel Girl.
Hey, you made it, bro.
Yeah.
You made the team. You made the gentleman's agreement, bro.
Yo, Gulgith, why did you agree to that, bro? That's like your name.
Who, Moon Knight?
Yeah.
No, I'm watched with Moon Knight. I don't even play anymore.
Oh shit.
Bro, oh,
I'm not a DPS main.
Dang.
I'm a tank main.
Yo, Blood,
Yeah,
are
I'm
you still
washed as DPS.
Blood, are you still streaming? Because like someone just asked me. That's why.
Oh, yeah, it's still there. Do you want me to cut it, or you're good?
No. Keep it, please.
Keep it. All right. Are we good with these teams?
Yeah. Should we get no bans this time?
Yeah, I turned bans off.
Yeah, bro. Yo,
Wait,
what was up with the thing ban, bro? Like, what the fuck?
That's why.
You guys are rage baiting me with that, bro.
All right. Next time we'll play tournament mode with the bans. It's a different ban system.
With the protect bans?
Yeah.
Protect bans? Yo, because if it was, we were planning to do that, like protect thing.
Yeah.
And then every time it just kept fucking being things.
I mean, every time you did Gumbit, bro. Except
Yeah,
for one. All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
We can use Sting and Gambit freely now.
Yo, bro, why are you guys banning the thing over and over and over again?
Yeah, bro, we just wanted to
Because
unleash
Alan?
the thing.
Oh, it was on random and you still got the map you wanted, bro. That's crazy.
Yo, I think these teams.
Yo, there goes my card.
Yo, finally.
Yo, can you actually play now? Like your actual character? Oh no, wait, he's on the other team. Fuck. Yo, he's gonna play Iron Fist.
Are we all staying in one call? Fuck it, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, we're all.
Yeah. I want to
Yo,
talk more, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, bro. Iron Fist is going, bro.
All
You
right.
gotta go, bro.
We've been having fun, bro. This has been a good run, bro.
But this is like my 3rd day playing Iron Fist. Chill.
Gotta get on rogue, be like.
Yo, we have to run this back.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yo,
bro.
This show's so fun.
Before you attack, get ready.
Yeah, the gentleman's agreement's over, right?
Yeah. I guess so. I guess the gentleman agreement over,
Are we
bro.
doing no bans like at all?
Yeah, we already
I think next
started.
time we'll do tournament style with like protected bans. Next time.
How does that work?
So it goes back and forth like bans, and then you get an option to protect, so they can't be banned.
Yo, should we stay in the same comms? Like, this is retarded, though.
4,
Nah,
3,
chill. We're playing for vibes.
1.
Just for vibes, bro.
Are we allowed
I
to
said playing for vibes. Does he have Black Widow selected?
No.
I know he does, doesn't he? Black Widow.
Wait,
has
vibes.
Wait, if we're playing,
You guys Hawkeye, bro.
if we're playing for
I have
vibes,
to prove myself, bro.
This ain't for vibes, bro. This ain't for vibes, bro. They got fucking Moon Knight and shit, bro.
bro, that's on stacks.
Then we got Henny Wolverine, bro. We're cooked, bro. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Bro, I
Yo, fuck Guggen's Rogue, bro. I gotta take this shit out myself.
Oh, Daredevil, bro.
Okay. Oh, look who it is.
Yo, kill Guggen's Rogue, but he's gotta go.
For the rogue.
Yo, chill. Why are you guys announcing your comms?
Guggen, you should generally like main him, bro. You actually sick.
Him?
Yeah, it's hard to fucking
bro.
holy shit.
That's that misgendering rogue, bro.
Yo, rogue. Thing is, as a tank is insane, bro.
No, you bitch.
Oh wait, I just blocked him.
What did you fuck, bro?
Trying to heal you.
Emmett's hiding in their room, bro.
Guggen's rogue is crazy.
Yo.
Holy fuck, bro. I sacrificed my life to kill you, basically, bro.
The moon.
Oh, the moon haunts me. Fuck, he ulted on me.
Bro said the moon haunts me.
Bro's a character. Bro's a character.
bro.
Bro thinks he's in the game, bro.
Did somebody touch that fucking point, bro? What are you doing?
Catch the point, catch the point. Let's
You
go.
guys suck.
Yo, fuck you, bro.
Yo, just chill.
Yo. Don't fold.
Oh,
Oh,
Fuck.
nobody, bitch.
Yo, I need heal.
Bro, the point is moving, guys. What are we doing fighting here, bro? What the fuck are we doing, guys?
yo, we're actually on Tuesday.
That was so funny. That was actually so funny, bro. Like what?
Not genuinely.
It's just like
bro.
when we beat the guys. Like they just pushed up way too much. Fuck you, Balaj.
That's disgusting.
Oh, not the Iron Fist, bro.
Jump to the shot.
Fuck you, Abbott.
Jump in. I'm coming for you. Yo, why the fuck you so bored?
Bro knew he was fucked.
If I had 2 more seconds, I would have been able to dash again.
Yo, there's an Iron Fist behind you.
Okay.
Adam, you can't run from me. I will kill you.
Yo, leave me alone, bro.
Leave me alone. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Grab me? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Whoa.
bad.
Get in my line of sight.
Looks like I have to pull up the
Oh, I'm getting touched by Iron Fist. No way.
To battle again.
Shattenbrack.
This guy locked in, bro.
Yo, Kakuzi.
Damn it, where was his magic?
Jacuzzi? Yo, that's kind of hard, bro. I can't lie. Yo, do not get swallowed by Rappy Tappy, bro. And yes, I meant Rappy Tappy that time, bro.
Save me. What did you fuck me for? What the fuck? Yo, chill, don't do it.
He did not save me.
He's not Donald Trump, bro.
Yo, what happened to my Jeff, bro? What happened to my Jeff?
You like that, Urgent?
Damn, Justin.
Yo, Amen to back up, Amen to back up, bro.
Switching to Venom, bro. I'm switching to Venom. I gotta be more mobile.
Okay, yo, this guy's switching.
no idea.
Yo, I think he's switching to Venom. I think bro's gonna switch to Venom, guys.
No way, you all think
Iron Fist, Iron Fist.
Oh, buddy. That's bold. That's big bold.
I definitely fold, bro.
That's capital bold, bro.
Are we dying?
A little bit.
You have an Iron Man? Oh, fuck. Argent Iron Man? Probably.
What the fuck?
Fuck, I'm getting covered. Balaj, bro, stop sniping.
Fuck you.
Nah, bro.
I'm the Wolverines.
Nah, I have to make a name for myself, bro. Everyone's hitting on my wall.
It's 10th line killer, bro. It's not even Argent.
Come my ass, bro. You go, bro. The second you come,
The second you come?
Yo, yo.
Got Jeff.
Yo,
I can't
fuck
save
that
you.
Goo. I hate Goo, bro. Goo's like my terrorist.
Just like your terrorist?
Yo, exchange Jeff.
This is such a goofy ass game, bro.
Shit.
Yo, where was this Jeff during the fucking comp? Yo, seriously, what the fuck, man?
Yo, how they so fucking?
Only 60 seconds.
Are they so fucking?
Johnson's be like.
I'm fucking busy.
Oh,
I'm busy fucking.
Yo, we're a little bit spread up.
they all saw me.
Honestly, I don't even know who's on my team.
One shot, bro.
Call me, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's the same comms just for the opposite direction, you know? So you get confused, bro. Am I saving or am I helping you fight someone, bro?
Guys, move. That doesn't sound like moving.
Doesn't sound like living, bro?
Yo, man, when I'm in the fucking...
You're a little bit. We were getting fucked by Groot in the back line.
Okay. Yo, can you guys
Get this
stay
fucking
down?
fist, bro.
Fist boy.
Yo.
I can't push without...
I can't goon.
Bro, this guy's on me. Oh, I'm dead. I died.
Yo, get this fucking guy.
Is that a Black Panther?
Yo, get off the fucking lower level and get on the top level, bro. What are you guys cooking right now?
Is that a magic?
Oh my god, yeah, bro. Gary spiraling, bro.
Yo, ref, hop on.
Nice.
The current score is
Ref, what do you
0
mean, bro?
2 1.
What the fuck?
Alright, fuck it, I'm pulling out my Wolverine then.
Including which side you're on.
Yeah, he put his foot down.
Whoa, Jamal,
You'll
don't
need
pull
a
out the 9.
top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest
Yeah.
avenger.
Damn, yo. Imagine not being positive.
Who's not positive?
Only one person in the whole lobby, bro.
Oh, shit.
Ooh.
10th line killer, bro.
Bro, read the fucking scoreboard.
Oh, my bad.
Alright, bro. Alright, bro. I'm gonna bomb your house.
Yo, Twitch, clip that. Somebody clip that.
Someone clip that. Yeah, clip that.
Yo, where do you live? 10th line killer.
No, don't worry about where I live. Worry about where you're not gonna live.
No, you bought my house, you bought Alan's house too, Loki.
Yo, I know where your house is by where it isn't.
I was acting like I'm Hamas or something, bro. We're just gonna bomb everything.
Hefty indeed. Mighty Mjolnir cannot.
Nah, that's not a good spot.
Bro, this shit frying me, bro. My girl's watching. She's like, cause she doesn't know who Blodge is. She's like, yo, why are you fucking shooting like the randomest shit, bro? All she just sees me jumping around like an idiot. And she's like, yo, what the fuck are you doing?
She's seeing me like punching a tree right now. Just cause like ADHD and shit, bro. Just tell her like he's mad.
Yo, tell her to just switch streams, bro. Honestly, at this point.
No, it's not Penny. It's not a death, bro. Please feel free to walk inside. Please feel free to walk inside.
Yo,
okay.
Yo, kill it.
Yo, it's a nest. It's a warm nest, bro. Come inside.
Yo,
huh?
You trying to be big? You actually gay. Yo, playing against Penny is so annoying, bro.
They got Penny and Groot, bro.
Yo, low-key Penny's mad.
So dead.
Angry.
So dead.
We can keep.
Penny's mad and
Yeah, back up.
No, just
We were a little
Alan, back up, bro. Okay.
It's not split up like that.
Yo, please.
What's up? Oh, that's you, bro. You're on my team, bro. Fuck you.
The nest is back. Oh, fuck.
Nest is back.
bro.
Back the fuck up.
Nest is like in the fog somewhere, bro. Oh, no. Okay.
Nah, it's just not even there, bro. You're delusional.
Yeah, you're right. I double checked and you're actually right.
There's actually nothing there, bro.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I don't know why I doubted you, bro.
Iron Man above us?
Iron Man above us,
Bro, I've tried everything. I cannot beat that Iron Man.
Yo, who the fuck is it? Yo,
Just let him fly, bro. Let him fly.
Just let him fly around, bro.
What do you mean, bro?
Iron Man?
Hear him?
Yo,
Look at ulted, bro.
Is he just flying around? Oh yeah.
I was also, yeah.
Yo, please don't kill me. I'm here to dance.
Yo, wait. Dance.
Yo, dance.
Yo,
Where's this dancer? I wanna see the dance.
Yo, if he
Yo, Gowry, bro. Why are you just standing there, bro?
He's planning. He's like thinking of a course of action.
I actually gave up, bro.
Not. Probably reading.
Bro's a thinker.
I was reading the fucking abilities
Yeah, that's for sure.
in the middle of the open, bro.
Yo, Gavin never folds.
Kill Iron Man. Oh, nice. Kill Iron Man. Alright, man, I'm not letting you go, man.
Look at this treasure.
I'm gone,
Yo, you gotta.
Yo, how did you get so far?
Yo, Dumbo did his first job, bro.
Come home, bro. Don't worry, Minnie, I'm with you. I got you, bro.
Yo, my fault, bro.
What the fuck are you two fighting, bro?
Nah, at their spawn. Their spawn.
Wait, can we restart, bro? This game doesn't count.
Wait, why? I mean, I'm down.
Why doesn't this game count, bro?
Wait, bro. Tanner showed up in my house.
Oh, Tanish's here? Okay, bet.
Oh.
Oh, that's why you went
Four
AFK.
healers?
That's why you went AFK, okay.
4 healers, bro. What the fuck is going on? No, 3.
Yo, 11. Yo, our final hits or spread is crazy, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, all of a sudden, it becomes like Lord Magic.
Yeah, get work done, bro.
Yo.
Alright.
Push up and wall.
Are we
I
stopping
gotta
now?
hop off though.
Yeah, Gary's
Maybe
out.
like replace me with a bot or something.
Yeah, you might do
I
better
don't
over this
notice
point,
any
bro.
difference.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm down. Yo, let me see if I can ask somebody right now, actually. But you guys just put a bot for now.
Andrew's still available.
Let me check.
Andrew was
Niche.
down.
Yeah.
But yeah, alright, yo, easy guys, take care.
Take it easy.
Easy, Gary.
Bye bye.
Like, yes, do you want?
Done?
I've messaged Andrew.
Oh, he's at Ridgeway Plaza. The fuck?
All right.
Oh, he's at Ridgeway?
Ask if Andrew's up. If Andrew's up, then we'll put him on.
Yeah, I just messaged
He's home?
him.
He's
but
home?
We'll see.
I just messaged him as well. Yo, he said, yo, wait, he's responding. Wait.
He said, bro,
I'll be home in 2
in
minutes.
30 minutes.
He said 2 minutes. No, he said 2 to me. Yo,
Bro, but Alan, 2 minutes is like 20 minutes,
so
bro.
naive.
Like 20, 30
yeah.
Oh.
He's gonna get home. He's gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna go shower. I'm gonna go jerk off. The entire spiel, bro.
Yeah. Yo, I'm down to play with a hard. I don't mind it being on whatever team.
We can also
Why is my ping so bad? What the fuck?
I don't know, bro.
A hard what?
Hard on?
It's Northern Virginia, bro. Like I don't know. Is there one that works better for you, bro?
Oh, technically, I'm further away.
Yeah, but like, does Dallas work better?
Oregon for you? How's Oregon for you?
Oregon's more West Coast.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah, it's Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is the best one.
How's Tokyo for you?
What about Dallas? Dallas. Is
Yeah,
Dallas
I mean 76. It's not 78.
Yeah, actually, Northern Virginia is the best. Northern Virginia.
I think Singapore is the ideal.
Bro, my ping is 5. I have a 5 ping.
You have Sao Paulo?
Sao Paulo?
flexing.
Would you rather have 98 or 96, bro?
98.
76, bro. Fuck.
No, it's saying Northern Virginia is 35 for me, so I think it'll fix up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Alan's got 80 right now. Oh, I went to Dallas.
Yeah, Alan's in like.
Okay.
I've got to say.
Hard bot.
80 kids in his basement.
Did Andrew reply? Andrew reply or no?
Yo, Alan, invite Wendy.
Did Andrew reply or no?
Bro, I'm not
Invite
inviting Wendy, bro.
Bring in Wendy. Where Wendy at?
Are we good? Do we need to reshuffle teams or something?
Yeah, reshuffle. Hit it with like 5 reshuffles.
Oh, hold on.
How is 5 reshuffles different than 1?
You just gotta. Yeah, I don't know.
That's
Just,
good, Loki.
Yeah, I'm not mad at this team.
Yeah.
yeah, I can run this.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Fuck it.
What map do we just play?
The Chinese
Bro.
one.
I just want to be on Justice Team once, bro.
Yeah, seriously, like us two, Rogan Gambit, it's fucking nasty.
I just want to play Rogue with Gambit, yeah.
Are you guys not on the same team? Oh yeah.
Yo, the Rogan Gambit team up is cracked, bro. Oh my
It
god.
actually is.
Yeah, that
He
shit is
drains
crazy.
ult, and then I increase ult, like fucking double whammy right there.
Yo, we can make the bot play Gambit.
Yo,
That's facts. That's facts.
Shit, yo, I'm about to get outplayed, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, hard bot.
What's going on?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, their team is in shambles, guys.
Yo, what are we
Okay, I'll play
cooking
DPS. I'll play
Okay,
DPS.
No. Guys, stay and keep Gambit.
Jeff.
You know, unless we do.
We get a Yef.
You have the Gambit swaps? Throw my controller.
Yeah, I wish you guys didn't ban Gambit, Bran. Fuck.
Yo, they have a Jeff.
Bro, I mean, we had to, bro. After
Bro.
we saw
Yeah.
that game, what the fuck?
Yo, low-key, we should try this with no bans. See what happens.
Yo.
With no bans, there's gonna be a Moon Knight and Gambit every match.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look, I think we have enough Moon Knight players to match
And
it.
I'll finally play Thing, bro. Fuck you guys.
We have enough Moon Knight players to match Moon Knight.
Now next time we gotta do tournament style, bro.
Who does that?
No bans, gentlemen's agreement. Nobody plays thing. Okay. That's fair.
Yo, what is this, bro?
Yeah.
Dude,
Me,
nobody plays Thing, Thor,
And Rocket.
yeah. Gary said he's down,
and
bro.
Rocket, bro.
This was actually Gary's idea, bro.
Great picks, bro.
Gary be like,
Why did bro pick Daredevil, bro? Nobody played.
Oh,
Nobody.
someone's actually playing Daredevil? Who's playing Daredevil?
No. I mean, as the gentleman agreement, bro.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think he assumed one of you guys played. Yo, you guys are overextended as fuck.
What the fuck?
I can
You guys are Afghanistan, bro.
what's going on, bro?
You guys are like Chinatown, dog. What the fuck?
Brother God.
Oh dang.
Never mind.
Bro.
Only do so much.
Never mind.
Fuck.
I had to go in and cause some havoc, bro.
Big shit.
I'm a
Healing is so fun, bro. I want to end up with like 40 assists after this.
Oh shit, you
Yeah,
loaded
Alan,
rocket.
ready? Ready? Pocket heal me, bro. Pocket heal me.
Alan's been a Lord Rocket, bro.
Holy shit, he's here, bro. I live thing.
Oh.
I got you. Yo, Gaga, don't push too much though, bro. I get scared and shit.
Bro's acting like he's Gambit, bro.
Yo, don't push too much.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Send me all the way back.
Oh shit, you got so lucky.
Yo, why you guys taking so hard? Bro, you guys have no reason to do this right now, bro. What the fuck? They are.
Holy fuck, bro. This is insane, bro.
Yo, you guys spread out as fuck, bro. Oh my goodness. No.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I hit you by accident.
What?
I hit you by accident.
Like, bro.
Yeah, where is everyone, bro? How are you guys getting killed, bro? Where's all the fun?
I was on the point, I can't lie.
I'm back.
Okay, W.
Yo, our Gambit's cooking right now, bro.
Yo, our Gambit's actually like definitely on Gambit.
Bro, half our team's like muted, I swear, bro.
He is Gambit.
Bro, what do you mean? He's 1 and 4. I already have like 10 assists almost. It's actually mid.
Bro, half our team's muted, bro.
Yo, I mean, they're locked in, bro.
Oh, I died.
Locked in, bro.
Yo, we never fall.
Damn, they got my ass.
Yo, what the fuck? You want to kill yourself? What the fuck?
Oh, let's go.
Yo, I've never been on the opposite end of that.
I've never been on the opposite end of that. It just screams terror, bro.
Oh, you talking about like getting back shots, bro?
I'm used to playing with him.
Motherfuckers talking about getting back shots, bro.
Iron Fist in the
I'm
back.
hating them more, bro.
Yo, Guggen, you're pretty good, by the way.
Yo, there's no Warren bossing stairs.
Yo. Iron Fist on point.
Oh no.
Dragon the least.
Kill Iron Fist.
Oh,
Yo,
bro.
More ulti, take him out of here.
Yo, push. Yo, make it.
He blocked it.
No, Iron Fist on the with the Gambit ult, bro. There's no way I'm surviving that either, bro.
This is insane. Gambit ult plus like.
Gambit ult plus.
Well,
yo, this
crazy.
Gambit's cooking right now, bro.
Gambit plus anything was crazy.
1 and 1 and 7.
Okay.
I'm trying to pocket the fuck out of you guys as much as
Yo,
I can.
nothing, bro. Just
Yo, imagine dying. Like fucking. Our Gambit is ass, bro. Okay. I'm not giving a fuck, bro. I'm carrying this team, bro. Gambit's actually shit.
What's the Gambit do, bro?
Yo, fuck you, bro. Let's bring up my downfall.
Damn, yo, how's Guggen fucking alive?
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. You guys don't understand.
Gambit, bro.
His rogue is insane.
How is he still alive? Oh my god.
Bro, if it was Manir, then it makes sense why you died.
I should have backed out. I got.
Holy fuck, bro. That guy was on the fuck. That guy was moving like fucking Donzo, bro. How did you live like that, bro?
I literally ulted for you, by the way. Like, cause I wanted to keep you alive, and you fucking died, bro.
Oh my god.
You're selling, bro.
Yeah, we're not even pushing the point,
Why
bro.
does this go back, bro?
Yeah, bro, because we're playing like aggressive as fuck, bro, for no reason.
No, keep doing it, yo.
Yo, why still abusing me, bro? Yo, leave me alone, bro. I'm doing it to you.
I'm dead. Yo, Yams, bro. What's going on, man?
Good to be protected.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
good.
why did you bring out Meg? Oh, fuck.
He's muted, bro.
Oh, fuck.
Oh shit, I'm running into walls again.
Or kill this guy. Fine. Holy, bro.
It's okay. I died. But
Oh, fuck. Everyone died. Yo, pull back.
No, we went up too much still.
Nah, it's fine. We got a lot of ground there. And they have to use it. Alright, move back.
Oh, fuck.
He holds these nuts.
Yo, this guy Manir is annoying as fuck, bro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's going
You like that?
He's actually annoying as fuck.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Yo, what the
Okay,
fuck is
that's
Gambit
cool.
doing over there, bro? What is he doing
Gambit's
over
selling.
there? Yo, Gambit's a reset, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Oh no, Gambit's actually selling.
Yo, blood typing.
Yo, Eddie, fuck
Oh,
that.
I
fuck.
want my Gambit to win,
Eddie
bro.
from Gambit.
From downtown is good.
That is that, bro.
Yo, like,
Where she at? Where she at?
Sneak attack!
Oh,
you
fuck.
are fucking cooking, dog. You are fucking.
Bro. Another entire
Bro.
team, bro.
I jumped into her. That's what I died, bro. Otherwise, I have my shield up.
Yo, can you heal me?
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
You're dead, buddy.
Oh, you died. You died.
I was in their team. I was the only one on.
All good. All good. All good. All good.
Oh fuck! I went too
You're
deep.
trying.
I went too deep. I'm sorry.
This is real fire.
That's
I got
not
you. I got you, son. Do your thing. Do your thing. I got you. See the more? Alright, I'm bringing more.
Yo, bring out no more, bro.
Yo, watch out, Meg.
Amin, how long have you been no more,
I'm
bro?
pulling up.
For a minute.
Sorry,
Bro,
Gambit?
I'm moving back still.
Yo, watch out.
Oh, my Gambit plus 4 shit, bro? Nah.
Bro, fuck, bro. That Gambit is fucking here. Someone's on objective.
Yeah, Gambit is so strong.
No way.
Yo.
I'll get Gambit, don't worry.
Yeah, this is actually a good game. What the fuck?
I think I get
How is this guy still fucking alive?
Keep fighting. Oh.
People are alive.
Dead now.
Yo, the healers are just getting back now, by the way. Yo, what the fuck are you doing, dog? What did I do to you?
Oh man, he got
Almost done.
Fuck, where's the rocket all? Fuck. Oh, the
Damn it, you
rocket.
fucking idiot, bro!
Yo, on us, watch out.
Bro, I get.
Oh, fuck, you guys did not.
Gary, why are you
Oh
typing
my
on Messenger, bro?
You guys did not. He's not in
He's not in the game. He's not in the game. He's with Tanish.
Oh, word.
Yo, chill, guys. Yeah, come on, bro. I'm just a fucking raccoon, bro. Please.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, fuck this Gambit, bro.
Yo, fuck this rogue, bro.
Yo, Guggen's pushing up a little bit.
He's trying, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Yo, there's Star-Lords coming from the back.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm dead.
The comms, bro, they're about the future.
Down to 30 seconds.
And you did it anyways, bro? Oh fuck.
Now, when Star-Lord is moving like that, it's
Yeah. You can't do anything about it, bro. Fuck. Touch point.
Move fast,
Yo,
move
if we
fast.
win, we can win.
Touch point.
I have ult.
I'm on point. I'm gonna die. I died.
Get on point, just get on point, no matter what.
Don't be touched.
What an old Gambit.
Gambit, you downtown, bro.
I got yams.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh.
Yo, how do we get a third healer? Oh, Arnie, what the fuck? What the fuck is this happening?
Time to switch things up.
I didn't even notice
Consider
that.
which side you're on.
Bro.
Yeah, just be clicking buttons, bro.
That was actually fucking
Count on
irritating.
team to win
Anybody
this
else want
event.
to yes?
Oh, Ignisha, you in this Discord?
I'm down. Yo, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it, Emmett.
I'm not on your team, bro.
Yo,
He's in the Discord.
Let me
Yeah, I think we need to see Wolverine from you, Arjun.
join the call. Yo, let's add him in after this.
Bet.
Yeah.
You're real on.
Bro,
Yeah.
fuck you.
Yeah.
Wait, you're our team. Let's go. I lied.
Ignisha, what character should I pick, bro?
Yo, do we want Gambit or do we want something else?
No thing.
Yo, what is this, bro?
Yo, do we want something invisible?
Yo, Arjun, I'm on your team, by the way.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo, allow thing?
Yo, fuck you, bro. It's too late. I didn't spot
No
the call.
shot? Bro, how did I time that perfectly?
30 seconds before you attack.
Yo, four tanks? What are we doing, guys?
No shot?
Yo, you guys are.
No, what thanks? Yo, I actually
Yeah,
rated
nah, this is such a
Four
uns-
tanks and Gambit. Four tanks and Gambit.
fire. Yo, wait. You guys cooked. What
Does
the
have a
fuck?
hard invisible woman?
Wait, she's hard?
Yo, wait, why did we
I'm
switch it from
hard.
Gambit?
I'm hard.
What? She swapped?
Yeah, cause you guys readjusted it, bro.
The fuck is this shit AI, bro?
Our Gambit's actually selling, bro.
Bro, I have no reason to have this. I don't have this team up anymore, bro. I'm switching. Fuck it, bro.
Yo, Magno 3-pointer. You can cook him, bro. He does not have a 3-pointer in his bag.
Sorry, bro.
Yo, I just
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's Moon Knight. Damn, yo.
Yeah.
Yo, make sure you guys take care of the turrets, eh? Fucking the more.
Oh, that. The more is fine, bro.
What battle
Never mind, I lied. I was kidding.
Yo, watch her five, you know?
My fault.
As soon as you said that,
I thought it was him.
Bro, break the
I thought you
fucking
were
nest, bro.
Yo, I'm telling you guys, target the door.
Man, what?
Yeah.
Doors off.
Man, what?
He's got.
Man, what?
He's gotta go.
Alright, bro.
Yeah, get that door.
Yo, no more. Yo, you're a good flanker, bro. I gotta respect it almost.
Almost. I mean,
Yo,
yeah.
why are we not attacking him, bro? He's just chilling up there.
I mean, he's not really. I don't know.
The greatness.
What at all? I'm just amazing myself. Yeah, man.
Yo, Alan, bro.
Yeah, man. Where are you going, bro?
I'm gonna lie.
Manir, you can't escape me, bro. Manir, what the fuck? You just gotta run back to point.
Yeah, you can't escape him.
Oh, win it, hey!
I can get it, bro.
Oh, I fell right into that, bro.
Oh, not the fucking webs, bro.
Yo, watch out.
No, bro, I can't do anything. He's just in it. He's just there. He's just
Oh,
live.
yo, they're using the Strange and Scarlet team up. That's pretty good.
Yo, Auden is like
Yo, he's
a
actually
master of that team,
Why is he
bro.
lost in right now, bro?
Yo, Arjun's punched up a lot.
Yo, Auden is as soon as he was playing a random ass game, he's lost his fucking.
Nice. Nice.
Oh boy. The ring
Yo, you saw me, bro.
a lot more.
Yeah, we gotta walk him.
You saw me.
Your ref, fall back, ref, fall back. Or fall up, I guess, I don't know.
I'm quitting. I'm quitting.
Yo, wait, we're selling.
We're selling. We're Invis, bro, pop your off.
Guggen pull. Oh, you guys got point? What the fuck? How?
Penny. It's always Penny, bro.
Yeah, yo, this bot is.
It's something about those goddamn nests, bro.
This bot is never gonna
Yo,
be
we need to
all, all game, bro.
Yo, someone said, yo, she generally has it. What the fuck? Yo, Invis, you fag, use it.
Where are you all? Where is this all, bro?
Nah.
That's actually pretty funny, bro. That's actually pretty funny, bro.
I'm dying in the ult.
Yo, fuck you, Manir. You're actually pissing me off.
What happened, bro?
You ran off like with like one hit,
Damn,
bro.
getting near me.
Bro, why are you always ulting, bro? Oh man. Somebody break the nest?
Let's just reset.
Did somebody break the nest?
Nah, nobody breaks that.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Whoever's the Rocky is actually fucking cooking, bro. What's the fuck? Crazy else and shit, like.
Yo, save me.
Yeah, Bryce broke glazing himself like this, bro.
This Rocky's actually sick, bro. Yo, our Invis might be the worst turret I've ever seen. I can't believe that worked.
Oh,
like, how did the Invis die?
fuck, Punisher was one shot too. Bam, damn.
Yo, Penny, you're actually confusing the fuck out of me. I don't even know if I can walk on this.
Why would you be confused, bro? Why would you ever be able to walk on it?
Yeah, don't be confused, bro.
I'm scared, bro.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck! Son, I tried saving you there.
Oh fuck. Yo, the fucking mines, bro.
Trying.
Spin me out.
Ah! Yo, why you screaming, bro? What is yelling,
Preamble, bro. How do you feel about that?
But yo,
How do you feel?
On it, chill, bro. Chill on it. No,
Get
he's
Alan. Get Alan.
yo, chill.
You got him? Nice.
He actually did get me.
Oh, they're back. They're back.
Yo, right on them.
Never miss.
Don't push.
Yo, what a game.
Yo, this is actually fun as fuck. Yo, our Invis needs to fucking be executed, bro.
Bro.
No, I don't
What was that all?
Yo, we go. Bro's gonna fucking Susan Storm in the Death Note right now, bro. Fuck.
Yo, I think you know I came back. What the fuck?
Oh fuck. Yo.
Reset.
Bro, this nest is like the death of us, man.
Yo, Anish. Is it Anish? Let's go.
Yo, Anish. What are you saying, bro?
Ignish.
Bro. Been a minute, my boy.
Yo, been a while, bro. You know, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Fucking finally, bro. Holy man.
Oh, not this Gambit ult.
Oh, I'm fucking loud, bro. My frames are going down to some lava.
What the fuck are you on right now?
Serious.
Bro. Chill, guys. I'm on your team. Chill.
Yo, Blood, you gotta take it running, bro. This motherfucker's
Bellagio's a problem.
Bro, I headshot him once and I unlocked it.
Yeah, like, I don't know what?
Yo, we have a group.
Wait,
Yo, they have a group.
Announcement, bro.
Why did he swap to group?
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Yo, they're doing
that for a drop of blood, bro.
They're doing a whole lot. Oh my god.
No. Where's on it? I know he's shot.
Yo, get rid of him as soon as you can, bro.
I'm trying, bro.
Yo, Agnes, your brother's moving like LeBron right now.
Honestly, bro.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Punisher, you like that? Dropping 40 right now. For what, bro?
Yo, Yab, get rigged. Get in there.
Genuinely?
Yo, I'm gonna get banned off Twitch, bro.
We're all gonna get banned together, bro.
Yo, I hope Yams gets molested as he's walking home one day.
Oh my god.
Yo, Cairo, you're a little bit up. You're just a little bit pushed.
Yo, Cairo, push up more.
I'm gonna have to swap. I'm not even gonna lie. Just swap.
I'm with you. I got Groot ulted, but I'm with you.
Yo, Guggen, insane fucking pullback, bro. Insane.
I got you.
Yo, our Groot also needs to be. Yo, why is their bot so ass, bro? Yo, when you're
look at Gambit. Look at Gambit.
When you're actually exploding.
Bro, how, bro? I randomized the team, bro. Everybody agreed with that shit too, bro.
You're reaching our Groot.
Nope. No, bro, he's doing it personally now. No, he's one. Oh, in the air, bro.
Ignis, what did you say? Yo, kid.
Damn, yo, Hawkeye is a fucking problem.
Yo, we only have one healer.
Yo.
This is actually a great game.
Oh, fuck, I didn't get Gambit ult.
Yo, Ignis, this bot is fucking ass.
Yo, guys, yo. Damn it, fuck you.
He's doing our team, bro.
Oh, I need help. Yo, Soul is crazy.
Oh, nah, that's crazy.
Yo, your Groot is actually cooking, bro. Your Groot is cooking, bro. Hold on, Groot might be a factor, bro. Hold on, that guy's moving different.
Alan, bro, love the aggression.
Thank you. I appreciate him. Hey, I feel like I'm doing nothing on offense, so let me laugh real quick.
I just see this guy trying to solo Dr. Strange.
Ah, fuck.
He's going backwards.
This is hard, bro. This is a hard game.
Yes, do your thing. I got it.
Oh, touch point.
What a game.
Damn, bro.
99.84.
What the fuck? That was a good game.
Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, it was actually a great game.
Alright, we got.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. That shit got my heart racing, bro.
Yo, how much is the second healer doing, by the way? 15k? Yeah, he didn't kill himself, bro. I don't know. Groot needs to die.
Like, get
What a
this
bot.
bot out of here, bro.
Yo, Ignis, are you online?
Yeah, I'm right here.
No.
Is he subbing in for bot or are we switching teams again?
No, he's subbing in for the bot.
Oh, you want
I'm also down to switch teams again. But these teams are pretty balanced. Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I like
it's a good game.
Run it back then?
I'm down with your game.
So what level bot am I? Hard bot?
You are hard bot, for sure.
I am hard.
What map was that?
Alright, bet.
Tokyo?
Okay, bet.
Yeah? That was Tokyo, right?
Do we start best of 3 series?
I like
Wait,
it.
what? Really? I'm down. Fuck it.
I like it.
Fuck it, I'm down, bro.
Best 2 or 3.
Should we take like a 30-second break before we start this?
Fuck, I want to jump in on my team, bro.
You can take a 2-minute break if you want, yo.
Alright, everybody take your break time then.
Yeah.
Alright, bet.
for us, bro.
No, I'm saying like just random 6v6s like.
Yo, question.
Yeah, I'm back. By the way.
Why does one guy here hate Fall Guys that much?
There's a Twitch VOD that you can watch,
Let me tell you
bro.
the story, bro.
Alright,
Let me tell you the story.
Yeah.
Alright, yo. So we had a 3v3v3 game tournament. Basically, we had to win Fortnite, a game of Fortnite, a game of Rocket League, and a game of Fall Guys in a row.
Oh, fuck.
In any order, though. In any order.
A row. In any order, yeah, right.
Okay.
So like me, Alan, and Justin were on one team, and we figured out the strategy. And the strategy was win in Fall Guys and move on. winning Fortnite and winning Rocket League is way easier. So at least get the hard one out of the way, and then we can move on. Right? The other teams did not do that. They started playing the other games first, and they realized that Fall Guys is the hardest. So anytime they won the other games, they were wasting time because they would lose in Fall Guys. So they switched a lot later, right? So we were grinding out Fall Guys for the first hour. We were just consistently just losing.
All I saw in my dreams was Fall Guys that night, bro.
Like we were grinding Fall Guys.
No,
2 hours we grinded, and then I think they ran like their third game of Fall Guys or some shit, and they won, and then they ended up winning every game after that, and they ended up winning the whole thing, and we were still losing in Fall Guys, bro. And I think I was so close. I was close. Like in 3 games, I was like the last person. Like the second last person, bro.
Yeah. You made it to the final every single time.
That shit would piss me off.
It was tough.
That's a valid reason.
I deleted Fall Guys. I'm never downloading that game again. Do not ask me to play that shit.
Yo, guys, Fall Guys?
Custom Fall Guys?
No, I'm not.
I'm not the same.
20 room?
Yo, I was gonna say,
Custom Fall Guys 20 room.
I'm not doing that.
If you're down for a genuine like custom fort though, I am low key down for that. No build though. I'm not gay.
If we can get 6
Oh yeah, no build,
people
no
on
build.
the thing, that'd be crazy.
Not gay, that's jokes.
I'm not for custom fort. Let's do custom fort, bro. Like right now.
Custom fort.
No, fuck you. I'm not doing that right now.
Chill, not right now, bro. Chill.
It was an idea. Hold on, wait.
Okay.
It was just an idea. Like it wasn't like a right now thing. It was just like a. Like
That's fair. Yeah, we can run that. Yo, another thing we can run.
Now we can figure it out.
Yo, ultra hardcore Minecraft.
It's been a minute, yo. It's been a minute.
It's been a
Run
minute,
that in a
bro.
minute, bro.
It's been a minute,
we used to
bro.
run that shit on the regular.
Yo, also, are all 12 of us here?
I think so.
I think we're gonna start. All right, go for it then.
Hold on, let me just make sure.
Oh, I think.
Yo, A.M.I, remember that one time in UHC?
Yeah, everybody remembers, bro.
I think honestly, give him a minute or 2 minutes or something.
Yeah. Do we split teams again? If we're doing best of 3, do you want to split teams
You
again?
want me to split? You want me to split the teams?
If we're doing best of 3.
This is good.
No, I mean in Discord.
Oh, in Discord, yeah.
If we're going for
I'll
points.
move everyone. I'll move everyone.
This shit's serious again. This shit's serious again.
I'm gonna move everyone. Hold on.
This shit.
Oh yeah, facts.
Bro, what do you mean sorry?
I think that should work.
Do you even know everyone's Discord, bro?
I'm trying.
Alright.
Yeah.
If you need help, like I know a couple.
Manir, you're out of here, bro.
Bye.
Yo.
Stop me.
We're just readjusting teams or Discord. That's the team.
Damn, yo, Guggen and I have not been on the same team.
Yeah.
Fuck Fall Guys has left gaming.
Alright.
Is that his new username? Fuck Fall Guys?
Yeah.
He's got 2 Discord accounts. The other one's Ben.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm not talking to you, bro. You're in this call with me. Alright. We are so back. Wakanda Convergence.
Wait, is this game serious?
More so than the ones we just played. Maybe less so than the ones we originally played. Also, we're missing. Are we missing? No,
Oh, near.
Serafall, bro.
Alright, bro. It's not.
What's happening, bro? What's happening with Discord?
What's going on with the Discord?
We're good, right? Yeah.
Round 1, go!
Alright.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The comp, triple support, 2 tank, 1. Okay.
Hefty indeed. Mighty Mjolnir cannot be
Oh, I can swap.
by brigands and thieves.
Nah, that's fine.
I would take great pleasure
The battle starts
watching
in
you
5,
put that blade to the
4,
test.
3, 2, 1.
I wonder who they're gonna play.
Securing the mission area.
Hulk?
Oh,
Hulk,
Wait, they're not in
yeah,
our
Hulk,
chat?
Hulk thing Wolverine. Oh, fuck. Hulk thing Wolverine. Ultron. Hulk thing Wolverine, Ultron. Jeff. And Squirrel Girl. Damn. That's it.
Wolverine trying to grab a tank.
Argent's dead.
Pink fucked me.
Any down. Wolverine down. Ultron low. I'm running.
Thing is fucking us.
I'm gonna have to go up before
Yeah, we got
first.
yeah, we're actually cooked.
Thing is actually going crazy, Emily.
Huh?
Wait, is this a comp thing that we're doing? A tournament or something?
Yeah, we're doing best of 3 right now.
Okay.
This one's a little bit more sweaty, bro.
Okay, I'll just swap it.
Fuck.
Sir, fucking you get a CMD, you think?
We already got one.
Trying to fuck me up.
The lightning of
It just reset.
Rolling.
Thing is, well, not the thing, but you know, if we get rid of Ultron and Jeff, bro, like they're not. If we get just rid of one of them, we'd be able to win a fight. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, he still got my ass. Fuck.
Fuck, Scroll Stampede got me.
That's ridiculous, bro.
I'm getting destroyed. Roy.
I'm on point. Okay, we have point for now. Ultron's one shot. Oh, never mind. Still low. Pushing up. Push up and cloak ult.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Def, let's go. Go backline, super backline, just fucking spamming shit, bro. Trying to get my ass.
Yeah, they got me. Damn, the other.
On point.
Pushed up a lot for that though. Goggins.
Fuck, I think that's something for now.
We could have gotten there or whatever.
Got thing on me.
Hulk's low, Hulk's low. Oh,
Stampede.
fuck.
I got Scroll Stampede.
I'm ulting on them right now. On point. Fuck, Skull Girl live. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, we kind of
Hold on, guys. What's going on?
To battle again.
Pulse charge.
Al, why are you Iron Man, bro? What happened to Jeff?
Jeff was working, bro.
Okay, thing's dead. I'm bullying them on point. Somebody heal me. Okay, nice, thank you. Not get hit by that. Okay, Ultron's out to fight for a bit. Killed Thing. Nice. Good banner. Nice. Jeff back there.
Damn, where'd the scroll go?
Dead. Thing behind me. Hulk back. Okay. Fuck them right down. Ulting on them. Oh!
Trying.
I'm dead. I think they got me. Oh!
Could we use triple heal?
Let me go rock.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, probably.
Yams, after you ult, you want to go?
I'm
I want Jeff.
Okay, never
I want
mind.
Jeff.
Okay, bro, what the hell are we doing? Now we're just wasting time. Back up.
I can go Mr. Fantastic if someone else wants to go support or something.
I'm not get caught by that. I'm muted. I has been muted. Fuck. Matt's just playing his own fucking game. Oh my god, bro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, their triple tank right now is not fun, bro.
Getting absolutely touched, yeah.
Oh,
I got grabbed by the fucking ult.
Yeah,
Heal me.
Heal me. Are you in the bubble, bro?
I'm still dead.
I'm dead. I'm not dead.
I have ults. Somebody can touch point.
Oh, I'm on point.
Somebody touch point.
Fuck, I died. Jeff's on point, I think.
Trying to get there.
Okay, nice.
I also have ult.
Just live, fuck. Just live.
Go good.
Ultron's one shot. Fuck.
Jeff is one.
Thing's weak.
No, I got swallowed. Somebody touch point.
I'm on point.
I got spit out. Oh no, they got spit out. But
Fucking Henny's weak. Yeah, man.
Jeff's coming back. I'm keeping Jeff off point. I guess we'll roll distracted for a second.
Just hold on a little more.
Oh.
Back up. We're way too extended.
Yeah, that's my fault.
I'm stuck. Hold on. I'm back. That's not good. I'm back. They portal.
Good penny ults. Big penny ults.
Alan wants me, bro.
Holy fucking frame rate, bro. Oh, that's not good. I might die here. I'm gonna die here. I need somebody else to touch point once I die.
Really trying good.
Fuck.
Got Jeff.
Everybody's dead, bro. Touch point. Oh, no.
Hang on for like a second. I almost have them all. Oh, fuck.
The current score is 0.
Yeah, so then you go heal so
we need something.
Then...
No, we need another DPS, bro, to take care of Ultron.
I can go Mr.
Ultron's been cooking us.
We need someone with aim, bro.
Yeah, honestly, like get one like.
I don't think so, bro. I think it needs to be a ranged DPS, bro. I can switch to ranged DPS.
His like dash grounds Ultron too.
That's one ability, bro. If that's not up, you're not getting him.
Yeah, I believe in you. Try it, bro.
I can go Scarlet too if you guys
Scarlet
want.
will be fire.
Okay, you go
I
Scarlet.
think Scarlet will be fire.
You can stay fantastic though if you want.
Calling a raccoon, huh?
Alright.
I like this one better.
Okay, I'm gonna stay magic and then we got team up.
Calling a raccoon,
I'll go back to Thor.
Bro, now I know why we banned the thing.
Though I be a god,
Yeah.
I would rather inspire
That was not
mortals
fun,
than be
bro.
worshipped.
That's why. It's really hard to. Honestly, Raccoon does counter him a little bit though. Here we go, Raccoon.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I think I will.
What DPS would be good against Sting? Because Sting Loki counters me too.
Anybody with
Namor?
strong burst, like I mean, even Squirrel Girl could probably counter. Yeah.
I'll do Namor. I'll do Namor.
But the rest of the team is a problem for staying alive.
The Hulk's been diving on us too. I think Namor works.
Yeah, no, Hulk counters. Sorry, Rocket counters both Hulk and Thing.
Yeah, you just gotta not get targeted.
No, I'm pretty slippery.
And dash on. Yeah.
Got it?
We know, bro. They have an Iron Man.
Ow.
They have an Iron Man with the Ultron
Probably,
and the Squirrel Girl.
Arjun.
Oh fuck.
That's okay. Just target him a little bit.
That's not good.
Well, Squirrel Girl plus Iron Man.
Plus Groot, yeah. Plus Ultron Beam, yeah.
I got killed immediately? What the fuck?
Holy brother. They're both just in there, bro. I can't even.
I'm flanking.
And Moon Knight, bro. What is this, the most annoying team in the world, bro? Moon Knight, Squirrel Girl, Iron Man, Ultron.
Behind him? Causing chaos behind him?
Okay.
Y'all can push up.
We gotta kill. Moon Knight down, Moon Knight dead. I'm chasing Shark.
Squirrel?
Fuck, I bricked it.
Heals?
Trying.
Okay, Scroll Stampede got me.
Everyone needs heals, though. That's the tough part.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, you guys got this. You guys got this. Get the flyers. Help us, please.
Hey, Jeff. You can.
Good shit. Beautiful.
Yeah, he's not playing Thing anymore, so, you know, at least we have that kind of motion.
He's gonna probably go back to Thing now, though. Because, like, Alan's gonna
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We got this. Back up a little bit.
Oh, fuck. Iron Man got me.
Oh, rip.
My fault.
RP. It's fine. Spawn's right here.
I thought someone would break the wall, Loki. I can't lie.
I wish I could break the wall and heal at the same time.
Jeff motherfuckers, bro. You got swallowed? Oh,
Kill
shit.
Jeff.
Very nice.
Nice. Watch out for that. Oh, shit. I'm going in.
Yeah,
Malting. I'm malting on them.
Got him.
Nice. He bricked his ult. Iron Man dead. Robo low. Nice. Yeah. Oh, we got.
Okay, wait. I don't have
Good
it.
rocket ult.
The thing is harassing us.
If we got no more in Strange ult, if we can combo, that'd be crazy.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm back up.
You got it. Jeff up there?
I'm fighting Iron Man in the sky. I'm backing up.
Yeah,
he switched the thing.
Oh, fuck. No, never mind. He fucking got me.
Okay, we got something.
I'm winning the trade so far.
You good, bro?
Why can't I? There we go.
Is he earthbound you, bro? You can't jump
Somebody
it.
get the Ultron.
Got him.
I'm trying to heal.
Bro, dash! What are you...
I better climb up the wall, those guys. I was able to eventually. Let's get this fucking dash.
Oh, not that
Yeah,
shit,
I'm
bro.
gonna try to focus on the flyers more.
He was on point, Vicky. Oh, I got walled off. Fuck, I got walled off.
We need to back up.
Yeah, back up. We have no tanks. You want a portal? Actually, no. Yeah, we have Africa. I'm back.
Heals? Anybody? You got me? They pushed up all the way.
Okay.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Can you do a little something?
Push up as soon as the portal drops. I'm on top of them.
Oh, they're Jeff got.
Cap point.
Get him.
We got point.
Guys.
Bro, I can't. Nice. That's big.
Good shit.
Good thing. He's stalling. He's on my ass. I'm gonna die. Oh, I died. Iron Man's back.
Okay, I wish my fucking revive thing went off.
Alright, bro. I'll be back.
Like literally one more second, you would have been happy.
I'll be back. Oh, fuck. Oh,
I am
fuck.
Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
Okay. We got the full team almost.
Yeah.
Just
Their
live.
tanks are pushed right now.
Okay. Somebody focus Iron Man for a second.
Yeah, we can get thing.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
They wombo comboed it.
Yeah, they did, unfortunately, wombo combo it.
The god of thunder.
Yeah, I didn't kill anybody.
Alright, we need to
I'm fucking beaming Groot right now.
We're staggered.
Fuck.
Back up. Leave, bro. Leave.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Okay, I'm getting chased by Thing. So we need to deal with the Iron Man, like, so we can't get any motion.
Yo, I can't believe it. They don't have enough.
Oh, he swapped?
It's
oh,
Ultron, bro. It's
no,
Ultron
so
that's
no,
fucking
yeah,
us.
he swapped to Adam, though. Fuck. Okay. We don't have a team up anymore. That's not helpful. Yeah, we have a couple ults again.
Yeah, we have no one to take care of it.
Oh. Just followed?
Guys, a thing is trying to rape me in the back, guys. Please, somebody turn around. Healers, turn around, please. Okay.
Oh, not the squirrels, bro.
We got him.
Guys.
Stay on point. Get on point.
Touch. You need to touch.
Oh my god.
Have we made a push together in the last, like...
I don't think so. I'm just going in and dying.
Yeah, bro.
Any dead?
Hey, touch point. Stay on point. Just stay on point.
It's okay.
Okay, who's touching point?
Brother, get to point.
Bro, I'm getting beamed. I can't get to point.
I'm touching point. I'm on point. I'm ulting on point. I can't ult on point right now. Okay, I'm ulting
I'm
on
right
point.
behind you and you're getting healed.
Thank you.
Hit that shit, Wanda. Let's go.
And he's gonna ult.
Where is he?
Stop there.
Let's go.
He's dead.
Dead.
Yeah, he thought. Yo, abuse Henny, honestly, he's the weak link.
Fair enough.
Him and Ultron, like, if we just take care of that, we win the game. Turn into a 5v6 and then, like, really focus on the point. Punish
He's dead.
Alan when he
He's dead.
Get Alan. He's
Get
dead.
Groot.
Get that. Ultron.
Oh fuck. That's not good. They stacked the ult. Oh, bubble. Oh no, that's not good. Fuck, we're all gonna die.
What the fuck? I was invisible, yo.
Yo, Yan.
That how it works?
I'm dead. Yeah. That was tough.
Bruh. I need 3 healers, yo.
3 healers?
Fuck up, guys.
Fuck.
Somebody help me with this Ultron.
I capped the point.
We need yeah, man. There we go. Luna can do some damage to Ultron. Yo, Arjun right here, punish this.
I got killed by Squirrel.
Hold it down. Arjun's running. I'm chasing him.
He killed the Squirrel. Nice.
Arjun's dead. He can revive himself though. He gets health.
He revived?
Yeah. You chasing him again?
No way he like lives this, right?
No, he's gonna die. Just stay on point.
Guys, move back to point.
Doors half. I mean, things half. Groot's low. Groot's dead. Get thing.
He's dead.
Nice. Alright, me and Wanda about to dive him. Okay, they weren't even there, bro. Oh, that's what we needed.
And he ulted?
I'm ulting on it. I ulted on his ult.
Oh, that's fire.
Three on point if possible. Thing on point. Nice.
Trying to get Ultron.
Punish that.
You dead?
Got him.
Excellent, we got this.
For sure.
Yeah, that was huge.
Let's go.
Huge. Yeah, I think 3 healers play.
Then we got it down to overtime, the same as them, bro.
Including which side
If we have 3
you're
healer,
on.
I'll go Gambit. Yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Yeah, run defense again.
Damn, I could even go low-key. I got a fucking great ults to steal from.
Yeah, we got good heals. Their assists are crazy though. 48, 40.
Who do they have? They have Rocket and who else? Jeff.
They don't have, do they have a rocket?
I feel like we started to figure out thing at the end. He's not being a factor.
Actually, maybe I'll go back Rocket because like Rocket does punish things.
They have triple support, don't they? Have Adam, Rocket, and Jeff.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep Rocket.
I think they might switch.
It started working for us.
Yeah.
No, they have Ultron.
Oh yeah, Guggins Ultron, Henny was fucking Adam, and then
that's good. Luna, Namor, and Scarlet can damage Ultron pretty well.
Yeah.
Even Cloak, if he's like.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, I'm trying to get up there, but
I'm
on my way up,
I'm trying to get up there too, bro.
supers.
Yeah, like I just dash up there, trying to get him down, but
yeah.
I think we can hold
I'm
this.
also trying to like kind of hold the backline a little bit because Thing is just like freaking ramming us.
It was definitely worse when he had Hulk too.
You have to stop them.
If they run Hulk Wolverine again, we might. No, they got Magneto. Magnamore, Jeff, Scroll Girl.
I feel like they're gonna.
Oh, they got Rogue. Oh fuck, they got Guggen on Rogue, bro.
Do they have a Gambit as well?
I'm assuming that they don't even have a Gambit actually.
There's a
Flank. Guggen.
Flank.
I got him. I'm bullying him. Backline bully. We're trying to 1v1 Thor, bro. What are you doing, man?
Keep it up.
Nice. They didn't even touch.
No.
That's crazy.
I'll go Gambit now for them.
Yeah, we just gotta touch it a little bit. Yeah.
Let's portal on them.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just portal, drop them.
Portal man?
Do you want to do a split?
You'll need a top-notch team to win.
Nah.
Don't split all at once.
And the mightiest avenger.
Give me the portal?
Open your eyes.
Yeah, that's good.
Reality is
Keep the
but
3
an
heal.
illusion.
Alright, bet. Imagine if you fucking tie. That's true. If we port,
if you portal, do not penny.
I'm not gonna do it in like a fucking right onto the point. I'll do it like behind the point, you know, like that little back platform area.
Yeah, I hear you.
Find a spot where we can jump somebody, bro.
You know, I wonder if like, we can do this. This is some tryhard shit, but I wonder if I put down the
beacon. Oh yeah, everybody grab a 25. Everybody get 25 extra health, bro.
Yeah,
that's so crazy.
That's sweaty, bro. If you want to be even more
raging right now for sure.
Taking the ball, bro.
Yeah, my bad.
So if anybody wants a jump boost, anyone wants a jump boost, there's one right there, bro.
Yeah, everyone got the 25 plus health.
If you can touch that.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I got the jump boost.
Oh, we keep it. We do keep it.
Alright.
Get that portal going, bro.
I actually think we could try to like.
They have Ultron, Girl, Thing.
Let's bait them a little bit.
Yeah, pretend we're going for it, otherwise they're gonna know.
I think they know.
They know now.
Alright, go.
Alright, coming.
Our enemies are near. Good medicine.
Girl dead.
I'm gonna die.
Oh fuck. I dead? Fuck. We have motion?
Don't be healing.
A little bit. Keep it up, guys.
I'm gonna fly there just in case. I'm just gonna pick Iron Man. Okay, we got it.
Ultron's up there. Alright, nice.
Well done.
Final score.
Well done.
Bro, we have 3 DPS.
3 DPS, 3 healer.
That's jokes.
Another
Good
epic
game, good game.
victory.
We should join the main chat now. Or yeah, that's a sick animation.
I literally messaged Agnish and I'm like, "Ew, you guys didn't even move when they tried to capture point."
Oh, they named our
He's
team.
like, "Yo,
They named our team
we're
crap,
retarded."
bro. All right.
So they have more kills than us.
They probably did, bro. What's the number saying?
Yeah, 50 assists from Guggen is nuts, man. Holy shit.
Bro, count out the
40,000
final.
heals.
Count out the final hits. They have way more final hits than now.
Yeah, that one round they got us, but it was that one round they got us bad.
They have exactly
Crazy.
80 final hits, if my math is right.
80
We have
final
less
hit.
than that, far less.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
All right. Convergence again? Okay. Taking Domination has been in the shuffle this whole time, and we've only played one Domination map so far.
Yeah, I think triple heal's the way. We often like when we do that.
Yeah, Alan's gonna fucking start complaining again.
Yeah, he is. He actually is. Yeah. Hey, it's the counter.
You'll
Man.
need a
It just works.
top-notch team to win this one.
All right.
These
Should I
teams
go
are
Gambit,
these teams are
Rocket, or
super
Loki?
even though.
I'll play anything.
We're playing to win.
We're on attack, I think.
Eat nuts
Okay.
and
Yeah.
kick butts.
I'll go Gambit to start. If you guys Thing, I'll go Rocket. Or Hulk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sneak around the back and get the healers.
But
Round one.
Oh no, never mind.
It's not the map you thought it was, bro.
Defense.
I can switch to magic.
Yo, wait, do we
We're
have
on
tanks?
defense.
Oh, we're on defense.
Yeah, we're on
Oh, it's a,
defense. I thought we were on
oh, it's a
offense.
We're on
yeah.
defense.
Sorry, I didn't read this fucking shit, bro.
Defense. On defense, I might actually go Rocket.
Yo, Penny would go crazy right now. Oh, we have no tank, eh?
Oh yeah, we
we
do.
do.
Thank you.
Fuck
Yo,
it.
Mad Moon, yo.
Bro.
Fuck it, nice. Y'all walk too far, bro. Y'all walk too far. Just whoever dies first becomes strange, and portals back.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Fuck, bro.
2,
Yo, we should have. Yo,
you have
guys.
to stop them.
What's going on?
I'm
Guys?
not even gonna let them catch it. We're just that sick.
With no tanks, imagine we pulled that one off.
Night.
Play Moon Knight.
Yeah.
Someone's
Playing
around
Rogue.
nearby.
Rogue. They don't have a gambit though. Black Panther BP on point. Oh, what the fuck? That guy moving. Oh, fuck me.
That's painful. That's very painful.
Moon Knight.
Yo, portal back. Yeah, yo, Black Panther, fucking Moon Knight's going crazy.
Rogue combo. Wait, did that thing, right?
No, they don't think. They don't think.
Alright,
Okay.
switch to the tank.
I'll get someone portaling.
Whoever died first, bro.
Damn, yeah, they're just gonna catch it. Yeah, they're gonna get it.
Oh, too late.
Where's the portal?
Oh yeah. Ah,
Too late.
fuck. Whatever, bro. Just drop it.
It's too late, bro. Bro,
Oh fuck! I accidentally pressed change spawn.
Bro, he's still killing me, bro. Look.
It's okay, bro. Everybody knows the first portal from Portal Man is always like throws you off.
Bro,
it was too late, bro.
Yo. Black Panther behind us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I can't.
you couldn't put it in the
Fucking bastard. Where?
I like the cold.
Yeah, it's
Here you
frustrating.
go.
Whatever though.
Black Panther might be my counter right now, bro. I'll switch once I ult. To something more
Getting
feasible.
fucked up. Heals.
I'll switch to like Iron Man. or
Heals. Somebody
something,
look at me.
We are indeed getting cooked right now.
Yeah. It's not no
Yo.
joke thing, bro.
You might want to back up, bro. Bro, this dive combo is cooking us. Need a penny.
The Rogue.
Need a penny. We need a
Okay.
penny.
Healer down.
Black Panther. He's one shot.
I'm chasing Jeff right now.
Here we go.
I'm chasing Jeff right now. Jeff's dead.
Rogue's one! Rogue's one!
Where?
Fucking on the staircase.
Oh fuck. Oh,
Whatever you
fucking. Yo, just to beat me on that shit.
Yeah, they ulted for no reason. They're Iron Man now.
Fuck.
Heals?
Oh, is that Arjun?
No, it's not. It's supercharged.
Black Panther?
Black Panther flanking. Right side.
Black Panther's flanking right. Hero?
Oh damn, you supercharged is good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm breaking a lot of my shots right now. I can't lie. Okay, Black Panther dead. Oh, you took your fucking shield too. They're still ulting. They're still ulting. Holy.
They actually didn't have to do all that.
They really didn't, bro.
I got killed by Rogue.
Holy fuck, bro! I can't break any. Okay.
I took care of their Jeff.
Okay, it's just our Luna alive, bro.
I could hold him.
Can we portal?
26 seconds.
There's a Black Panther here.
That's not happening. Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Get on point. Get on point.
I'm trying. Oh, they didn't. Yeah. Bro. Alright.
Yo, I'm getting chased by Guggen.
Yo, freaking Rogue is going nuts on me, bro.
Yeah, that's tough.
I'm switching.
Yo, we gotta lock in, guys.
We can hold the staircase. We can hold the staircase though. This is an easy choke point for us.
Staircase is like
we got motion. We got motion.
Panther on the left.
Yeah, 3 healers definitely the way to go.
Yeah, I swapped.
Yeah,
They just punish Bellagio. He does push up a lot if we can get him and turn into a 5.
Oh fuck! Yeah, like I cooked my ass.
Damn, you got wrecked, bro. No, it's not Origin, bro.
It's not
You already
Origin.
asked this. Bro, I keep getting killed by fucking Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue.
Do we need a second tank? I'll swap if we need to. I don't know if that's
Cheeky,
gonna
you're a little
help,
bit pushed off. I'm trying to heal you though.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, switching to Penny.
Okay. Rogue's dead.
I think we need a second tank if I'm being for real.
Isn't Penny gonna be our second tank? Oh wait, oh you were other.
No, it's only it's only been solo tank this whole
Okay,
time.
I can switch if we need to.
Punish this.
After this ult. Yo, don't let this guy live, bro. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's gonna get revived with the beacon. He's gonna get revived with the beacon.
Fuck, we should have taken out the beat. Oh, whatever.
Okay, it was Rogue. It was
No,
Rogue.
he didn't survive. He didn't survive.
Rogue got revived.
I have ult. I'm gonna save it though when we need it.
Yeah, I also have ult. I'm gonna like play at an off angle, so hopefully they don't see it coming. I'm just gonna chill up here and not do anything for a bit.
Yeah. That'd be imagine yo, dude.
Get ready. Enemy tagged. Follow them.
Let me know if they're
Get that
coming.
Rogue
Let me know if there's a lot of them coming close.
Black Panther left. Black Panther left. Black Panther left.
Okay, I'm just gonna ult. I feel like
Whoa.
Let's go. Let's
That's so
fucking
crazy.
go.
That's so crazy.
Now we still got 2 support ults in the tuck. Let's go.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Extra shielding.
Plus no more ult.
I have no more.
Or doesn't know I can sit the top of his beacon though.
Powering up. Bombs away.
They're moving as a unit. They're moving as a unit. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I died.
Move around a little bit. We might need a support ult soon.
I got swallowed. He's gonna suicide bomb.
Oh no! Did we double ult? Fuck, we double ulted. No.
I'm gonna try to get take care of this. Rocket ult.
Wanda's dead.
Extra shielding. Yes, please.
Yo, rocket back there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him.
They ran.
Back and push them back.
One.
Rogue's low. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, he recognized it.
Oh, I still died. Fuck.
Rogue low.
Yeah, Rogue's on my ass,
Yo,
bro.
just forget about Rogue. Get the healers.
Don't die to that, please. Oh no, both of our healers died to that.
That's
Fuck.
really bad.
Oh, all our healers are dead.
Bro can bait you, right? She'll get low and then heal up. Just ignore that.
I got killed.
Holy fuck, bro. God.
They might have it here.
Touch.
Anybody touch?
Someone touch it, just you
They're
please.
all ulting. It's all good. 33 seconds.
Damn.
Just try to honestly like get the healers. Let Guggen do his thing.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
But that would, but he's fucking me up. I can't lie to you.
You can sell, because the thing is he can self heal and like, he gets really low, right? So it kind of baits you. Plus like a rocket just kind of bouncing his orbs.
Yeah, group might work better here.
Yeah.
On offense.
Go around the back, and you can kill like the healers really.
Oh wait, let me.
You gotta take those guys
magic
out.
for that.
Well, you can.
You can use your bubble.
Yeah,
Magic
if
can
you
do
want.
it
You
too.
can use, okay.
Yeah, if both like if you and I,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
hey, you guys
around.
go together, you can just clear out the back.
Here, you think I should go Ultron to get the drone on it? Go stay Gambit.
Who's Stark
Big
playing?
Gambit, bro.
Stark, who are you playing?
I'll play
Okay, yeah, go Ultron. Go Ultron.
Cloak.
I think go Ultron.
Yeah, I'll go Ultron?
Yeah, go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alright, let's rip this.
You're leaking down there.
What does this thing even do?
It just
they
it's
got a
passive
penny.
healing.
Drone, it gives you healing, it's pocket healing.
They got a penny.
I know. I wish for
Okay.
a good
Watch out for the
Yeah,
watch out for
I
the
don't know
mines.
how high. I think they pushed up really high though. I think they pushed up really high, so they might not be able to sneak.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
I'll look at it.
Alright,
Watch out
Moon
for a fucking
You're on.
yeah.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
No nest, no onk.
On.
The nest is back there. Okay, I'll break the nest from above. I'll break the nest from above.
We should destroy these with a nice deep freeze.
Nest is gone.
Behind.
Keep an eye on this spot.
Damn it, you're deep.
Em, I'm coming around. You wanna?
Come on, healers.
Oh fuck! They saw me.
Nice. Thank
Okay,
you
well,
for getting the...
I got everybody to move back off point, bro. Holy.
Let on.
Go in there. Follow group. Follow group. I'm gonna come back around.
Jeff won. Jeff won. Jeff healed. When they dead. Anina's gone. Rocket dead.
Phoenix.
Get mag. Get mag.
Phoenix half. Sorry, Scarlet's not Phoenix.
They portal. Portal.
Oh, bro, why would you wall this?
Kill Jeff. Oh.
Alan dead.
Oh, the Guggen's for sure.
Fuck, I can't. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't touch the bubble fast enough. Fuck. You have motion? Kill Ultron. Look up. Cloak.
Yeah, Ultron's a problem.
I got ulted.
Are you safe though? Are you safe? Are you in a safe environment?
Yeah, I'm good. Healer ulted on. There's Ultron.
I never heard Ultron moan like that, bro. Holy.
Get that vehicle to its destination. This should be fun. A nice freeze.
Iron Man. Okay, nice.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
I have ult on.
Jeff dead.
Need that.
Oh yeah.
Phoenix low. That's fine.
Pull back. Like foreskin.
Orange is dead.
Shit. Get out of there if you need to.
Honestly, punish that.
Ultron's dead.
Very nice.
Shoot her. Okay, no.
One healer dead.
Alan right there.
Where? Oh, behind the wall.
Hey, yo, Iron Fist on me. Iron Fist is like just,
What is this guy even trying to accomplish, bro? Oh, he's just trying to heal Iron Fist. Trying to heal Iron Fist. Arjun swapped off Iron Man. He swapped off Iron Man. He's getting cooked, bro.
Yeah, he knows it.
Oh, they switched to Cap, bro. No more, no more, no more, no more. In front of our spawn for some reason.
Punish Arjun? Yeah.
Punish Alan, kill Alan. He's like super straggler. He just jumped off the.
He jumped off.
He jumped off the map.
No, he didn't let me kill him.
Bro didn't give me the satisfaction. He's always Alan's 0-7. Oh no, I think he's Rocket. I was about to say.
Behind.
I was about to say, bro. Yeah. Luna ult on point.
Honestly, because this can be like a top spot.
Watch out.
Overall, good stuff.
Guggen got revived off the beacon.
Damn it, cook.
Venom's diving backline.
The heals.
Venom's backline. Venom's on point.
Healer's dead.
Nice. Good cap. One shot. Nice.
3 healers dead.
Honk.
Yeah, 3 healer was definitely the move. With Ultron.
Yeah, we can push up a little bit. Oh, that's big.
That's kind of pointless though, right?
I mean, if they can touch, bro.
Oh shit, never mind. It was not pointless.
Moon Knight, yeah. Fuck. I saw that shit coming through. I don't have any motion. Oh, V.
This guy Arjun spent the whole time running. That was a joke.
It's funny.
No, the last 10 seconds was just me trying to kill Arjun and healing over and over.
Damn, their stats are actually kind of.
We need a good defense, yo. we fucked them on offense.
Start with Penny, bro. We just didn't start with a tank last game. That's why. That's the
thing.
Yeah. I don't know what we're cooking.
I could go Mr. F Rocket. That could definitely.
No, keep the 3 healers, bro. The 3 healers is like, that's your thing, right?
No, it'll be 3 healers because I'll go Rocket. He'll go Mr. F. We'll just swap. But
oh, okay, yeah. Then do your thing. We can do Mr. F.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
If the flyers are still too annoying, we'll just swap right back. Okay.
This is 1.5 tank.
If Iron Man and Ultron are problem, we'll swap right back.
Exactly. Plus, we got fucking 3 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They have 1, so they might not even make ult time. Moon Knight might get ult twice though, Loki.
They said that the magic in the backline was giving them trouble.
Yeah, I was terrorizing the healer.
They said that, bro? Are you replaying?
Yeah, no, honestly.
That's a text I got from Agnish.
Yeah, magic was cooking on it.
Oh, at least we know their weakness.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing.
Watch out for the flank.
Portal. Everybody back. Everybody pull back. Everybody pull back.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, you're right. They're gonna go for a portal with a move.
Up there. Iron Fist up. I'm
Someone's coming from the front.
Iron Fist is chasing. Iron Fist chasing support. I need low. Nice.
Iron Fist dead.
Let's fucking go. Yo, Alan's been on DPS twice and he still hasn't gotten a kill, bro. Just tell him to stay on Rocket, bro.
Guggen's on Ultron again.
We still have a beacon, by the way. If anybody dies, we can come back. Iron Man backline. Iron Fist backline.
Iron Fist dead. No. Dead. Let's go.
Venom.
Ultron 1. Ultron.
I'm chasing. Okay. Ultron's dead. Nice.
I am dead. I'm reviving. Good shit, guys.
Bro, I didn't even need to revive you, bro.
Yeah, we actually just cooked him there.
Alright.
Time to switch things up, including which side
Let's
you're
keep
on.
this. What do you think? Or should we switch
I'm gonna switch back to magic. I'm gonna switch back to magic.
Go back to what we did last time. I think.
Yeah, okay. Ultron Iron Man.
Alright,
So we had a
You had a what? You cut out there.
Strange? Do we have Strange last time? Well,
No, we had group.
No. We group.
Okay, bet.
We just need to get the first point anyways. So like,
Yeah. That's the first take. We can try to go around. We can try to go to round 2. We can save the portal.
don't need the portal.
No, this guy's was so ready for the portal plate, bro. Such a
How much time do we have? Oh, we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We low-key could portal. We low-key could.
Bro, we could win it in 2 seconons, bro.
Bro, portal switch off and then portal again.
No, the portal will disappear.
Yeah, the
But I hear you.
No,
Where should I portal though?
take
Where
it.
should I? No, I hear you. I hear you. I understand. I understand now. Where should I portal though?
Should we stay triple heal?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yes.
Wait. Where should I portal though? Like, is it like right on top of their heads, or like where they ported last time?
Try to look for an opportune spot to kill somebody.
And then let us know where they're like posted up.
If there isn't an opportune spot, just find somewhere safe that we can pop out.
Yeah. I'll try to.
Y'all go front. Y'all.
Yeah. Let's bait them out.
They have a nest set up.
Yeah, they're playing back.
They have a penny fog. Portal up.
Nest gone. Nest is gone. Nest is gone.
Move back to portal.
Circle, don't wait for us to get there as well.
Both dead.
You dead?
Yeah, that shit's over, bro.
You'll get Arjun. And the nest.
Rocket.
So that way we won 2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done.
Let's go.
Go back to main chat.
Oh, what the fuck? Fuck those guys.
Fuck those guys, bro.
Ambit
MVP. Ambit MVP.
Amit.
I told you
Yo,
my
the picture is sick, yo.
my magic
Yo,
was on.
fuck your 3 healer comp, genuinely. Like, it's the stupidest shit ever, bro.
Crap.
It's actually rage baiting. It's literally rage bait, bro.
Yeah, just know when I switch to Ultron, things change a little bit.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice.
Yo, Justin, how do you feel about my first Ultron game, bro?
No, I thought it was
39
literally that's what made me go Ultron, bro.
39,000 healing, bro.
That was nuts. To get almost 40k healing on Ultron is fucking nuts.
Why are half those guys still on the other phone, bro?
Yeah, we had a raft, bro. That was the difference.
Oh yeah.
Can you move those?
I'm gonna move everyone in here.
Was
Yeah,
Arjun muted, bro?
Oh.
Alan, I know you're pissed with that 3
Yeah,
healer. I
muted.
know that was pissing you off.
Yeah, because it's so sweaty. Like, it's annoying.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, Ambit
Ambit
MVP.
yo. Amit is back.
Yo, Yams.
Damn, bro. That was tough.
Also,
Yeah,
yo,
shut
when
up, bro.
Yam
Nah,
switched,
fuck your 3 healers.
switched to
Generally,
Luna,
fuck
that
your
was a
healers.
big
Yeah,
that was a big
bro,
help when
bro.
Yam switched.
Fucking bro, you were cooking us on Rogue.
Yeah.
thank
You
you,
just
bro.
wouldn't die, bro. Holy man.
I hate Rogue, bro. I think I hate Rogue
Gogan.
a lot now.
Let us get on the same team, man.
Yeah, I need that gambit, bro. I need that gambit. I'm gonna get even stronger.
Yo, randomize it and run it back. Run it back.
What time is it?
Like,
Oh, it's fucking 3, bro. It's almost 3.
Yeah.
But yo, Logic's time's a concept.
Bro, that first map we forgot we were in overtime. Wallahi, we forgot we were in overtime.
Bro, we all
Yeah,
we
well, that
all
was
turned
so
into bots.
autistic, bro.
We just started enjoying the game. We're like, oh, cool, man. A minute passed by. We're like,
Yo,
oh,
last game wins.
fuck.
Last game wins.
What the fuck? Last game wins.
Yeah, last game worth 3 points.
All right. Are these teams fair? Everybody, just take a look real quick.
You have the unended
I don't know,
Yams
yo.
healer.
I mean, you guys got both the good healers, and we have good healers too, so I think it's fair. The healers is what throws it off, bro. That shit was just gay.
I don't know who's healer.
That was just rage bait. It was just free rage bait for me, bro. Like, it was so annoying to do with your
Alan, why did you commit suicide when I was
Yo, because I'd rather commit suicide than let you kill me, bro.
I wouldn't want to give you the satisfaction, bro.
I will not give you the satisfaction of killing me, bro.
Bro, I saw you jump the cliff. I'm like, no, what the fuck?
All right.
Alright, start it.
Last game wins.
split teams on Discord?
Oh, we're splitting up?
Yes.
Yeah. Split it
So
up.
what are the other one?
Okay, I'll move people. Or...
Yeah, move people, Gogan.
Yeah, run them back.
Bro, those guys are definitely Gambit and Rogue.
Yeah. Gambit, Rogue, Magneto.
thank you, bro.
Gambit, Rogue, Magneto for sure, bro.
Check.
We check.
I'm in the right team.
Yeah.
We're missing.
Wait, are we?
We're missing people.
Do we have Ignish here?
Yeah, it's wait.
Oh, what the hell? I thought I saw you leave.
We're still missing one person.
Yo, can we do 3 healers? Nah, I'm playing.
All right, Alan. Let's talk. How are we gonna beat this fucking dog shit 3 healing?
I don't know how to do
Retarded comp, bro.
Wait, one thing.
Weren't you guys also doing 3 healing? Didn't we cook
Yo,
you?
we can't, bro. Our 3
Yeah,
healers
bro.
doesn't have the fucking support alts that you guys do. It was just me with the
Yeah,
support
we don't know
alts.
how to play 3 healers.
Like, we don't do 3 healers.
Their team is low-key scary, bro. I can't lie.
Pick your hero.
With the team up they're about to have.
With healing, I 100% agree.
I can
They're
go
probably
magic
gonna do
again.
3 if you can deal with their 3.
Okay.
Oh, you are. Yeah. Yo, Cairo. What's your name?
And the mightiest
Amit.
Avenger.
Bro, you fucking molested me with that magic, bro.
If only I had it during the original series, bro.
The original series. Hey, bro.
Screaming.
Yo, wait, I can run rocket again.
Yo, where do you guys live?
Or you allow the Adam.
Alan, respectfully, you're a better
The
thing.
very gates of high.
Alright, I'll play rocket.
I mean, bro, I had the most
Rocket.
healing that entire game, bro.
You can count on me.
But yeah.
I got a plan.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Alright,
ready.
I'm back.
Okay.
Y'all want me on Squirrel again?
I'm solo tanking.
Oh,
Okay. I'm not mad.
We got one tank and he doesn't have a
Double
shield.
dive?
But we're on domination, so I don't know. We got 2 double dives. Alright. Okay.
double dive is fired.
We got Thing
This
with
is how you
you.
do with 3 healer, bro.
We got Thing with you,
How
bro.
you do with
Yeah.
3 healer.
Battle starts in 5.
Wait, yo, Haki, let me try playing fun.
3.
Honestly, the double dive might be
Okay.
clutch here.
Yeah, let me switch for this.
I'd even call myself dive.
I don't know if our heals are gonna be
We're
able
gonna
to
have
keep
no.
up, but
Alan,
Yeah, we're gonna have no healing.
Alan, if you want,
Yeah, we ain't getting no
DPS,
heals this game, bro. Low
Alan, if
key, you
wanna
could go
switch on to
Jeff.
DPS, let me know. I can go
Beat a
Penny.
thick coat of fur.
Yo, let's keep it for now. If they do 3 heals, then we gotta switch, I guess. Like, there's no other way to counter that bullshit.
just ping if you need heals, bro.
Just let me know.
It's so fucking irritating. Like, I hate seeing that in comp. I hate seeing that in general.
Oh my god, bro.
Somebody's dead.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, they're all in that instance.
Holy fuck, bro.
Bro, they went no more.
Do not give Guggen the satisfaction of the win.
Yeah, fun no more.
Oh, he hasn't won yet, right?
You're gonna dive me.
Oh, yeah, I'm dead.
Here we go.
Okay. Cap point. Alan, stay alive. Make space. Alright, push up. Alright,
Get
nice.
his ass, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, my beacon back in like 10 seconds.
Nearly got a quad in there.
That's a good recovery. That's a great recovery.
Let's go.
This is a nice spot.
Yo, Agnish, what the fuck? Where was his last game?
Yo, chill,
Oh, you're
bro.
playing Jeff. You're playing Jeff.
Yeah. Yo,
it's a lot.
flanking. It's also a lot harder when it's fucking
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Oh shit.
Bro, I'm trying to keep up.
I'm getting chased by Rogue. I'm dead. Fuck.
Bro, I'm out of heals.
Yeah, also check.
Yo, I feel like Anin has like got better.
Someone's trying to kill me, bro. I don't know.
You kill Guggen. No.
Back up. You got nobody.
I think we
Rush
need
up.
more heals.
Yeah. I think we need a 3rd healer, bro.
Or just different.
Or not Adam Warlock.
Healer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. Fuck, I can't play any other healers.
Yo,
That's tragic. Who ulted?
Oh, slow roll. Oh fuck. Alan, I can't see you, bro.
fuck. I got caught up in that.
Bro, this guy Guggen came for me.
They're grouped up super hard.
Yeah.
We can still get this, bro.
Judge,
Yo, judge you.
Fuck her. Oh shit. Everyone use
Nice. Keep going. Keep going.
No, I tried healing as fast as I can.
Keep going.
This is real firepower.
Rogue's dead.
Kill Yams, bro.
Rogue's dead. Go.
Why are they not doing triple support? Like, it really works for them every time.
They saw that we were getting.
Yeah.
They're flanking behind.
Location seems dangerous. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Triple support like my crypto there, bro. It's like chilling.
Who's there?
Yeah, you're right, Alex.
It generally makes me tweak, bro. I hate seeing that anytime.
I hate seeing it too.
Oh, this guy gone.
Yo, Mag is here.
Back up.
Bro, they teleport Alan. You got.
Fuck.
They got you with the Scarlet Bubble.
Back up. Iron Fist, go in the bubble. Go in the bubble on point. Oh,
Come on point.
Don't come on point. Do not come on point. Do not come on point, bro. Emmett, are you alive?
What is Scarlet doing inside me?
Huh? Hanging?
I got fucked up.
Yo, I'm confused. Why is Youngest suddenly going crazy? What the fuck, bro?
What do you mean suddenly, bro? He's trying to win, bro. He's got the team up he's been asking for
Alan, bro, lock in, bro.
Yo, kill Scarlet, bro. What are you just standing there, bro?
Bro, there's okay,
Can't
bro.
hear you. Guggen's on us.
What's going on?
Oh my god, bro.
This is retarded.
Yeah, we're about to lose. I can't even touch the point.
I'm going back to
me.
spawn, bro.
No, we gotta get on point. They're at 99.
I'm on point.
I need fucking heals.
Alright, if you can make it, I can portal.
All good. I just go in and got a health pack.
I just wanna go.
Somebody touch. I need heals.
I'm on point.
Yeah, get on point. Hold it.
A shortcut through space.
Keep me up.
Good medicine.
I left you. I'm healing.
Mag's dead.
Healing point.
Kill Scarlet.
Rocket's here.
Got her.
Got rocket.
Shit.
Yo.
We got point back.
Alright, yo, we're gonna have to do insane.
Wait, how did we get to
dives, 'cause
single
we're only on one
heals?
healer. Yeah, so we're just
You
gonna
have
dive.
single healer? Wait.
I swear, I had to portal. I had to portal, bro.
Okay.
Oh, it's all good.
Oh,
It's
you
all
have to-
good.
yeah, you
It's all
have to- you
good.
have to
That's not good though. Okay, whatever.
Alright, it's fine. They don't know it. They don't.
They're all on pissed. They're all on me.
Stay on point. Do not leave point.
Rogue on point.
Get rolled.
He's jumping off.
Oh, bro, I'm actually getting close.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have clearance.
Rogue's dead.
Rolled in.
Kill Rocket. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god, I hate that.
Oh my god. No fucking way, dude.
Bro, they got me too.
That's generally actually pissing me off, bro. How is it working it's worked every game for him.
Dude, get on point, bro. Can you get back on point?
Oh, it's cooking.
I don't think anyone can touch.
Touch it.
No, it's cooked.
No.
Fuck.
No shot.
Alright,
That was
it's not
close.
working.
That was close. Okay, if someone's...
Healer
Yeah,
diff,
okay.
bro. Healer diff. I need to get off heals.
Bro,
Getting touched.
Yams and Stark are also insane at heals.
And so is Jutton, bro.
And the fact that Jutton's good too.
They got all the best healers on their team, low key. Like
They do.
I'm fighting for my
I
fucking
will
life.
undoubtedly say they do.
Bro, I'm trying to terrorize them.
I know. It's just they got the fucking team ups and shit, bro.
And there's only 2, which is why I'm more surprised how they fucking cooking.
On, it's a
I'm
nice
down
try,
a good
Bucko.
tank. Bro,
Tell him to type it in the game, bro. The fuck?
No,
He keeps rage beating us, bro. He's been rage
Yeah, he
beating
just
us like
texted me. He
last
gets
couple
me.
wait, someone go heal.
before-
Someone go heals.
Totally love to be an honorary.
Yo, you know what he just said? I know you guys need me, but I need sleep. What a dickhead, bro.
Yo, Ignish, do you wanna go
Battle
Jeff?
starts in 5.
You want me to, Jeff?
4,
Yeah, we
I
just
can do that.
2,
Like I'm feeling a little bit chefy as that thing right now, so I don't know. You know what I mean?
Alright, I'll go back. I'll swap.
Yo, they have the support alt healers, which are the annoying ones. Like it just keeps them alive for so long. That's why it gets really annoying to kill them.
Yeah.
Bro.
And fucking Scarlet's annoying.
I need to like
healer, I want
learn
healer.
those, bro. I can't.
We got triple support.
I want healer. You're triple support.
Okay.
Yo, why are they not?
Oh, Blood, you actually listened and went thing. You didn't even need to, bro. But okay.
I wanted to go Hulk so we can.
I can swap tank if we need to if I die.
Recognition area is yours to capture now.
Oh, they're running the rogue shit, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fuck your fucking hero, bro.
Yo, these guys are triple me.
Live.
Fuck.
Fuck.
On me, please heal, please heal, please heal.
I'm trying my best. I'm gonna have to reload in a second though.
Okay.
You guys are cooking, you guys are cooking, you guys are cooking, you guys are cooking, you guys are cooking.
Nice.
Dude, I'm triple support, man. I hate it, but it works.
I know, bro. Let's give them taste of their own medicine, bro.
I know. I hate it. But
They're running it right now, bro. They got Cloak, Jeff, and Gambit.
They are. Yeah, they are. Oh, yo, Surf's Jeff is actually decent too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
Manir,
Ani didn't go.
bro?
What's up, bro?
I didn't even realize you're on our team.
What's poppin'?
I forgot we switched teams though.
Oh shit.
Baby? Baby?
I'm trying, bro.
Oh, straight from you.
Oh, I died.
Oh my god, why did I get
Heals aren't fast enough.
It's all good.
Fuck.
Kidding? Let's stick together. Wait for our attack.
Yeah, Iron Fist,
your tank?
Iron Fist, you're deep, bro.
No, they're 3 heals. We should keep it, right?
I almost have my ult.
Cause I don't know how else to count at 3 heals other than 3
Yeah,
heals.
they're 3 heals.
I swear more tanks. I swear more tanks beats 3 heals.
Yeah, triple tank.
You think so?
Triple tank, but not
Not
2
true.
tanks.
Well, 2 tanks also kind of works.
Depends on which
You can
tank
see,
they
like-
are. Yo, Rogue
Nah,
top line.
those can be blocked so many
Get
times.
this shit off me!
He's running.
You fucked off.
Oh fuck.
Bro, why'd you jump in?
We can't
Bro,
kill
why'd you jump in?
because we're getting beat up by Rogue.
Oh
So, like,
man.
My bad.
Yo, just calm. Like,
Bro, we didn't know you were going in, bro.
Oh, that's literally my
She's
whole.
on
Like,
me
You gotta
now.
calm to us, bro. You gotta.
Bro, we've been telling you Rogue is a problem, bro.
Rogue is a problem.
Alright, back up. Wait for your second. Wait for your second.
We have ults. One of us has to use ult to
Okay,
get on
there's a
the point.
portal. There's the freaking portal on the map. If you want to use that one right behind us.
Walk together.
my fat ass is about to
Yo,
use
if
it,
you're doing
guys.
a
Yo,
cold
I'm gonna ult as soon as I get there.
Just wait. Just look where you are, bro. We're so far, bro.
Go.
Got one.
Watch out for that.
Watch for Anand's ult, right behind you.
I got hit.
I got picked up.
I got res, I have ult. I
I
have
didn't even make it.
Oh fuck, bro.
Bro, I got picked up by Jeff.
Damn.
Oh no, he had the rocket thing that accelerated his shit. I was wondering how he made it to me so fast.
Bro, I'm getting beat up by Jeff.
Bro, I'm Rocket.
Can't even get onto point.
That was my ult. That was my ult, bro.
Bro,
Coming. Yo, point.
got on it.
Yeah. Let's go as fast as possible, bro.
Got 2.
I think we got motion.
Got 3.
Shit.
Heals back. Okay.
That was good. Side, good shit. Jumping that
Whoop 'em
Jeff.
up.
Shit, my bad if I saw you.
Let's go back.
Good stuff.
Mission area.
Yeah, there's a chance they take the portal like we did on this
Portal?
side. Or they just.
Sailor.
Yeah, I'll just focus on them.
There's still triple heals. Alright.
I have my ult, so whenever they come in as a horde, I'll fuck them.
Triple heals.
I didn't use his ult, and he's the only scary thing right now.
Stud, let me know who you target.
They're coming?
The healers. I'll target them with you, because I usually works.
Down the way.
Oh shit, I say fuck you!
She's on me.
Oh fuck, they support ulted.
I'm with you. I'm on rogue.
Yeah, look at my ult.
I'm on rogue. I'm on rogue the whole time. I'm gonna stay on rogue.
Rogue's dead.
Look at Yams.
Gambit's half. Gambit's almost dead. Still mag. Oh, they're in the bubble. Fuck. Portaled up.
Look at Scarlet.
Nice.
Oh my god, we actually won that. Let's go. Oh, they switched off triple heals.
Yeah.
Triple
Because they tried. No, you're trying to portal at the end, I think.
They were probably trying to
okay.
portal.
You're right.
Holy.
This comp is working. Let's
This is
keep
a
it.
fucking game, bro.
A little roguish and scruffy, like me.
Blood, you're cooking with cloak, dog. What the fuck? I didn't know you were like Loki. Like, when the fuck did you learn this?
Oh shit, cold
Like,
blood.
last game.
Last game.
Bro, what?
Last round, bro.
Last round, bro.
Yo, generally you're cooking. Thank you. The support all helps so much, bro.
Yeah,
I gotta
bro,
learn to
got
play
cooked.
like support healers.
Actually,
Dude, the only problem is
Rocket's only good, but his I don't know. It's not as good as like cloak or like.
Yeah, it's super like
Ian is
situational.
so smart because he plays
What?
cloak. He knows how to like kill me after using my ult because he uses his ult.
Oh yeah.
That's facts, yeah.
I'm like, fuck, bro. He's got
I'm
it
just gonna
in
target
20
their
something.
healers again.
All you need to do is
That seems to
capture
be
the
working.
mission area. Got it? When
Yeah.
Dome sees me,
Okay, we have to win this. We have to win this.
Yeah, we will.
They
We
have
will.
3 healers. Yeah, let on and go to sleep angry, bro.
Yo, I'm going in. As soon as I see a healer, I'm gonna ping and I'm just gonna dive it.
Bro, I'm just straight focusing rogue.
Yeah.
All right, see you less. Then I'll focus on with you.
5.
Oh fuck.
Look behind us. Look behind, guys.
I'm trying. Oh fuck. I tried. I'm getting my ass beat too, bro.
Yeah, well, fuck. Give me both, man. Give me both.
You're back. Someone's back.
Do we have any ults?
We have a couple coming. I'm ulting on point right now. I died, but I died, but I got it
Try to
off.
fuck him up. Try to fuck up something. Nice.
We still have Mantis ult if we need it. I don't think we do though. Cloak and Dagger just got revived. I don't know if they've ulted recently. Oh fuck.
You're trying to kill me? Oh,
No, I tried healing. No, I don't have thing. Why is this rocket shooting me?
You're welcome.
Wait, you guys left point.
bro, sister, yeah, let's
You guys
go.
left point. You guys left point.
Oh, we never took the point.
Get back on
Oh.
point, get back on point, get back on point.
No, yeah.
Oh, what the
Back
fuck?
up.
I won't.
Okay, Alan's back.
Let's go.
The mag's right here as you exit.
Rogue's right here.
Go. It's going.
Go in. Mantis ult whenever you can, bro.
Broken die.
I'm gonna save it for.
Yeah, it's literally just die.
Yeah. We don't even need it. Oh
I'm dead,
fuck. Okay.
Oh my god, no way we did it at the same time.
I mean, you did it at the same time last time too, bro.
On me, rogue on me.
Kill the cloak.
Nice.
Magneto half. Magneto low. Nice.
No, I'm trying to heal you.
Your chaos. Watch out.
Alan, bro, help the team.
Fuck him up, bro. Fuck this guy up.
Yo, someone's in the waterfall back there.
Come, Alan, you're leaving the team. You're leaving the team right now.
This guy, Alan's trying to overflow.
I was. How
Like,
did
you
know I
die,
was
we
doing
lose.
that?
You die, we lose. You're our only tank.
I said I'm reading a book, bro.
That was dick cooking, bro. Bro, we're acting like we're not at fucking 20%, bro.
I'm telling you,
Yo,
guys,
fuck it,
if
bro.
we group up, it's hard for them to.
There's still someone behind this waterfall, I think. Loki. Hiding. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Got you.
It's okay, just survive this game, but
Which we did.
nice.
Get rogue.
Tanks can die, tanks can die.
Kill
Both
rogue.
tanks.
Nice.
Block him out.
Nice. Fuck them all.
Relay deployed.
Get it back. On point.
Yeah, maybe yeah.
He's fighting me.
Last guy.
the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, that is good.
Like half. Oh, he's healing.
He ran.
Oh, you ran away.
Don't worry about him.
Jason.
Nice.
Honestly, I was tempted to run after him, but thank you, bro.
We need this. We need this.
I have my ult if they pull up, and then
I know I gotta
Cloak will
stay.
have theirs.
Magneto.
Where?
Yeah, fake needle.
They have an Iron Man.
Oh, that's gonna be an annoying ass ult. I know. On the snap especially, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
There's nowhere to fucking
It's a fucking
go. Rather on point.
What?
Trying to keep you guys up.
Okay.
This is real firepower.
Look at Iron Man.
I get ult.
Oh, fuck.
You gonna shoot me? Missed.
Bro, why should
Oh,
I
she stole my ult.
Mag's dead.
Bitch.
Ult from mine as well.
Actually, hate her.
Watch out. Oh fuck.
Okay, but we have my ult.
Fuck.
Do we have portal?
Do you need a portal? I can portal.
Bitches.
I can portal. We're gonna be on double support first.
We're gonna need portal. Someone portal. That's not me.
I'm coming. I'm doing it.
Alan, go in.
Touch point.
Alan, go.
Touch point.
I'm gonna. I'll stall. It's fine.
Pentagram of Hurrah.
Ready.
Go. Oh shit.
I'm dead.
Oh, I gotta fuck off.
Oh, nice stun. Nice stun. Oh, break
Watch Iron Man.
Give me a second. We need to take up the salt. One top.
Ult's gone.
Iron Man.
Ult's gone. Iron Fist, hold that down.
I'm teleporting. I'm coming. I almost have ult.
Charlotte's dead.
Nice. We killed one. Bro, look, come to the middle of the point.
Oh fuck.
Bro, Iron Man's like aiming on me hard.
Got him.
Nice!
I pushed him off the point. Rocket in. Okay.
Look at the end.
Get rogue.
And that's it.
Let's fucking take it, bro.
Henny. Like,
Nice.
nice.
I'm coming in for the last one.
Who's still alive? Charlotte, above us.
Not making it.
Yeah, she did. Let's go.
No.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I knew a portal was in the works.
Yeah.
So I'm glad.
Every time he switches last second too.
Bro.
We got them off 3 healers.
Holy.
That was actually helpful as fuck.
I told you, bro.
Our comms are really good.
Told you we could do it.
Yeah, that was great comms.
They kind of had to be, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, I did like no healing, bro. What am I cooking, bro?
How long have we been playing? It's been like.
I've been live for 4 hours.
Bro, like
We've been live for a minute. I mean, those are good games.
Hey, Gogan not win a single one.
Nah, not a whole tourney now. Alright, cool. GG, guys.
GG's. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. GG's. OT like was it, like 3 times in a row, bro. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yo, why did Iron Fist target me, bro?
Because you're no, I don't know. You generally randomly, bro. You just decided to turn to like LeBron, bro. Like what the fuck is this?
Yo, you guys are teaming up on me.
Yo, you gotta bring this shit out in comp, bro. This shit is majestic, bro. Like, I need this in comp.
Bro, you guys are targeting me so hard, bro.
Holy, bro, what a game.
Yeah,
was sweaty.
What a game.
That was such a sweaty game, bro.
Honor, man, you pissed me off.
Oh yeah?
You were actually reading every song.
Auden, let my cloak ult go through. Let my cloak ult go through, bro.
Oh, bro, because I play both of the characters, I know exactly when to time that shit.
Yeah.
Yo, at the last round, I adapted, bro. I like fucked off. I said,
Maharaga, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
Holy.
That was a good game, though. Holy.
Alan, I'll be honest, like your alt stunned my alt, and that changed everything.
I was so grateful.
Yo, thank you, bro.
I was so grateful. I saw that happen live, right underneath his ult, by the way. So I would have got clapped.
Wait, so if we lost this, what would happen? Oh, then we'd lose the game. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, remember, it was the equivalent of 3 games.
Bro, what?
Like, if Scarlet got that off, it would have been GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. I saved it for that end, but fucking your alt got me.
Thank you, bro. I had to stop you.
What a game.
Yo.
Yo, Gagging, bro. I'll get you a win one day, bro. I'm sorry.
Alan, you said you were preventing someone from getting a dub or something?
Guggen, yeah. Fuck Fall Guys.
Fuck Fall Guys? Yo, everybody hop on Fall Guys, bro.
Yo, Fall Guys.
Yo, I'm not playing Fall Guys.
No,
I'm not doing
right now.
Don't do that.
Well, actually, no, it's not that good. It's not that good. Low key, it's not that good.
Whatever game you guys want, let me know. Minecraft, fuck, like anything.
Oh, I'm so down for Minecraft too, bro.
So down.
UHC. Is it UHC season, bro?
It's pretty good.
So I can't play Minecraft, bro.
Alright, watch my highlight.
To start a nice, fresh survival world.
Alright, I'm dipping, bro. Take it easy, guys.
See you guys.
Yo, alright, guys. Good night. GG's.
Easy, yo.
Damn.